This story tells the story of a young man who is not only good at studying, but also an extraordinarily beautiful person. And that's why all the girls are just crazy about him. Every other girl knew a high school student named Wang, and she wanted to become friends with him. But each time the young man refused. The young man's heart belonged to only one girl, the queen of the garden among the school flowers, and the students of the whole school dreamed of meeting her. It may seem that he is a real lucky man, but in reality, he had to work hard to make his girlfriend happy in search of a job. He knocked on the doors of many establishments, asking and belittling to take him as an employee even for the lowest paid position. Yes, the young man has an excellent grade, but he has an ordinary family. And the guy does everything he can and can't do to earn at least some money. But in today's world, it doesn't matter how hard you try to earn the money you spend on a date. In today's world, a man is ready to give his life for someone he appreciates and who will appreciate him in return. And a woman only adorns herself for whomever she likes. The young man is complex, so he can use it not only in his studies, but also in games, and he's also very naturally capable. The only thing he can't do is love. He played video games all night long, improving his score over and over again. Just like this evening today, after passing the test, the young man found out that he is the player with the shortest time. I also received a reminder that entering the post-apocalypse is life-threatening. This message did not alarm the young man very much, but on the contrary, it awakened a certain excitement in him, and he immediately wanted to know what kind of world it was. The reminder said that the entrance was life-threatening. If he dies in this world, he won't be able to return to reality, which made him think. Although there was a threat to his life, it was the game that aroused his interest. And also, the amount of his winnings depended on the time he would stay inside. Our confidence was shattered, and he decided that this time he would not be able to answer. So, having weighed all the pros and cons, I started the game. A new light window is displayed on the computer screen, informing that the young man has made the right choice. And now combine the moose system to continue. Next, the young man was presented with a set of rules that he had to memorize initially. For example, how to move things from the real world to the virtual world. The young man's eyes burned with more and more excitement as he carefully studied the rules and other details of the game. He had 4 hours left before the start, which meant that he had to hurry up to buy everything he needed. But the trouble is that his pocket is empty. The problem arose because he was on a date with his girlfriend last week, and so he would have to ask Li Ping for money. Computer games literally take over this world. So literally everyone around them does not stick to their devices for days and nights, playing and competing with each other. The two young men played quietly, arguing a little from time to time, but they were distracted by the sound of the door opening, forcing them to distract themselves. Wang Bing walked through the door, and the two young men smiled, as they were glad to see their friend. Immediately they began to be interested. For some reason he did not come for so long. It became a little uncomfortable for the young man, as his friends were worried about him. And he didn't come to see them to borrow some money. The friends understand everything without words, so even without listening to the end, they began to ask the young man to at least eat well, and not spend all the money on the girl. The young man may be very smart, good at studying and playing video games, but his IQ undoubtedly drops in front of the sight of his beautiful girlfriend. That is the reason in spending a huge amount of money. Wang Bing was undoubtedly pleased with the generous help from her friends, but she was also worried about how they themselves would survive without funds. Not wanting to listen to any objections, the young people literally write their friend out the door since it's already quite late. This is an example of all the best friends who will follow you through thick and thin and check the copper pipes, and at the right moment, they will give a crack. But seriously, they didn't really understand everything and literally demanded that the young man go, so as not to make the girl wait and finally eat. The young man set a new goal, and that the moment when he finally became rich would definitely return all the debts to his friends. The training camp was completed in a fairly short period of time, and together with her tongue, the young man went to the right place. He had a sapper shovel to help him in his treasure hunt. The shovel was a versatile weapon, as it could not only drip but also kill enemies. Before he went into the virtual world, there were things that bothered him in the real world, such as silence on the part of his girlfriend from time to time. I dialed it. I had already memorized the phone number. The young man heard only debts and an answering machine, which made me tense, and now, when he once again cut off the girl's phone with calls, she still deigned to pick up the phone, wondering what had happened. Deciding not to go into details, he only explained that he would be gone for a while, but hoped that he would return soon and they would meet. Lavashka, on the other hand, also had news, and judging by the tone it was not very pleasant. But the young man only assured her that it was not necessary to say when he would return. The girl presses the end button and puts the phone down, turning to her interlocutor, who seems to be much nicer than the guy she was chatting with. The handsome-looking young man asks who called the girl and immediately puts his pen on the girl's thigh, remembering him deciding that the lie is for good. The girl, turning to her companion, says that it does not matter and they can pick up where they left off. Wang Bing wasn't bothered on the floor, as his girlfriend had never hung up so unexpectedly before. However, now he has a completely different mission. And so he turned all his attention back to the virtual world in which he was going. The young man begins to turn his head from side to side, realizing that this is a real journey through time and space. Around him, he sees a dilapidated building, as if there would have been no one here long ago, and now he found himself alone and defenseless in it. Logically, if the young man finds himself in a post-apocalypse, then the Walking Dead must also be in this place. And the assumption will turn out to be correct, since literally behind the neighboring bars, a whole army of the Walking Dead was waiting for the young man. Excellent logic went in, reasoning that the young man had 7 days, and if he wanted to find anything, then he needed to explore this world. To say that you need to find out more and to do it, in fact, are two completely different things in terms of time and complexity. Well, he's got a lot more enthusiasm and decides he's going to be the guy in the game who explores this post-apocalyptic world. The first piece of advice he learned was to keep a shovel handy in case of a critical situation in which he had to defend himself. Also, the second light there was that you should choose the road with fewer Walking Dead. For safer movement, you should also keep in mind that when the Walking Dead are concentrating on something, they should not be distracted. Otherwise, they will draw attention to you. For example, in one of the areas, the Walking Dead were more active, sympathetic than in the humble alleys. It was necessary to take into account the fact that it was absolutely necessary to avoid completely unnecessary battles. The Walking Dead were very sensitive to any sound, even the biggest one. So it could be used as a distraction. If you follow all these rules, there was a post-apocalyptic world and nothing critical would happen, and so the young man will avoid the zombies and look for treasure to return in a few days. It would seem that everything is quite simple, but the feeling of persecution did not leave him, it would seem, from the very beginning of the game. There were different assumptions. Even that it was some kind of intelligent kind of Walking Dead man that was haunting him. And he erased the idea that it might not be the Walking Dead. And another person was like a scarecrow to him, given that people in this world can be much scarier than even the Walking Dead. The right decision was to hide as soon as possible indigenous people or just people who have come here like him, no matter who, but nevertheless they may want to see him. If a young man dies here, he will not be able to return to the real world. This is not the best outcome of events, human or zombie. It didn't matter, the young man definitely had an advantage in this area. Therefore, if he found shelter, he was ready to attack. He was alarmed by the fact that his pursuer was in no hurry to get up after him, as if she were expecting something. A noise rang out overhead, and as the young man raised himself, he expected to see his pursuer, but in his place he saw small fish flying at him. The face is hidden by a shadow, but everything else is visible. The handsome young man, abandoning the first assumption, decides that he is a fishman. A shiver runs through my body. It would seem that the game will end, and all the young man could do was spare me. The attacker turns out to be a nice girl. They say that if a young man wants to live, he must leave everything he has with him. The game began to look much more serious, as the girl was clearly not friendly and quite serious. Continuing to threaten, the atmosphere around him was full of guns. Everything was still pointed at the young man, and the girl continued to demand that all the supplies be given to her. The assumptions were different. Wang Bing tried to analyze the situation as soon as possible. However, it was just a girl. The count had come to an end, and the girl was waiting for some action on the part of the young man. Otherwise she would proceed to action. A sapper shovel meets the girl's ball. Instead of attacking, it dodges back with deft movements. A light wind blows through the room, tearing off the girl's developing, and it would have looked beautiful if it hadn't been for all the seriousness on her face. Wang Bing is certainly a gentleman and doesn't attack first, but the girl dared to hit him first. And she even tried to rob him. The virtual world is much stronger than the real one, and the abilities in it are universal, so the girl began to scan her with our eyes. She was able to calculate both his strength and the points that needed to be struck in order to deprive the young man of these very powers. And the Peshiva boy means that the girl is very strong and perhaps she is a much more serious opponent than he previously assumed. A strong blow falls on the man's body when he comes into contact with the wall, and before I have time to catch my breath, I immediately receive another blow. The girl is still serious, declaring that if the young man moves even a step, she will immediately cut his throat. Something had to be solved at lightning speed, and the young man tried to offer a compromise. Since there is enough food in his bag for 2 people and they can work together. When she heard about canned meat and jerky meat, she shifted a little. Apparently she hadn't eaten in a long time. Her eyes sparkled at the mere mention of it, and she drooled. Perhaps she was just crazy. It was a great chance for the young man, and he reached into his back pocket for another weapon. Thin hands began to crumple the shoulders of the young man even more. The girl kept demanding food, and apparently the feeling of hunger was quite strong. The entrance was for self-defense, and there was an electric shock, the discharge of which the girl received immediately. The girl, although she was very hungry, should not have attacked the young man with threats and turned around in an attempt to rob him. And this is not for the better for her. But the young man was not the most callous and ruthlessly understood that the girl was in the same conditions as himself, and he even felt a little sorry for her after waiting for a while. He pulled out his backpack, some food and water put in front of the girl, which made her eyes run a lot. And in return, he does not ask for big rewards, only to say something, lay down a dagger to a girl. The water and food turned out to be quite healthy, nutritious, and also not expired, which surprised the girl very much. She was immensely grateful to this unknown young man, and the question arose more neatly, who he was and how to find him again. In the post-apocalyptic environment, the young man wandered in search of shelter, since people here are quite frightening than the dead. The fate of his playing path was clearly not sparing. And since it was only when he had settled down on one misfortune that he ran into another, the reason remains unchanged, but instead of a fragile girl, 2 healthy men appeared in front of him. Apparently, the commotion that unfolded with his girlfriend earlier attracted the attention of the rest of the players, which was very bad. The man began to brandish his weapon in an attempt to attack the young man and take away all his possessions. There were 3 attackers. They were approaching from all sides, which was problematic for defense. The young man was in a disadvantageous position. Man, him completely crazy, crush or something about wanting to eat Wang Bing. The dinner looks too tasty. The young man, who had not yet lost his will to live, got up and threw the entrance to his weapon. You see a stun gun and a blade. Blood splatters swept before his eyes, and the young man was already able to injure several opponents, albeit not critically. Even a small wound was quite frightening to them, as the smell of blood attracted the walking dead. The men stood in a heap and tried to stop the bleeding and prevent the attack, and the young man, taking advantage of the moment, began to run away feeling like a bait for everything. The young man breathed as soon as he was freed from the tiger and found himself in a new lair. No less to survive the post-apocalypse was a very exciting action, although it is not known where this experience may come in handy in the future. Although it is possible that he will not be able to survive, since after a long walk through the territory, the young man found himself in a dead end. In addition to the impasse that appeared before the young man, the men who had previously attacked him returned to him. One of them was already making plans for the young man's arm, which he was going to tear off, and the other said that they would not hurt him at all. The man calls himself a gang of tigers' heads, which puzzled us, since he didn't expect to see a gang of bandits. And the intention to attack is getting closer and closer to you, and then the rescued early girl reappears. Well, the girl's plan was not to help the young man. The analysis was to observe how he, a green newcomer, coped with the difficulties that stood on his difficult path. And then he looked at the piece of food in his hand. It decided that gratitude would already help the young man to avoid death. The tiger's bows, without turning around, kept looking at the young man, saying, "What intrigues will they arrange for him at this time?" The girl quietly creeps up from behind. With a dull slap, one of the gang members falls to the ground, and pieces of brick are scattered around his head, with which he was hit. The girl, not stopping at one of the gang members, begins to strike at the others, gracefully maneuvering in the air between blows. A fragile, petite girl may seem masculine compared to her huge scores, but her fighting abilities are simply amazing. Yes, the men were quite strong and it was very difficult to defeat them, but the girl, clearly trained, coped with it perfectly. None of the professional fighters could defeat this gang, and it was simply unthinkable that a small, fragile girl would be able to injure them. In order to fully use her powers, the girl needs her dagger, so, turning to the young man, she asks him to give him to her immediately. It doesn't matter if they're friends or enemies, but it's better to die of each other than to be eaten by these crazy people. The man does not have time to strike back, as the girl's dagger pierces his neck with its sharp tip, letting the first drop of blood through. No matter how strong the Tiger Head Gang's abilities are against a sharp knife blade, they are still useless. The young man was already frightened by all this. Yes, cannibals, these people are terrible and deserve to die. But before his eyes, for the first time in his life, someone dies in this way. As the boss stepped forward, the other end painfully shocked. The rest of the group began to run away, fearing to be caught in the blade's edge. The young man's logic works perfectly, and they decide that you need to offend after the members of the group, otherwise they may get into trouble afterwards if they run away. But the girl protests, as now is not the best time and it is better to leave. The smell of blood really lures the dead, and those seniors approach the place where people were in a flock looking after the girl. A young man reasoned something. After all, she turned out to be a good person and perhaps she could be trusted. Even if he doesn't oppose her, she can be a good helper for the rest of his life. In the dark alleys, the walking dead were more and more in search of their next victim. In order to avoid death, the young people managed to find the secluded place just in time. Let's hide. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. Longed for an hour, and now he was finally safe. He turns to thank the girl, but she again warily points her dagger at the proudly young man. I order, stand still. The world is arranged in such a way that people who are quite unpredictable never know what they can do. You never know from which side betrayal creeps in, so the girl's fears are quite justified. The young man, again using his brother-in-law, decides that it is most profitable to do everything calmly and come to a compromise. If possible, of course accompanied by a gaze. The girl watches as the young man puts his stun gun aside, remaining unarmed. The girl was apparently still angry that he had used it on her and gracefully his leg in far away. The young man once again accepts an attempt to find a compromise, explaining that if they get along, the girl will get even more delicious food. And then he shows the girls the contents of his backpack with various goodies with nicknames and drinking water. And the bottom line is that if the girl helps him survive for 7 days, then he will share all his supplies with her. And then she literally drools and sheds tears, because so many things and at once for her alone, like some kind of dream. And the young man only mentally thanks himself for taking the most, so if he gives half of it, the girl will leave him enough with his head. The girl's eyes are watering even more, so apparently she met a local rich man, also wonders who he is. Oh, all the food here looks like an unprecedented luxury, even though it's just plain instant noodles and snacks. Of course, the young man could not say everything at once, but the girl only had to believe him, and sooner or later she would definitely find out. The goal is to stay here for only 7 days, and if he and the girl see each other again, then he promises, which will give her even more food. Before the young man gave the girl food, she planned to kill him, but he left her precious food and water, which no man would do. The young man did not force him to tell the truth, but nevertheless she offered him to make peace. Local rules were that he could not enter a girl's private room without her permission. In addition, he will have his own private room in which he can do whatever he wants. With him reason having accepted all the conditions, the young man nods his head, says that it is time to get acquainted, and immediately introduces himself, asks what the girl's name is. The girl under the beautiful name took it, snorted, turning away, but the young man is not even offended since he understands everything, apprehension and some indignation. For these gloomy places, the room in which the young man managed to settle turned out to be quite spacious and rich. However, it wasn't that important. The windows are boarded up, but even so, it could be assumed that all the rich lived here. The thought of what could have happened to him with such a precious thing occurred to the young man instantly, and he began to look at the chests of drawers and cupboards, but they were empty. All I could find was a bunch of cobwebs and some rags. And a lot of time has passed, Apparently the others have already managed to turn the house upside down, but in one of the drawers, and he still managed to find jewelry boxes, and a young man really hoped that they were all real and worth hundreds of thousands. If you put all these jewels that one being found in a pile and sell them in one of the pawn shops in the real world. 3. Otto, he will be able to become incredibly rich. There are no beautiful plans for life. They have already begun to flash pictures in his imagination. He will return to reality. He will get rich and marry the goddess, and they will live in luxury. But in this situation, the best solution was to calm down, gather all the emotions in one pile, and stick to the original plan. It was also worth wondering if all these things belonged to Xiao herself, since she didn't want to be mean. Leaving the young man's room, he was about to call the girl in order to find out the necessary information from her, but immediately stopped, frozen in place. Every word the young man uttered more and more quietly. The way the sight of and those standing with their backs to him reduced all thoughts to the background. At one point, realizing that he was staring indecently at the girl, he began to cover his face with his hands, and they say that he did not do it on purpose out of shame and embarrassment. He wound up his room, leaving the girl alone. Otherwise she kept talking about what the young man wanted. Through the closed door, she began to imagine aloud what the young man wanted. He could not utter a word. The whole picture was frozen before her eyes. To gather all the young man's thoughts together, he had already said what he wanted to say earlier, hoping that the jewelry did not belong to the girl after all, and he would be able to take it. The girl enters the room, waving her hand, and explains that these things are useless. If he wants to, he can take them there. The young man looks at her with a sparkle in his eyes, and asks her if the girl really means that he is just giving it to the FM, slowly opening a box of chips. The girl explains that there used to be an elite area here, and each of the houses here is full of jewelry, but they are completely useless, and I don't know why they are needed. Young man, but here I am lying down. He starts shouting that if there are still plenty of them here, then he should get them all. Xiao might have refused, but if you take into account the fact that the young man was literally gifted her with food, then she will help him when he finishes eating. The robbers of ancient tombs. Young people went in search and were able to get quite a lot of various jewelry. The young man even considers arguing that they are all worth several $1,000,000 to earn that much money in the real world. He would have to work for an incredibly long time. He turns to the girl, asking if she is justified. She doesn't need all these things. And also, as if by accident, the girl remembers that there is also a very large safe in this house, which the young man may want to see. And then he jumps like the most satisfied animal, which has just been offered an expensive delicacy, asking to be escorted to the safe as soon as possible. The mudslide stood there for an incredibly long time, but girl, no matter how hard she tried, could not open it earlier. Therefore, all hope fell on the shoulders of the young man. Usually, such high prices and safes were connected to an alarm system that automatically alerted the police to several cases of incorrect code entry. But now, at a time when the electricity has failed, young people have enough time and opportunity to open a safe. It's kind of like a game that tests your patience when you sit for hours and methodically press buttons. After a long amount of time and countless times, the phrase I heard in a mechanical voice about the wrong code of the safe finally gave in and opened. It was impossible to describe the contents with you at once, because at the slaughter the young man saw bundles of money, expensive boxes, even more valuable contents, and bars of gold. What caught his eye the most was a beautiful necklace that shone like stars in the night sky, even in the dim light. And it must have cost a fortune. The gold bars were also quite precious. It's just a pity that the money lying in meat bags doesn't circulate in the young man's real world. Even if they were useful for lighting a fire or rubbing his ass, he decided to unpack everything else in his backpack and take it with him. For hours, the young man sat looking at every pebble of jewelry he found, as if he really specialized in it. The girl, in contrast to multicolored gemstones and banknotes, prefers colored candies, which are successfully eaten by the one who lowered the package. The young man explains that at least the girl considers them useless. However, he has a way to make them worthwhile, after exchanging them for the delicious food that the girl loves so much. And again, the beady eyes of the girl are like with stars, so if she helps to find even more of these trinkets, she can get even more food. Perhaps you should think about whether the young man will see her again next time and whether the system will be able to hear what he is thinking. In his head, he hears a voice, as if someone unknown is asking his secret desires. And he does not lose the opportunity to begin to speak. His 7 days have expired and he must leave this place. However, I would like to know where he will be next time and when he will return to this world. To which the system explains that the next time the young man returns to the post-apocalyptic world, he will be within 100 meters of the place where he first appeared. I turn to the girl. He explains that as long as she continues to help her, our collection of gold and jewelry, he will continue to bring her all possible treats. Sweet Xiao at this moment could be compared to a satisfied son who received his long-awaited treat. The only thing missing was a ponytail that would make her wag with joy. One of our things that bothered the young man was the thought that I was exchanging snacks and gold stones. He was cheating. The girl explains that the city has almost run out of food, and the only food you can eat now is it, so it looks like dried rats. What kind of food? What did the young man bring? This is a real luxury. This one wonders why the girl does not sow the land, not build a strong circulating network, but as it turned out, the government had already managed to create several human colonies over the years. So this scheme is not the most reliable. The colonies are surrounded by high walls, heavily guarded, and zombies cannot get inside, which protects the water. All the lucky ones who manage to survive try to get to the places where people gather. But, unfortunately, very few get there, much less return from there. The government is working to solve the problem of the virus by developing the colony in essence and achieving self-sufficiency. Of course, you can build everything when you have absolute superiority of power, otherwise it is impossible to cooperate. Shifting the topic from politics and other matters, the girl is interested in what the young man will do, exchanging food for useless jewelry. And then what? Going further, he continues to convince the girl that he is a merchant from a faraway distant city and hopes that she will not ask unnecessary questions or hell really need to figure out how to explain it. The girl still remains her own questions, saying that if the young man wants, she can take him to the right place during the day, but in no case should you go out at night on the side of the street. A loud scream is heard. The girl jumps up, informs that someone must have fallen into the trap she set there. The nocturnal visitors turned out to be people from the Tiger's Head group. It was a terrible lot, and they all wanted revenge. Looking over the girl's shoulder and at the young man's, he asks, "Is it this gang that attacked them today?" And also says that apparently letting one of them go and they only gave themselves more trouble. The first most sensible thoughts were to flee from their hiding place and as soon as possible, otherwise the prospect of staying alive is slim. The main member of the gang asks the subordinates correctly, or if the place is not found, if this girl is here, then he will not allow her to escape punishment. He needs the girl alive. So he wants to deal with her on his own, while the young people watch the storm approaching them. In some mysterious way, the gang found out that the girl was here, so the danger now threatens not only her, but also the young man. Turning to the band, she informs them that they can't stay here anymore and need to go to another safe place. The road is again from the same dark alleys and streets of the girl. It would be good to say that the cunning hare has 3 holes, but the place they found themselves in is something more. Nevertheless, it could not be called completely safe on the ground floor. Words on sardines in a jar, swarming with zombies about to attack. It is impossible to sleep in such an environment, as all these terrible sounds made by the creatures frighten the young man very much. The stairs to the 2nd floor have collapsed until they make too much noise. Zombies wouldn't be able to get up, but it was still scary. You understand that he needs to distract himself from bad thoughts and ideas. Playing on the phone seemed very exciting to him, so he took the device out of his pocket. The girl watches the video device, shocked, since her phone does not work in this environment, and also wonders if the young man has any music. The girl turned out to be a real music lover, and as soon as she heard the offer to listen to music, she clapped her hands and took one earpiece. It's true that music has the power to change people. It's like a girl gets headphones in her ears. She became completely different, all the more gentle and calm. The young man also shared this love of music, and when he was a little younger, he listened to the radio in anticipation of his favorite songs. And now he could share that love with someone. Then his favorite music sounded. The young man happily sang along, and sparks of happiness shone in his eyes. And sometimes they were just overwhelmed with emotions, just like the girl male. The girl remembered her childhood and listening to her favorite song. She smiled, and so did her family, filling their hearts with warmth. These are the very happy, warm moments that cannot be replaced by any event in life, not by any wealth. But all of them pass sooner or later. The girl has never been able to come to terms with the fact that all these moments and close people who were close to her are long gone. Leave her alone, and I couldn't accept that they wouldn't come back. Like a long-lost friend who once came unexpectedly to your life and also at one of the moments unexpectedly left, taking everything warm and beautiful. It's the same with music. All the songs she loved, every note and every nice sound, they're all gone. But they all also shine in her heart. Tears run down her rosy cheeks. She turns to the young man sitting next to her, and his gaze is so warm and understanding, as if through his thoughts he could understand her pain. Returning one of the headphones, the girl says that it is not worth wasting the charger, saving it, and the young man does not care about why the girl cried. The music really brought the girl back all the days when she was with her parents, when she was little but carefree girl and don't worry about the future. The young man began to understand that, most likely all these years of being in this world, the girl must have suffered tremendously going through all the events alone. I try to diffuse the atmosphere. The young man again pushes one earpiece into the girl's ear, and the other tells himself that he wants to listen to this song with her. Another idea shines in his head, and he says that next time he will bring the girl her favorite music, as well as a mobile phone with several charged batteries so that she can listen there. This very insignificant kind gesture was really a big icon of the girl, and her heart began to beat faster, and my heart was not so heavy. The young man, looking into the girl's pretty face, began to notice that she was very sweet, and that his heart was beating frequently, and that I was not going to calm down. But still, now is not the time or place to indulge in a splash of feeling, emotion, and you need to control yourself. In addition, in the real world he had a lover. Flipping through his playlist, the young man turns on Just Like Before, does not lean back. The walls say that everything already wants to listen to the song with the girl. They spend the whole night in a quiet, calm atmosphere. In the morning they still manage to fall asleep in each other's warmth. The girl's head rests on the young man's strong shoulder as he sleeps peacefully beside her. And the dead continue to walk around, these two of each other's safety. The young man looks at the thick map, listening to a girl who explains that Tiger's Head is one of the 4 largest banks in the city. They run the west side of the city, and the 3 men who attacked him yesterday are the most powerful around. And at that moment they ran only because there were a lot of zombies around me. The gang leader's name was Tiger, and he had about 60 men, and they had about a dozen guns, so they're pretty strong. The base was located in the tallest building in the western part, a colorful garden that is equipped with a large supermarket. They took over this building and now own all the appurtenances there. So the possibility of revenge was reduced to 0. Since each man from the gang had a dozen pistols, which is quite a lot against 2 practically unarmed people. In addition to the Balanda and the Tiger, 3 other equally dangerous gangs have gained a foothold in the city, among them the most powerful gang of Wild Sands, located to the east of the city. Its leader has more than 100 men and 20 cannons, which is also quite dangerous. Next in strength was the giant Bear Bandana of the north, the leader of which is the brother of Xiong. This gang is dominated by a variety of explosives, grenades, and the most powerful gang of Flying Eagles in the south of the city, with less than 60 men in the hands of a leader and everything withstood or so cannons. But they are stronger than all the gangs combined. Therefore, even if they are weak in numbers, 3 other gangs do not dare to provoke them, and in the end, 4 gangs are responsible for their part of the city. In addition to the 4 main bows, there are also a few leftovers which were collected with pipes for a minimum number of people and weapons. Even if they don't have their own base, they can live like the rest of them, and move from one point to another southeastern city, and now there are less than 1,000. After listening to all the information that the girl laid out for the young man, he concludes that in a city in which there are less than 1,000 people left, you can call it post-apocalyptic. The next question was the location of the city vault, which the young man had been so intent on getting into lately. The girl didn't pay much attention to it, as the bank was robbed right after the apocalypse and all valuables were seized, and now it's just useless. However, the gold could have been hidden in the building where the Wild Sands gang used to be located. There was the largest bank in the city, and the money must have been kept there under heavy supervision. And if you consider that the gang of Wild Sands is a magnet impossible, it will indeed be very difficult for the young man to draw out all the gold that is there, if anyone being wasn't stupid enough to break eggs at me. So for the next few days, they stayed in the same place for the next few days, never going anywhere over the past few days. It was when I was able to see people passing by below, and they seemed to be members of the Tiger's Head. But since the building was surrounded by zombies and those people still didn't dare to approach it, much less think that anyone dared to live with the walking dead. It was also time for the young man to return to the real world in order to stock up on new supplies, as well as sell the treasures he found. Finally, open your backpack. The young man shows the girl food, drinks that he bought for her, shows how he will survive if he gives her all his supplies, assuring that everything will be fine. He only asks the girl to accept these so-called gifts and hide in a safe place, waiting for him to come back. The young man's absence was supposed to last only 7 days, and so the girl shouldn't have worried, but only taken care of herself and waited for him to come back for her. 7 days is a long enough time for any actions and feelings, and during this time, the girl managed to become attached to the young man. Throwing herself on his neck, she began to embrace him tightly, and his heart began to beat faster, which the young man could feel with his own body. After spending many days and a week alone with the girl, it was difficult to let go of someone. KTT became quite close, even because of such a short period. But no matter how much the girl wants the young man to stay, he had to leave, but he kept assuring her that he would definitely come back. Looking into her eyes, he continued to hold her back, and also said that he would bring more delicious food when he returned. All he asked for was for the girl to take care of herself until he returned, so that they can share together what he will bring from the world of reality. In response, the girl only silently nodded her head, since it was quite difficult to say anything now. Emotions overwhelmed her to the brim. We gathered all our strength. The young man checked his things at the end, decided that it was time to move, though he didn't really want to leave either. He wasn't supposed to say where he was going back, but the last few days together had made him realize that the Shao were reliable and seemed to be an important person to him. Which is to say, he was the one who got her into trouble by getting involved with the Tigerhead gang, and so now he must take responsibility for the girl's safety. Behind the closed door, a girl sat with her back against the wall. An unknown feeling of emptiness settled inside. The young man kept looking at his phone, counting down the seconds until he returns, when he returns to the real world, then reselling jewelry and gold to return when the clock showed 12. It was at that moment that the girl literally flew into his room, intending to say something last. Instead of the young man, she was met by the deafening silence and semi-darkness of the room, which forced the feeling of longing and sadness to return to the girl again. In the starlight and in the glow of the city, as the evening came into its own, young people sat on one of the benches in the park, and the evening was gaining momentum. The date would have been romantic enough if the cute girl hadn't come across some pervert in her companion. Deciding that sex on a bench is very exciting. The stars and planets where the girls were still favorable. As Van Ben appeared literally in the next bush, he shakes himself off. He turns around and sees this very young couple who are shocked, looks at him and apologizes for interrupting them. A breath of fresh air spreads through your lungs. An extraordinary sweetness after being in a post-apocalyptic world. It's like paradise. It's a really great feeling, especially when you consider that his backpack is now filled to the brim with gold and other gems. Initially, the young man wanted to call his girlfriend and tell her that he had already returned and that they were now extraordinarily rich. I dial a familiar phone number. He hears beeps, and when he is answered, he says that he misses him very much and wants to see him as soon as possible. The girl said that, of course, she was glad to see the young man, but she was now very busy with family affairs, so their meeting should be postponed. Hearing that the girl's family is choosing a new home, he offered his company in the role of advisor. Wondering in which neighborhood the house they were looking at was located, the girl's acting skills burned her respect, as instead of her family, her companion was another man who cuddly hugged her waist. Turning to her companion, the girl hisses softly, telling him to leave, as she doesn't want Wang Bing to know about it. But the girl's companion does not back down and, leaning over to her ear, says that as soon as she opens her cards to the young man, he will help her with the down payment for the apartment. Then, at the end of the phone, the girl tells the address of the real estate office, where she will be waiting for the young man. This guy jumps victoriously for joy. Next on the list was to sell all the jewelry, the gold he had found to buy his beautiful girl and surprise her. Local pawnshops are famous for their extraordinary demand. All kinds of visitors come to it, offering even more versatile things. And now, when there is a sore throat all dirty, beaten and with a characteristic smell in front of the girl, I wonder where the manager is not even surprised. Only by covering her sensitive nose from the smell. She says that if he has any questions, he can talk to her and call the manager, who is not necessary for this. Despite the fact that the girl was not very pleased to deal with another poor student who came for financial assistance, She was still interested in what she needed, but if the young man had nothing worthwhile or important, then it was not worth interfering with the work and leaving as soon as possible. Let's start small. The young man forms one small pebble. The girl asks if she can look at it, estimating the cost. Without looking too much, the girl takes a pebble in her hand, asking if the young man knows something. He can call the police for counterfeit goods. Our stickers began to move, and other people began to move, and the girl kept shouting that the fearless young man was going to deceive her if he did not leave the place immediately. She would call the guards. Turkey continues to persuade the woman that she should look more closely and not call him a liar, but even better, call someone who understands the matter better. The young man decided to go in search of a more worthwhile specialist than the girl himself. But he was stopped by one of the men. The man who approached turned out to be a manager and a first-class jeweler. Therefore, she suggested not to stir up a scandal and to make sure of the authenticity of the stone for yourself. Decide that there is nothing to lose. The young man forms a small red pebble for the man. I hope that at least he will be able to appreciate the value of it, having received the ready-made shining pebble. And the man is astonished, while the blonde girl continues to shout that this is a deception. Nothing more. The manager yells at the girl to cover her mouth. Yes, she made tea for this gentleman, for he had brought them something very valuable. Here the gestures are even more silky than the man asks before. What is the young man's name, and offers to go to the VIP room to continue the conversation there. I continue to look at the young man, at the precious stone. The specialist asks again if he really wants to sell the stone. Everything was decided at the very moment when the young man first saw them. Therefore, he only asks to tell him the price. I hope that it will be high enough. The price for this jewel should be quite worthwhile, to satisfy the young man, that he might in good conscience sell him the stone no matter how sloppy the guy looked on the outside. He had the audacity inside to walk around with such a gem in complete peace. All the manager had to do was stay calm and talk less, lest the young man go elsewhere. Young man, choose exactly the same tactics, keep silent and wait, but he worries why the man still hasn't named the price of the gemstone. But even if a person is in a panic, he should behave calmly, as this is a kind of psychological game. The endurance game went on. The man announced the initial price of 8 million, which was more than enough for such a jewel on the outside. The young man looked calm and even-tempered, while the inner ones were all the cells of the body, and jumped in joy from the announced prices. The manager has seen a lot of clients in his practice, and such calmness is not like a scarecrow. He decided that the price was too low and needed to be increased. He, averting any objection on the part of the gentleman, exclaimed that they would add another 500,000 to the announced price. He explained this price by the fact that in addition to selling stones, they have to pay not only for the design, and for processing and personnel costs and various taxes. Emotions were raging inside the young man. He was about to say yes, as the man offered him another 500,000. Damn, 85 million. Putting down his can of Coke, he says that they have agreed. And if it weren't for the family's financial difficulties, he certainly wouldn't have sold the stone. The joy of a successful transaction. The manager casually asks what kind of family Mr. Wang comes from. Since his surname must belong to a noble family, it was not necessary for the man to know this. Besides, the family was not so famous, rich, so he decided to change the subject as if by accident. He says that he has 9 more gems in his backpack by chance, and perhaps the man wants to buy them. He jumps for joy and literally hearts in his eyes. Because, of course, he needs them, and he will gladly spend all his millions on them. Such valuable and profitable customers are always and everywhere appreciated. So the sweet, waving her hand goodbye, the manager says that she will be glad to see the young man again. Turning to his employee, the manager begins to scold her, as she almost broke a big deal with her character. Sitting in the car, the young man looked at the balance from his account, realized that now he had everything in chocolate in one fell swoop, and so much money. The scheme was terribly simple: to sell everything found in parts in different places. The Adabs did not suspect him of something was wrong. The taxi driver asks where to take the young man. This one gives the address of the real estate company, which found out earlier still dirty but incredibly wealthy. The young man walked into his real estate company, but he still felt uncomfortable. It was the first time he had been in such an upscale place, and he had never thought that he would be able to get there before. But now everything has changed. Now he is another rich man. He will buy a villa not only for his beloved, but also for his family. The young man's dreams are torn out of his thoughts. The voice of his girlfriend, and turning around, He freezes in shock to see his beloved with another. A nice realtor asks how the couple is doing with this house, and a young man says that he has waited for everyday life, so he needs to deal with something. Come closer. The young man asks who this young man is next to his girlfriend and what is going on. The girl lowers her gaze. Her eyes run around a room. Her companion says that he will figure it out completely on his own. Bursting into mocking laughter, the young man asked the girl that she had been looking somewhere all the time and did not really want to tie her life to this beggar, holding the young man by the chest. The girl asks him to calm down a little and not to talk about one being like that. Workers and visitors scurrying around began to gather around, because now something interesting was about to begin. Mistaking Wang for a migrant worker, people began to speculate about how he had been allowed inside in the first place. Didn't the guards miss it? Distracted from the standing hum around, the girl still utters those fateful words, which makes the young man even more shocked. For a young lady, a person with money and able to provide for her is more important. And if Wang loves her, he must back down. But the trouble is that he can also take care of the girl and her future. He went to another world for this, but the world is more cruel and the girl chooses the one who offers her more. Besides, she did not yet know about the young man's wealth. The girl's intentions were clear and unshakable. Initially, she wanted to resolve everything peacefully, but now it is clear that this will not work. The young man was more stern, saying that if Wang didn't shut up, he would break his fingers. Wang Bing was not one of the timid dozen who began to attack back, which made the girl even more nervous. They asked the young man to stop. The young man laughs again, realizing that the young man is more arrogant than he initially thought. Instead of hurling threats and empty words, Wang Bing lightly punches the young man in the chest. From the sharp pain and force of the blow, the man flies into the wall behind him. A shiver runs through my body, and plaster falls from the wall. Wang Bing keeps shouting, ready to strike again. The girl, on the other hand, screams in fright because according to her plan, everything should be different. Turning around, the young man shouts at the girl, asking her to be quiet as he no longer cares. He was hurt too badly. The sobering slap came just in time. Otherwise there would be one more corpse in this world. The young man really needed to wake up and accept the fact that everything was over between them. The girl and the fight he started is completely useless. She shouted that Mr. Li was a more important person. And she doesn't want to stay with a man like Wang anymore. Running up to the young man, the girl fell to her knees in front of him, examining him for serious injuries. Life is truly merciless, and no matter how many years of relationships you have, the one who offers the most money wins. Just in time, a policeman was in the room. The realtor immediately reported that this stinky had to be arrested. In fact, in the current situation, it would be better if the young man voluntarily left the place and did not cause trouble. But so the need to serve guests, although he doesn't look like a guest. Since the apartments here are expensive, and you can find them by their cover, the realtor believed that the external Hades speaks for a person, and if the boy does not drink for a year, he will not be able to collect such an amount. Looking uncomprehending, the young man asks again if this is the highest amount. Since his budget is many times larger, a manager appears in the lobby. He is uncomfortable with the idea that the workers cannot cope with one young man. Wang Bing is still standing still, even though the workers look down on him. But his goal here is as clear as day. He wants to buy a house. The manager apologizes for his employees, and he says that this very minute he will solve all the problems of the young man. But if he's cheating and he doesn't have the money, he may have to call the police to deal with him. He had nothing to fear, and in fact he wanted to buy a house here. However, everything here is very low grade. That's why he's really not interested. The realtor girl was tired, screaming anger because the guy looked like a psycho and demanded to return the police, and the manager was just shocked by the impudence. Those present began to laugh at him, since the guy apparently was pretending that he simply could not afford to buy a house here. Ignore the people in the neighborhood, and the young man turned to their ex-girlfriend, saying that they hope she will not regret her decision. The young man was about to leave, but he is less deterred. I wonder at what price he is looking for a house. Since there are ordinary houses, what they offer is not suitable for him. The young man knows his worth, and so the house is at least 20 million. The price should be right for him, but it is unlikely that he has any. And again the manager shouts to the horse that this guy is bragging too much. He will be satisfied with a house worth at least 20 million. The manager says that they certainly have something that will suit him. But if the young man is lying, he can easily take off his mask. The man explains that there is a newly built villa next to the Emerald Lake. But before buying it, shouldn't the young man show what he wants to buy for? Of course, there are no problems to show the remedy. However, the one who proves it will have unlimited power. If so, let the three who slandered and crawl on their knees. And while the young man can prove his worth, there is no problem in this, and the manager orders his employee and the police to fulfill the client's request. Everyone begins to talk to each other under the watchful eye of the young man. And he argues that, most likely, the manager just wants to bring the guy out into the open. They need to play along a little. The young man who was recently knocked out to you started shouting what kind of circus was going on here and why this person hadn't been taken out yet. He starts swinging his fists left and right, even hits his girlfriend, and is already rushing towards the manager. His goal today was to show the young man who he was, so that the BAF would finally get the gist of what was happening. But instead of injuring his opponent, the young man himself is wounded in the face with a golden scroll in such a high-class place. He should not be too smart, because you do not know from which moment a gold bar of gold or something more precious will always arrive. The manager of the establishment is shocked. Could it be that his eyes were not lying to him, and the young man had just struck the young man with a bar of gold? Managers have never seen such a large bar of gold. Probably it is not real, visitors began to assume. While the young man was trying to get the bar back in his backpack, the girl fell on her knees in front of the young man, examining his wound. The girl is still young, and she will have enough time to learn to appreciate someone who really loves her. As for Wang Bing, she is unworthy. The young man turned on his heels, walked away, leaving the girl in the company of his almost unconscious companion. The restless realtor keeps shouting that this young man dared to hit their client again and should be grabbed immediately. The manager, only cares about the gold bar he just saw, and he cares even more about whether he is real or not, and besides, the young man finishes them off completely. Pick up your phone. He shows the balance of his bank account. They say it's just one of his accounts with the least amount of money, just an incredible 70 million, so in his hands is also a gold bar. This young man is truly an incredible person. The realtor does not calm down, and you assume that the young men are just playing a prank on them with some kind of photo, passing it off as reality. The manager falls at the feet of the young men, saying that from now on he is their most respected guest, and they will be glad if he spends his money with them. They say that their deal is certainly valid, and he is ready to provide him with the best expensive villa, and it shocks the officer and the police officers even more. And then she turns to him, immediately forcing him to kneel down and apologize for his behavior in front of such an important client. In practice, this is probably the first time for all three young people that they have been asked to kneel and not just apologize, and also crawl around the hall 3 times. Countries and people have begun to nod approvingly that this guy is really very rich, which means that the gold bar is real. Standing next to the young man, the manager is obediently ready to serve him, asking if he is really satisfied. Does it take anything else to make him even happier? While those present watch the crawling of the manager and 2 policemen, the young man was informed that as soon as he was in the mood, they would definitely go and see the villa. To summarize everything that happened earlier, the young man bought a luxury villa worth 30 million yuan, and not in a fit of anger, only because he needed a safe and secluded place. Standing under a cool shower, the young man discusses the need to prepare well for the next return, since he's waiting for jewels and a beautiful girl. In the university park, friends and Wang speculated that after everything had happened, he hadn't even spoken to them. Still, they're glad he's broken up with Qin. And I was also worried that my friend did not answer either calls or messages, even though they've been cutting off his phone since morning. Looking at the phone again, one of the friends notices that he is receiving a message again that his account has been replenished with more than 1 million yuan. These scammers have already annoyed him. The author, a young man, received exactly the same message, and perhaps it's because of the site they were on last night that brightens up the everyday life. The best solution was to check in the banking app whether they really had such a great fortune. Entering a special bank approximation, both freeze and shock. Such a person was really looking for both of them were 1 million yuan, but they did not understand how this could happen. Since none of them had won the lottery recently, they figured we'd call our friend to find out what was going on. First of all, however, His friends began to resent the fact that the young man did not even warn them of his disappearance, and did not even dedicate to him the event that was happening in his life. The movements began to grumble that it was better for him to hide, since Mr. Or had a lot of connections and it was better to contact them and wait somewhere safe. The young man didn't care, he was more interested in the question of whether his friends had received the money he had sent them, and they froze in shock, since they did not expect such a generous gift from him. But the young man says that it is still not enough, but he still hopes that his friends will accept this modest gift from him, as a payment for the money he used to take. His friends were still in shock, as the young man kept suggesting that 1 million was not enough, and it was not known what he was doing to say such a thing. Now the friends stand there, not understanding what kind of lottery their friend won, and asked to honestly say how much he has earned, for which he replies that it is about 100 million. The young man said that the guys always helped him and lent him a helping hand. And that's nothing compared to this and the future. They still have a lot to do. The topic of conversation went in a completely different direction. The young men were also interested in the fact that he broke up with his girlfriend and beat her new boyfriend. Indeed, it is better to hide if he is so rich, but there is no need to worry about it since the young man first drove them at home. And later, he will definitely treat his friends to drinks, life, or it can turn 180 degree. The most unexpected moment before. A young man worked part-time, was not busy with his studies to be with his girlfriend, but now it's completely different and he was finally able to come home. For such a long period of time to finally see my family, because one being had moved so suddenly. His parents were worried about him and thought that something had happened to him, so he had to visit them alive for good, was told by the young man. So his parents believed that he had won a lottery ticket and therefore brought some of the money home. He didn't want to hide such things from his parents, but if he told him that he was in a post-apocalyptic world, and what happened there, they'd think he was schizophrenic. The place where he was born and raised, as well as his parents, are certainly important to him, but he didn't come here only. Therefore, there was another important person for him to meet. On the threshold of one of the houses, he is met by a tall middle-aged man, who is also interested in the young man. Since it is not even the holidays, and he has already arrived, the young man made a small request. He decided to discuss it over a bottle of high-end young if the master of the house didn't mind. Of course, such politeness of course was alarming, and if the young man had something important, then why not say it right away so as not to waste time? This man likes to go straight to the business of youth. He loved hunting. He had a gun and an air rifle at home. But things have changed a bit. The government has tightened the requirements for weapons in recent years. So Uncle Zhao rarely went hunting in the mountains. Therefore, he began to lead a more relaxed, moderate lifestyle. Not immediately, he received Wang Bing as his guest. He wonder can also do for him as a help. The young man's request was quite modest, as it was due to the circumstances. He needed to defend himself. He asked a knowledgeable person for an air pistol. It is logical that uncles do not come to uncles with such requests every day. And the first thought that the young man had gotten into something illegal flashed through his head and made him worry, but he didn't have to think about it because he was a decent boy. And soon he will graduate from universities with his classmates. They have found a remote place for an internship. He just needs protection. The young man has heard that there are many small animals there and they've just decided to go hunt them. And of course they're not going to do anything illegal. Of course my uncle agreed to put down his weapons, but only on one condition, that as long as the young man did not use them in killing people, he would be calm. Leaving the young man sitting in the living room, the man went to find the necessary thing and instead of a pistol brought him a gun and ammunition. This is the first time the young man has held such a thing, a real rifle in his hands. It is powerful enough to kill an entire boar. Also, in addition to the patron and the uncle, our uncle offers her to take an anesthetic, intoxicants, as it is also a good way to hunt animals. But even with this seemingly innocuous remedy, you have to be terribly careful, so if you inhale too much, you can say goodbye to life. It was really interesting and useful. So the young man gladly accepted it. I think that in a post-apocalyptic world it can come in handy. Uncle once again remarks that they must not be seen, otherwise the weapons will be confiscated. And there will be a fine or worse, a prison sentence, which of course the young man does not want. Events went on as usual. After the young man took an air pistol and left some money for his parents, he returned to the city to his new home. This time, he not only cooked enough food and bought a mobile phone, plus 10 fully charged batteries for Xiao to last for the next time he's gone. He was also fully armed. In addition to the weapons he had, He had already bought 7 new heads and the machete. He also took the detonators that were used to blow up the mountains. One day in the modern world was equivalent to 7 days. It was post-apocalypse, and he doesn't know what happened to Xiao in those 7 days. It doesn't matter. But she hopes she hasn't been captured by the Tiger Head gang. The time for teleportation had arrived, and he stood ready for battle, waiting to find himself again in a virtual world full of dangers and the walking death. The system sent a warning that a living person had been found 10 meters away from the specified place, and whether the young man was sure that he wanted to go to this particular place, hoping it's Xiao, and he said he definitely wanted to be there and had to teleport there, yes. Seconds later, he finds himself in the same room he disappeared from last time. Glad that I'm finally back, so the place is the same. A new plan was in his mind. He had to find his girlfriend and then find more jewels with her to bring into the real world. The girl sat in her room with the last pack of goodies. She was the only one left with her, and if she had known that this would happen, she would have saved a little more diligently. The girl was about to burst into tears, but suddenly Wan Bing jumped out from behind the bedroom door. They say that he has finally returned, as promised, and he brought even more goodies. If earlier the girl wanted to cry from sadness and the fact that the yummy food was over, now she cries with joy that the young man still returned and did not leave her alone. The guy is really embarrassed by such a reaction, so he did not expect that the girl would be so happy to see him and cry, or maybe she didn't want him to come back and was crying because of that. All doubts fade into the background, and a girl with eyes full of tears throws herself on the boy's neck. And talking about my fears and worries that I experienced all these days in anticipation, the young man, hugging the girl in response to the miracle, had her back in the back of her head, saying that she is stupid after all. He promised that he would come back, and of course he came back, as he always keeps his word. He asks her not to cry and to say that he has brought a lot of delicious and healthy things with him. And so they need to eat and talk about everything that happened in his absence. When your girlfriend notices the wounds on her body and immediately changes in her face, he asks what happened to her and where she hurt herself during the young man's absence. The Tiger Head boss has apparently announced a reward for both of them, and now all the people in this world are hunting them. The girl was worried about her friend, so she periodically went outside to find out at least some information about him. I almost got into an ambush a couple of times. The young man stood digesting all the information. The girl didn't know how he left, but she risked her life for him. It really meant a lot to him. Turning to the girl, he pulls her closer to him, hugging her even harder. Yes, I went through quite a lot of events during these 7 days and must have been very afraid for his life. Holding the girl in his arms, the young man knew that he would make these people pay for hurting the girl, grind them to dust. And the whole gang. Xiao looked at the young man with her cheeks still blushing, for whom I was worried all these days, by which he told me what I had brought him, many interesting things. He began to lay out his things, and the girls took a fancy to the new mat, which she immediately began to look at, and the young man talked about its power, firing range, and other functions. The young man told me how in guns silently, and the girl can take it for self-defense. And I was even happier with something, because I had wanted something like this for a long time. He also had a lot of goodies on the table, enough for a month for the two of them. The girl immediately pounced on all these goodies, because if it's a dream, she doesn't want to wake up. And if she wakes up, she has to eat as much as she can. Until then, everything was very tasty, and the girl flew away one by one. But she also wondered why the young man himself only sat and watched and ate nothing, resting his chin on his fist. He smiled sweetly. He liked the girl when she ate. And he wasn't hungry, therefore I just watched the picture in a touching way. Well, it was just as wrong that he had to eat at least something, since the girl could not so ruthlessly destroy all their supplies alone. The young man agreed with the girl and, changing the subject, he pulled a new phone out of his pocket. They say that he brought it just for her. The young man also had 10 more charged batteries in his bag, which will last for a long time, so the girl can safely use her new device. It was all very touching, because no one has done anything like this for a girl for a long time. And even just to bring a delicious meal was already an act of many meanings for her as well. The girl was crying. The young man couldn't understand why. But all the parks were post-apocalyptic, her parents had died, and no one treated her as well as they did. And now she has this guy in her life. One Bingstalt calmed her down, telling Xiao to cry better. They would listen to the music he brought. After she's had enough to eat, after a while there was less and less food. There was also a clash between tigers and bears, but only a few people were injured. The few remaining people are also leaving the area, looking for a government colony to find refuge in, so now is the best time to go outside. The guys were practicing shooting, The young man mixed in that the Shao had a sharp eye and she was good with weapons. You note that the power and range of the airgun are a little small. The girl reports that it will be quite difficult to shoot down a person at 50 m. But in fact, there is nothing wrong with that. Fired at close range, the gun will still be difficult to see and there is no sound from the shot at all. But will the two of them be able to destroy the Tiger Head gang and the Wild Sands gang? This is an issue that needs to be discussed initially. Is the young man really 100% sure that they can win? Although there will be no battle between them, they may be able to force each other's gang leader to be killed. By the way, the wind gold is quite heavy in weight and no one needs it. It is probably still stored in the bank vault. So he also needs to enter the bank building and preferably together with the Wild Sands gang. To destroy them once and for all. His goal is to havoc among the four gangs and in this way, it will be easier for him to find a safe place to store gold. But there is a question of how exactly he will do this, especially for this occasion. The young man brought with him a detonator from the real world, which he is going to use against groups. If he uses the detonator to blow up the warehouse of the Tiger Head gang, then their people will definitely blame it on the Bear gang and start a war. The idea was really magnificent. The boy himself was great, and it's called killing by someone else's hands. It makes the girl delighted. The only problem is that there must be a lot of guards in such a place in the warehouse. So it will be difficult for young people to look inside. It is worth thinking about. Well, as it turns out, there is no electricity in the evening and they go to bed at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, and also the girl knows this place very well. As there are many passages and exits, they will not guard every entrance. So they can easily take advantage of one of them. In fact, it's very good if everything is really as the girl said, and then they are very lucky. The omission will be easier than we thought minutes earlier. This gang dared to persecute the young man. Then they would have to know their wrath. They should return to their hideout to rest and prepare, as they move out tonight, which is good news for the girl under the cover of night. They quietly made their way into the bank's vault through one of the passages, where there could definitely be no guards once inside. The young man looks around and notices a man sleeping on a chair right in front of him. His role in this place is unknown, but you should be careful. I really should have been quieter and walked past this young man to the 5th floor as soon as possible. Why exactly on the 5th floor? Everything is very simple. There are very few guards on the 1st floor, and this proves that their value is hidden on the upper floors. To follow the analogy, the 4th floor should be where elite key gang members stay and their leader lives on the 5th floor where the supplies are stored. So, their goal is to get to the 5th floor, find the place where they store supplies, and blow it up. The girl listens intently, nods in understanding. I take off my shoes. They make their way up the stairs on their toes, passing the sleeping man who was guarding the territory. The journey was short, but difficult. They had to sneak through the shade, so as not to accidentally catch the eye of one of the guards or gang members and stay alive in the event that they were detected. The young man would draw his weapon using an anesthetic, thereby knocking out the so-called witnesses. On the same 5th floor, one of the gang members reasoned that there was less and less stock, which was quite bad for the work of the tea. The assumption that they would be able to hold out for no more than a month crossed his mind more and more often, and at that very moment, you and your girlfriend were watching the man. The man kept worrying about whether they could capture the bear gang, and if they couldn't, they had to, or sooner or later they would starve to death. The problem was that they had explosives and grenades. So it won't be easy to take them and they need to take food and evacuate from there, otherwise certain death. The second man said that it was better to be silent like that. It was very dangerous to talk about it. If he heard them, they would be in big trouble. One being peeked out from behind the wall, reasoning that there must be a tiger's room behind the boarded-up door. The men went the other way, and the young men, looking out from behind the wall, walked forward to the very door that was boarded up with beams. The sound of snoring like a bear came from the tiger's room, and the young men laughed softly. And they didn't pay attention to the next room, which was locked. Most likely this is the very warehouse they were looking for. She had heard them say that sooner or later the Tiger's Head and the Bear Gang would clash in battle. Should they provoke them? But now it is difficult to explain. He will leave again in 7 days. And the Tiger's Head Gang still has a month's supply of time. And he can't wait. The easiest way to actually get them to fight is to make it impossible for them to retreat. The girl nods in agreement again. However, the tiger probably holds the key to the warehouse. And they don't know that if they don't come out, if they make a mistake, it won't be a warehouse and everything will be in vain. The girl pulls herself together and is told that there is no need to worry, to which the young man turns when he pulls a hairpin out of his hair. They say that he will figure it out right away. The girl's ability is incredible. She could open any door with this wire. So this castle wasn't an obstacle for her. Xiao was really awesome. On the very first floor, where the man was still humbly dozing, the walking dead began to enter in search of something to eat. From the noise and movement, he woke up and immediately screamed in fear, as there was a whole army of zombies in front of him. There was also a commotion on the second floor, and the workers and gang members began to run away, as they thought that the bear gang had already attacked them. Xiao and Wanbing entered the vault. There was no light, so they had to use a flashlight to inspect the room as expected. It turned out to be a warehouse. The next step was to plant the dynamite and get out of here as soon as possible before they were spotted. Pay attention to the girl. The young man does not understand. He is doing something in his arms with a bag of rice. She says she'll be sorry when it all explodes. But you shouldn't take it with you, as the bears are heavy. It will be more difficult for them to retreat. And the young man will not allow the girl to starve. Stories were heard from the side of the corridor that a group of zombies had broken into the building, and the young people immediately began to hurry. The girl guesses that the walking dead managed to get in the same way that they climbed earlier. It was logical to assume that the creatures had been disturbed, so they had come here. And the young people need to finish here quickly, get out as far away as possible before they get caught. Subordinates began to burst into the room and reported that zombies were in the territory. You need to clean up or at least protect your territory. And he, coming out of his room, beats up his subordinate, Nag, because she asked him not to disturb him earlier when he sleeps somewhere. Makes him angry. The man goes on to say that, of course, he remembers what the boss told him. However, they have a big problem. It's zombies that have broken into the territory. He flies fast, as he does not understand how they were able to infiltrate the territory, as they are well guarding it. At the same moment, the boss remembers his vault and discovers a pogrom and a pile of bottles of broken wine, and again starts screaming wildly. His eyes calm down a little, and his eyes fall on the explosives, which should have exploded in seconds. He did not have time to react in time and flee from the scene. The gang members fall under the blast wave of dynamite, cast back. The first conclusion that the Tiger Head boss made was that it was the bear gang that had definitely planted the explosives to destroy all their stockpiles. Rumors about this we settled down quite quickly, and already all the members of the Tiger gang. And they believed that it was the bear gang that got into their warehouse and planted an explosive device. Everything turned out well for the young people. The plan worked perfectly. Now they were making their way through the air wire to the outside, looking at the beautiful view in front of him. The young man thought that later they would unleash a war between the wild sands and the flying eagles. In the meantime, they successfully make their way to the exit in order to remain undetected and return to their hideout. The only thing left to do was to get down and out without bumping into any members of the Tiger Head gang of the Walking Dead. When the dead were heavy, they were breaking down all the doors and windows trying to come in and find their prey, so it was time to draw their weapons. The situation became tense with every second. There were more and more dead. Therefore, the young people had to defend themselves. But no matter how hard they tried, no matter how much they knocked off the creatures' heads, the dead seemed to multiply, and it became more difficult to increase in numbers. One of the members of the Tiger gang jumped around the corner and started shouting at Xiao. Suspecting her of having caused the explosion, they are a bear gang. The girl began to look around. Assessing her situation ahead of her is the Walking Dead, voicing the sides of the other gang members preparing to attack her. And everyone wants only one thing, to bring the end of her life. When the dead and the girl copes, sending several with a clear kick to the floor. But it is not possible to dodge one, and the girl is already preparing to be wounded, to be infected, but the young man rises in time. Defending the front, the head of the Walking Dead man is clear, quickly, without any noise, flies off in the direction of the calving, falls like a rag doll to the floor. Against zombies, it is best to use melee weapons, as they are a more reliable defense unlike firearms. So the girl pulls out her dagger, preparing to defend herself. And in her eyes there is a spark of gratitude for the fact that the young man arrived in time to save her from death in his life. The young man has killed people and zombies many times in games, but in real life, he faces such a situation for the first time, so he is a little confused. Still, they need to come back alive, so now they will become comrades in arms, fighting shoulder to shoulder and protecting each other. Together, they rush straight at the zombies in order to defeat each and everyone and get out of this place alive. They find themselves in the house a few hours later, tired, exhausted, and a little battered after a heated duel with the Walking Dead. Still, they were lucky that there weren't that many zombies, otherwise they would have died right there and their whole mission would have been useless. The mission took quite a long time, took even more energy. So now I had to replenish my supplies immediately with food and a good night's sleep. The young man pulled out a packet of chips. It is said that in honor of the successful completion of the plan, the girls can eat to their heart's content if angels exist. Then you are a real incarnation, since he brought a lot of delicious sweets and other snacks for the girl. As in the past, the girl began to swoop down on the food like a hamster, stuffing everything into its cheeks. And why did they become even more plump? We have known each other for a long time, but we still managed to get to know each other very well. However, the young man is still shocked by this girl's appetite. Looking up from her goodies, the girl notices a can of beer in the young man's hands. I wonder if she can also take one sip. Well, for such a little girl, the young man brought a lot of juice and carbonated drinks, but he won't give her beer. The girl, of course, resents being called small, but in fact she is big and she has everything except her age. The young man did not succumb to requests and persuasion. Only said that the girls should eat their own goodies and not taste all sorts of nasty things. Do you know how young children are forbidden to do something and immediately awaken a frenzied interest in it? That's how the girl was going to the can of beer when the young man left. While the young man were fighting the zombie army and the game system sent Vin some kind of clue. So now he wanted to study it in detail, pulling out his phone and the light shells of the system, which said in a mechanical voice that the hint should be studied as accurately as possible. Of course, the young man considered it necessary to heed this advice, since in the future it could save his life and the whole situation as a whole. The system uploads the data to Wang Bing's personal attribute panel while he humbly waits for his clue. This panel is necessary for the young man to be aware of various numerical indicators that affect him directly, and he knows, but thinks the system is wrong because he trains every day at school, so it's not clear why all the other attributes are below the norm. Except for dexterity, however, this is not such a critical situation to worry about, as the values of the norm here are normal for a post-apocalyptic world. Due to the advent of the post-apocalypse, those who have survived to this point are much more physically healthy than in the real world. And although the young man was worried about his stats, she was worried that she just needed to use the goal to upgrade the system so that he could increase them. And the second update of the system activates in the secondary system with prizes such as some weapons, attribute upgrades, and various skills to be useful in the future. The young man has become a Tomsk resemblance to the computer version of the game, and it runs on a board, so he was interested in the question of how much exactly one upgrade costs. 20 was more difficult since 1,000 kilograms of gold was needed for renewal, which was equal to 400,000 million. Which seemed quite a lot to the young man. The system offers everything, says in its mechanical voice that the player should not despair because the deal is worth every cent spent. If he chooses the skill book lottery system, it will be able to learn the appropriate tax and increase his chances of survival. It is also worth considering that skills are increased. Killing zombies will make the young man even stronger, and most importantly, he will be able to use them in the real world. And this was quite interesting, as such skills and attributes can become very useful in the real world. So upgrading your system is definitely worth it. It is worth thinking about the real world. Doesn't the young man want to become stronger to invest money? It's also worth considering whether there will be any side effects as it gets stronger. For example, baldness or something like that. Remove the system. What will be understood? So the young man smiles contentedly, saying that, if necessary, he will call the system again. Based on all this, gold mining has now become his main goal, and the next outing will need to get as much of it as possible. As he leaves the room, he doesn't notice the girl, who was already snoozing nicely on the couch, emptying a can of the remaining beer. To say that the young man was surprised would be an understatement, as he really didn't think the girl was blaming and knock out half a can of low alcohol, but as he gets closer, he realizes that the girl didn't stop at half of the jar he had left, but pulled out almost everything in his backpack. He carefully lifts the girl off the couch. He carried her into the room, although he did not expect her to be so heavy. As she looked so thin involuntarily, I began to look at her, running my eyes down her body, which caused a nervous drop of sweat to roll down her cheekbones. In fact, the girl had a beautiful body, a cute face with chubby cheeks and beautiful breasts, slim waist and lovely hips. Her face is like an angel kissed. Every eyelash is kissed. Every ruddy spot. Her nose. It was all beautiful. Especially her plump lips were alluring. The body was just as beautiful. In addition, she treats the young man very well compared to his ex, and he thinks you don't know what, shaking his head and banishing the vile thoughts. He pinched his cheeks, for he did not want to be some kind of pervert. It is very dangerous to be here. Therefore, you need to go to the shower to cool down, otherwise it may not end well. Should the door to the girl's room slam shut, somehow nothing happened. She got out of bed, upset that the young man had left just like that. She began to growl into the pillow, as if it were for a young man. She's just a little sister and he doesn't see her in any other more serious way. And now she begins to drive away those who came in voice, if they wrap themselves in a blanket like a protective cocoon, because she said it, the voice, and she's also very angry. Another day begins and the young people set out on the next mission in full combat readiness. Epic outfits, a business gate, eyeglasses and powerful weapons were all theirs. So the success of the mission is assured. Calmly and busily, they were approaching their destination, when suddenly the girl stopped the young man, saying that he had to wait. The girl's sense of smell is truly unimaginable, as she sensed that somewhere a few kilometers away from their location, someone was eating appetizing meat. The young man chuckles, as the girl thinks about food even during the mission, but notices that it really smells very delicious. Wagging her tail, the girl moved forward at the smell of meat. But the trouble is that it could have been a trap and you had to be more careful. The girl didn't listen. She ran forward. At the same time, at the smell of meat, the gang members ran away, preparing their weapons. There was no goal to attack the young people, and the target was also food. They wanted to take this meat, which will warm their souls today. Xiao and Wan Bing's gang were watching from the rooftop. Caution was still a priority for them, so they decided to take their time. The view from above wasn't good enough, but the young men could still see the tiger's head and the gang members present. The green-haired man's name was Chan, and he was the leader of a small subgroup in the Tiger Head gang. However, he knew that they were short of food and came to the Shark gang. Information that this man is a former member of a wild shark gang, and she could play into our hands very well in the mission. Behind them, screams are heard, and they are told to stand still. Drop all available weapons, otherwise each of them will get a bullet in the back of the head. The order came from the young men, so it could be assumed that they were members of other gangs. In the woman's voice, Chan recognizes an acquaintance. Turns out to be the policewoman Miao Tam, wondering why they are here. The man begins to explain what they have learned about the betting company. It had been a long time since she had eaten fresh meat, so I thought I should bring the guys here. When people watched from the roof, the girl filmed that the girl's name was Miao Yun, and she was an officer before the arrival of the post-apocalypse. After the apocalypse, she began to use this house as a base. And her team has an old cop who was her senior. In addition to these two, there were several other children, women, and all of them had no fighting ability. It was logical to leave from there, but there were also wounded among them. A girl protects everyone if she cares. So we can conclude that she is indeed a very loyal person. Chan wanted to help in part. Most of all, he wants to defeat a gang of wild sharks. So helping these people is a nice bonus. The girl continues to inquire from her hideout. After all, they have so many people in the shark gang. And why don't they go hunting to find their prey? Not everyone is so lucky, as the girls are her ally. The men have gone out and returned empty-handed several times. So you will have to disturb other people a little, and a man does not ask for, only have to provide for himself and his comrades and not to die of hunger. In the darkness of the room, another man watched with the girl outside and claimed that the best option for them would be to agree. But the girl knew these people well enough to know what they were capable of. If they give up the slack and give in once, then they will come again. But next time there will be some boundaries. The man began to shout that he had shot the boar, and the sharks should not even try. They should not take it away, so nothing will work. The man was not going to give up so quickly. He kept saying that he knew that the policewoman had a gun because of the gun, and there are a lot of them here, so a bullet won't suffice. At the same moment, a bullet flies through the boarded-up beam from the dark room. shot through the shoulder of one of the gang members. The girl comes out of her hiding place with a weapon in her hands. They say that if a man wants to attack so much, then let them attack. She rearranges everyone to the last one. They do not tolerate delay. They began to advance. Since the girl acted disrespectfully, attacked one of them. The shooter has also now fled the scene, so it was necessary to knock on the door as soon as possible to catch him and avenge his wounded comrade. She realized that they were really running low on ammo and could lose if they continued firing at this pace. The others must be coming up the corridor by now, and the girl should stay here. In the meantime, the man went downstairs to kill them. From the roof of a nearby building, young people are still watching, deciding that they need to go down and help right away. When Bing gave the command to prepare for action, the girl drew her rifle and aimed at their shooter with a direct hit. It pierces his head at speed, causing him to let go of his weapon and fall to the ground. The leader of the gang turns around, looking in shock, as he could not imagine that there were snipers here. How was this even possible? The girl who had been hiding in her hiding place came out. It was a great chance to attack. So she aimed her gun at the man. A bullet hits a counting gang member and also shaved in the shoulder, forcing him to collapse exhausted. Then he shouts for the men not to stand there and quickly grab the girl and shoot her so that she stops killing them. Then another member of the group has already aimed her gun at a police girl, but a bullet flies into his arm from which the gun flies to the side. I aimed at the shoulder, or better yet, at the head, but she missed a little. So the bullet hit her in the arm, but it's also better than nothing. Realizing that there is another sniper somewhere here, the man commands his gang to hide in order to stay alive. The policewoman was still watching from her hideout. I was shaking my weapon at the ready. Did anyone really decide to help at such a moment? He doesn't understand. In shock, what a completely brainless person dared to go against them. Against wild sharks. The girl took advantage of the fact that the men ran away and began to go down the stairs to help her eldest. There was a battle. In one of the cash spans she saw him, wondering how things were going to, which he gave the go-ahead that the two managed to get in and he killed them. Down the stairs there were indeed two bodies that were already dead, bleeding profusely. And the man kept wondering why the girl had come downstairs. It has been reported that the opponents do indeed have more firepower than they do. But it seems that someone has already decided to help them. The arrows of the wild shark suddenly spotted and must have taken them all out. And Sean noticed this, so he paid the compensation. The gang members are standing there, catching their breath, trying to figure out what to do next. They have lost several people from their team. Didn't he say that there were few of them there and that they would be able to break through? The boss comes out from behind the wall, saying that it was his information that was unreliable. And it's his fault that this happened. He comes out from behind the wall for good to talk to the Meow officer. The girl is shocked, wondering if Lin really wanted to talk that very suddenly. But so be it, she'll listen to what he wants. The only request is for the girl to persuade her friend to let them go, to forget about what just happened, and they promise that she will not bother them again. In fact, young people do not even know who this shooter who shot half of the shark gang is, and what to do is also do not understand. However, the leader of the gang does not necessarily know that this person is not on their team. He needs to hold his stance to the end. She yells to the unknown shooter at the wild sharks have sworn in so far or their actions. So sit down and leave the necessary miserable life alone. Sha turns to Wang Bing, wondering what they are going to do now, but all he has to do is wait, and shoots when the young man gives the command. And then the young man shots back that of course they will let them go. This time they are so good so far, or in their actions. Wild sharks come out their hiding place for cover, says this man seems to genuinely want to help the young people. As the gang members emerge from their hiding place with the idea that more people will come to kill, Wang gives the order to shoot, but only one of the gang members is hit by a bullet. And others, who don't understand, look because they have decided that they have already been spared and allowed to leave. The female officer also doesn't understand why the unknown sniper starts attacking anyway. Is this how he provokes them? One of the gang members covers the boss, saying that it's all because of him, but he does not want to admit his guilt at all. The boss himself believes that if anyone should be blamed, it's the guy in the shadows, who did not keep his word and continues to shoot them in turn. The girl clocks under her breath because the boys have run too far and she can't shoot. Nevertheless, it worked perfectly. Although the rifle is not as good for her as previously assumed, Wang already turns around, telling the girl to wait for him here. But wasn't he going to talk to these people alone? An officer Meow can be very cruel. She is in no hurry to leave the shelter, But the young man does not dare to hurt himself. Moreover, they will put the girl at risk. Former officers are watching the territory of their hideout, trying to see the shooter who will help so much. Holding a packet of chips in his hands, the young man comes out, raising his hands as a sign that he is ready to stand and there is no point in attacking him. There really was nothing wrong with his intentions. And all he wanted to do was talk calmly and discuss the situations that had happened earlier. Well, were I was interested in who he was and what he was going to talk about with them, or if I went to talk about food, they would naturally refuse. All the young man wanted was to work in a team. In addition, there was too much food for him and he could even share it with the guys as a gift for the first meeting. When I heard that someone wanted to share food with them, the officers perked up because they really needed food. But they didn't want to admit it, so the young man suggested another option. Maybe create from the gangs and give them both a stable existence. Also doesn't want to waste time and talk right now. The word that the young man can get rid of all 4 gangs is too dubious. And the officer should be very careful because it is dangerous to take his word for it. You'll have to see what the young man was up to. But it was interesting. So he was allowed to go in but not to do anything stupid, otherwise he wouldn't be left alive. I continue to assure you that there is nothing to worry about. And the young man walked forward. He only wanted to cooperate and help these people. As soon as he crossed the threshold of the so-called shelter, a pistol was pointed out of the smoke, forcing him to stop. The officer ordered the girl to stand still and put everything he had with him on the floor for checking. While the girl continued to hold him at gunpoint, the man began to check the young man's backpack for piercing and explosive weapons. The zipper of the backpack opened and a beautiful picture stood in front of the man. The backpack was stuffed to the brim with food, which made his eyes sparkle with happiness. The young man could really give it all to the young people. But the only thing he asked for was cooperation in normal relations. We could talk quietly when we went up to the 2nd floor. And the officers accepted all the conditions for cooperation and were ready to work. But safety was paramount, so the officer still had the young man at gunpoint. But it was necessary to be careful not to accidentally pull the trigger. Otherwise there would be no cooperation. Looking back at the young man, the male officer was interested in the outlet shooter who had so selflessly helped them get rid of the gang members. He was greeted by those present in the shelter, and he saw many women and children who were hiding there, and the children looked pale and looked at the young man with a kind of fright. And it was clear that they saw strangers very rarely. Like the children, the rest of the audience was wary of the guest. As in their world it was not surprising because you never know from which side the danger will fall on you. Odessa, in such an environment it was very uncomfortable. You didn't know how to behave, and what to say was just a nice smile and shake your head. The officer explained that everyone had not survived the trouble before she took them in. Therefore, everyone is very careful, but the young man understands everything. Looking at the weapon to the girl who has already hidden it, the guy suggests that the girl still trusts him and you don't have to worry about your carcass. She asks what your purpose is for the young man's visit and why he began to help them. Risking his life and ammunition, the young man wanted to cooperate. He wanted to deal with knowledgeable people, to have loyal allies in order to repel a gang of wild sharks, but it sounded like the ravings of a madman, and since there are so many fighters in this gang and all unarmed, to go after them in such a group is suicide. The male officer also shakes his head, musing that the guy doesn't seem to know how dangerous, cruel these people are about to fight. A little boy jumped up from the table to address the young man, as he had astonished him with his words about defeating a gang of wild sharks. He kept looking, the young man in front of you, his eyes sparkling, as if he had seen his favorite superhero whose name the young man never was. Wan Bing stood there chuckling as he didn't understand what this boy was talking about. And even more so, I couldn't guess what this moment was thinking about here. And I can't read it crazy, but it's worth thinking about now. Fighting a gang of tiger heads and a bear gang, all that remains is to light a fire between sharks and flying eagles, and if they really kill each other who announce the city, they will remain a great organization. However, the girl is still not interested in this proposal. First of all, she worries about the life and safety of her Eternals. Despite the fact that this is a great opportunity, but in this case, the girl will have to take not only children with her, and this is a big risk. In addition, her seniors have not come out of the wounded leg now, so this complicates the situation even more. The girl is not really interested in fights with gangs now. She just gathers enough food and will lead the victims out of the city, but it is worth thinking again. Before the young man understands that the girl is also worried, however, If she helps, he will bring them even more food. A mischievous boy runs up, showing the girl a backpack full of food. They say that the young man is definitely not lying, not fulfilling his promises. All food is indeed a luxury in this world, but he has 100 times more of this food at his disposal than they see at the moment. Girls, officers, the question of who this young man is, where he gets weapons and food, and what games they are plotting still does not give us as if mirroring the girl's thoughts. He says that he understands her interest in him. Yes, but you don't have to worry about it. Just answer if she wants to cooperate with him, if she does agree to work to get food. She doesn't have to go out to look for it, and she doesn't have to worry about getting hurt. According to a senior colleague, she asks what he thinks. He makes such a decision alone. Quite disrespectful to the rest of the team. In fact, if the girl thinks that everything is fine, then the elder and, of course, supports her point of view and will be on her side. The girl is tormented by doubts. She runs her azure and azure eyes on the floor, trying to gather her thoughts in a pile and give an answer. Indeed, when you are offered a helping hand, it is better to fight than to hide and live in endless fear all the time. The girl's wards do not want to be a burden for her. If she is worried, no one should do it. They will help her no matter what it takes. Yet take such a risk, this is reckless, as it can cost the guys their lives, and the girl will not forgive herself for this. The youngest boy says that he is not a coward and that he will help the good young man himself if the mistress does not calm down and accept help. Telling the girls to calm down, the boy himself is not going to calm down, since his parents were killed by wild sharks and the time has come to take revenge. The young man sits down on his knees in front of the boy who is about to shed tears on his childish chubby cheeks. Wang Bing subdues him. He makes every decision he makes with good intentions and only a desire to protect them. It is worth the boy to think that if the girl was really not afraid for him, she would have already left him and gone somewhere else. The boy should have apologized quickly, because he really was wrong, and he shouldn't have said such things in such a tone. The girl, the boy, does not spare him with all his might. They give him a therapeutic slap on the back of the head so that he thinks next time. So does he really think she doesn't really care about their safety? And she can't wait to bring the sharks to justice. The reality is that the situation does not allow this. They do not match their firepower. Wang Bing said that he would be able to fight a gang of wild sharks. Well, he has neither an army nor a huge amount of weapons against them. He started a fight between bears and a gang of tigers, and it was only natural that sharks and flying eagles would be next. The girl is the only one who can help him, as her eldest is injured and cannot walk, and the rest are just kids who can't do anything, but that's not a problem. If the girl agrees, then she should hurry up. She should not stand still but go get ready, so the young man is ready to get down to business. I turn to my wards. She says that they should also all gather, since they will move to a safer and quieter place. Wang Bing smiles because the moment has come when he has found reliable teammates with the help of his logic. Wild sharks have left their weapons behind, among them a pistol that is quite powerful. However, too loud and young people can be caught with it. The young man offers a different weapon, and when they are combined, children and elders eat sweets that they have only seen in books before. Officers, I am surprised that there are only 2 of them and how they are going to fight sharks in such a composition. But in reality there are 3 of them, as the girl just joined the cheating team. Giving a little compared to an army of sharks is not really worth worrying about, since Si Yuan is a bad marksman. Behind, the elder remarks that the beer that the young man gave is very refreshing, so it is expensive here. He is very generous. The young man gave it away. Of course, there were quite a few of them, but due to the carelessness of the boss himself, there were 2 or even 3 times fewer of them. As it turned out, beer here is the same price as bullets. It is not for nothing that 1 can is exchanged for 3 packs of cartridges. The elder, like in Czechs, says that it is really very tasty, refreshing. Cigarettes would be even better. It will be difficult, but he still promises that next time he will bring more, even more, to satisfy the desires of those present. I turned to the girl, the officer, and he said that she also had a jar for her, so she can calm down a little bit and relax. Her eyes glow with stars, as it is a very precious drink that she is not drunk for a long time, and she is very grateful to the young man for this. The girl decided to take a little emotional break and distract herself with something relaxing. It's like a little girl asking for a jar for her. To such an adult as having fun with drinks, Veda calls a backpack of goodies in front of the children to get a glow embarrassed or stuff their bellies. They stared mesmerized at what you were doing, wondering if he could really eat it all. Sister Yoon allowed them to eat some treats. But she set conditions that they could choose whether they could do one thing. Explosions were heard in the street. And it seems that the bear and the tiger gang have already begun their life and death battle. So the time has come, the young man grinned, for he had told the officer that he had not lied. And the war between bears and tigers has already begun and is in full swing. Yes, the girl trusted the young man. However, this is personal time, and she also had one question that she was going to give him. The young man has enough food to last the three of us. Why doesn't he escape? Why did he need to destroy all these gangs? That's because the fourth gang have done a lot of bad things over the years, and the young man is sick of these atrocities. Now that he has the power, hell take them away. Officer Mia holds fast to justice. The young man must not let her know that this is for the gold bars. And then he gives the little boy a gun for self-defense, which makes him clap his eyes in shock, wondering if he's giving him a little boy a gun. Justify this by the fact that at least there are few kids. However, as a real man in this world with this gun, he has to protect his sister and sisters. Looking at his sister in June, he wonders if he can really take this gun to protect them. They're already relaxed. She says that if her husband wants so much, he can take a weapon for self-defense if he is very careful. It is also worth recalling what Brother Wang told him about security and self-defense. To which the boy just nods his head. Tomorrow the bath will personally take over his training in shooting and self-defense, so the boy will be fine. There are still doubts in the officer's mind. And the young man so easily lent a helping hand. And now he teaches you to defend yourself. He's kind of suspicious. To begin with, you need to have a good rest, and only then become suspicious. The girl announces that they will be nominated tomorrow morning. The next day, after a hearty breakfast, the three of them drove to the wild shark base. Armed and on full alert, Officer Moa knew the area very well. And so they quickly found the headquarters of the wild sharks. However, the base was heavily guarded. So they hid. They found shelter in a building close to the headquarters, from where they watched everything that happened. Take a look at the situation. They noticed that you are only about a few gang members. There are pistols. The rest are nuts with sticks and knives. Those who have firearms should be identified first. This will forgive them the task. Two guards are standing inspecting the area. When one of them retreats out of necessity, the second is immediately hit in the forehead by a bullet. Bring everyone else into it. Sound the alarm, shout for everyone to hide and protect their heads from mortal wounds. With the rivers, turmoil and bullets arrive, all in a few kills, while the rest are literally a few trying to refuel. The girls rejoice with joy. It's like aiming not very accurately. But at one point, the young man grabs both of them by the heads, forcing them to duck lower. You couldn't be seen by the members of the shark gang. Their mission was over now. It was necessary to bring problems to the flying eagles. At the sharks' headquarters, the events were just as disturbing. When their boss stepped outside, she noticed dozens of corpses covered with sheets. Open a few of them, she realized that they were her people. And, of course, she decided that it was the eagles that attacked them, and she would definitely take revenge on them. Someone else also supports it, as the Bandai Bear and the Tiger Gang are now fighting, the only one who could attack them, so they will surely destroy them. And while all the subordinates were jubilant that they would definitely kill them, take revenge, and the eagles would no longer be there, the boss was more sensible and noticed that this was somewhat suspicious. Mono-flying eagles wouldn't dare to start a war with them. There must be someone else trying to provoke them. At this point, it's time to find out what happened between the bears and the tigers. To get a better understanding of what's going on, the wagon train ordered her subordinates to find out if any outsiders had appeared in the city in the past few days. You need to call all the people who work in their gang, and in such a situation you need to strengthen your strength so that you are not left with nothing. Yes, she really doesn't know who's behind it, but if the gang of tigers and bears also gets hurt, then she can take over the gang of eagles unsuspectingly. Bonderlogs was playing mahjong at her base at the time. The boss of the gang was just beaming with happiness as another beautiful day was coming to an end. He spent time with his friends. A quiet evening in the company of gang members, and interrupted by one of the wards informs that a fire has started at one of the posts. All around, a breaking silence and rivers of blood. Bodies lie on all sides, filling the around them with the blood liquid. Wang Bing steps closer, collecting weapons from the hands of one of the dead men. Now she will have pistols for self-defense. Who would have thought that a gang of flying eagle gangs of wild sharks seems so worthless to them? It's all because young people cheated a little, or they are used to doing such things. So death is nothing to them now. Chow reported to the young man that she had carried out the order, set fire to the eagles as he had ordered. Their mission was complete, and it was time to go back to get in order and prepare for the next item in the plan. By cunning, in just one night, all four gangs were forced to act against each other. The war between tigers and bears has escalated. Now these gangs will fight to the very end, and there is only one way out for each of them: victory or defeat. And of course, there will soon be a war between flying eagles and wild sharks, for whom the outcome of the battle will be the same. And it's all part of the young man's plan. He will have fun watching their actions, realizing how smart, amazing, talented he is. In their free time, the guys managed self-defense and shooting. Here it was necessary to concentrate, be calm and aim. The targets were empty beer cans, which the young man had successfully missed for the past few hours. Is this even normal with 10 shots and not a single hit? In this way, he only used up all the bullets. He turns at the girl's voice and sees an officer in front of him. I wonder what she's doing and worry about him waking her up with his training. Mod Planet, like a girl, just went out for a breath of fresh air and also said that she would gladly teach the young man how to shoot a pistol. Spreading sweet molasses, the young man will certainly be glad if the girl helps him. Since the clothes on her are very revealing, he naturally does not mind, but he has nothing to thank the girl for. On the contrary, it is she who should say thank you because he helped her find her old self. And here it is incomprehensible, since the young man of the girl knows absolutely nothing. He doesn't understand what it means. It's the old one he doesn't understand either. Snatching the weapon from the young man's hands, the girl aims directly at the target. Hits the first time. That's the real her. The girl turned out to be quite an accurate shooter, but does not escape the young man's gaze, and he literally applauds standing up. This is not strange, since the girl used to be a police officer. She still has some skills acquired at work. After the onset of the post-apocalypse, in addition to the master, there were other companions with her, and they protected ordinary people. But as time passed, food became scarcer, and her companions quarreled and died one by one in front of her eyes. She began to question her beliefs, her principles. The world had turned into chaos, and she had no one to defend. Then she found the children she guarded, and yet she lost all will to fight for justice. It's amazing that the girl was able to protect and subtract your cruelty. For bows and lack of food, it's really commendable. Yes, the leaders of these gangs used to be petty hooligans, pawns in the game, and she had already painted some of them. The young man thought that they were some important bigwigs and had definitely not been arrested. However, in an instant, they gained great power and gathered their own factions. The only thing left was the ex-police woman to calmly look at their brutality and feel useless. All this is completely different. The girl is very strong and brave. She deserves praise. She does not need to despair. It's a good thing that she hasn't become bad after the post-apocalypse husband. So she guards her territory and protects defenseless children. That she is no less than Wang Bing, and he wholeheartedly admires all the work done by the girl. In any case, the only thing that matters is what is happening now. The officer said that she was teaching the young man how to shoot. Why not start it? In fact, it is very easy if he wants it, but here he will definitely succeed. You just need to tune in to a good result, and then everything is simple. As soon as you understand the essence, you will follow the feelings. You can become a skilled shooter. You need to aim exactly where you are going to hit and focus on your goal without being distracted by anything else. Then just hold the gaze of the muzzle, and the target is at the same level, not higher, not lower. The main thing is to feel your goal. The young man realizes that he feels more than just a goal when the girl pushes him. They say that then there is no need to wait in vain to pull the trigger. The bullet hits the target. The young man jumps for joy. This is how he finally succeeded. After hours of training, it's a very cool feeling when you hit the target. Just worked hard, and then your skills definitely improve. After the young man destroys these gangs, they will definitely show the officer a beautiful world so that she can regain her former life. I can't believe her ears. She asks again if this offer to go with the young man and his life is accurate. A new promise flies out of the fat young man. As soon as they finish all the business that is in this world, they will definitely get out of here. But it's too early to talk about it. It's better to leave this important conversation for later and for now continue to train. Burning jealousy is not a pleasant feeling, but it is the feeling that all of her is experiencing right now. Watching a young man and a former policewoman, you two really wanted to spend time with the young man accused him from behind in practice shooting. The war between the gang of bears was fierce. The sounds of explosions and gunfire did not stop in the city. Wang and Xiao were in charge of infiltrating the territory where the two factions were fighting and gathering information. The Tiger Gang did not give up until the end and finally defeated the Bear Gang. However, they suffered heavy losses, managing to survive only more than 10 people. On top of that, the loud noise has attracted the zombies, and now their building is surrounded by thousands of walking dead. When information about the panda's life leaked to wider circles, the gang of wild sharks moved forward in full force. The flying eagles sent a spy to the wild sharks to tell them that they were going to kill them. How dare they invade their playground? So they're going to kick their asses. They're going to show them the strength of their unity. The wild shark building has few guards left, and it's the perfect opportunity to sneak in as there is almost no one to defend the area. One of the gang members is shot in the head. For the second, he already presents a pistol right to the back, forbids him to move. If he does not want to die, then he should cooperate with the young man and his companions. The young man's assumption turned out to be correct, and there were only 2 guards on this floor, one of whom they safely neutralized. Guards to let everyone else know that the food is on the top floor. I'm the only one guarded by machine gunners, so they're unlikely to be able to take anything. Nita and what did I need gold for? This one who immediately used it said that he was on the first floor in a warehouse. The man is interested. The young man shops through us. He doesn't have to do it. It's none of his business. This one almost crying says that he won't ask unnecessary questions anymore. Passing through the territory, they did not come to the right place. The man shows that there are storage facilities at the end of the corridor and they have not entered for 100 years. He continued to persuade that his grandmother was not there, so his life was in the hands of these young people. And she won't dare deceive them. The top police officer suggests that the member of the bathhouse go there first in order to prove that the young people are really not in danger. The young man trusts the officer. She is very thorough in all the cases she undertakes, and the young man feels safe around her. As soon as the man goes forward, he gets angry. So even the wreaths around his neck swell and tell him to go forward one and prove the truth of his words. Everything is in the crosshairs, but that doesn't stop him from smiling comfortably. I think that the young people are just idiots who believed his stories. At the end of the corridor was a staircase to the upper floor, and they would not be able to see until they came closer. So it has an advantage. As soon as he can get to the stairs, he will definitely run away and notify the guys upstairs that strangers have made their way into the area. He's gonna have to use all his strength to convince this guy to lock up the girls. He hadn't touched a woman in a long time. And now, fortunately, he approaches the father of the corridor in this way, and looking out for the torture chambers, he calls the young man to him, saying that everything is clean, he can approach. Bing Bing waits, informs the girls that he will go first, and everything is the same, and kept his hand on the pistol moving forward. While the young man is translating, the man jumps out from behind the wall, saying that they are left behind, these losers will soon be killed by his brothers. He breaks into a run, as he realizes that they are screwed up and just can't let him escape. The situation needs to be corrected urgently. The man keeps laughing like a madman of contentment that he was able to outweep these 3. He sees how, as if forbidden, the young man will then have fun with these 2 beauties, enjoying the moment. Suddenly, out of nowhere, something very frightening appears in front of him. He stops and looks straight ahead, but he cannot understand what is happening. The young men stop, removing the safety from the gun, and also look ahead, trying to understand what is happening. Around the bend, where the gang was, they couldn't see anything, only screams for help, and seconds later they became quieter and quieter. Blood also appeared around the corner. One of the walking dead snuck onto the floor and infected the man. Well, now their problem has become much more serious. Everything would have been fine, but it was not clear how the zombies ended up here and why so many of them understood that it was better to get out of here. Now they were right at the door to the shelter and needed to do something quickly. Yes, they needed the gold that was in the vault, but they also wanted to live, so, in the name of all that is holy, for the sake of safety, They had to get out of here as soon as possible, and they would still have time to take the gold. The policewoman turns around and informs her that, of course, she doesn't know what the reason is, and why gold bars are very important for young men, but they won't go away. The girl goes on to say that if these gold bars help them destroy all 4 of these bandits, they should not retreat and they will move forward. Xiao supports, saying that now is a great time, although it is hard, but when will they have such a great opportunity again? And both girls are right, it's hard to want to, but it's a great chance. Plus, they can't be sure it won't be harder next time. In addition, he needs to keep statuses. How can he step back when there are such beautiful people around him? Brave girls who agree to go along with them. The 3 of them adjust their weapons again and aim directly at the heads of the walking dead. No matter how difficult it is, they will not retreat further. Zombies wanted to be devoid of any sanity, but also resolutely act forward and go forward, and only forward they succeeded. In fact, it turned out to be out of breath and a little beaten, but they could not defeat this pack of zombies and stay alive. When they open the door of the vault in front of them, they freeze as there are literally mountains of gold in front of them. The system immediately popped up, exclaiming, "Congratulations to the player for discovering a large amount of gold. Would you like to upgrade the system?" In Wangbo's mind, he asked, "I want to know how much gold is here?" In total, there are 46,250 taels of gold. Would you like to upgrade or not? Wangboa didn't rush to the answer, but turned to speak to the other 2. "We can't move this pile of gold." Nyo Ryan frowned. "Why? We went through a lot to get here. Even if we can't move it all, we should take as much as we can. This gold bullion needs to be moved, but it's up to us to do it. In fact, behind me there is a mysterious organization operating. But I can't disclose the details to you 2. My task is to find the gold storage location and send the coordinates here for them next. The organization behind me will figure out how to send people here to deal with it." Wang Boa began to spin a tale again. If he said he could move this pile of gold like a breeze, it would surely alarm them. Zio, I didn't doubt Wang Bo's words at all. Her face was amazed as she exclaimed, "Wow, so that means last time when you disappeared for 7 days, it was because that mysterious organization brought you back." Wang Boa didn't expect her to be so sharp-minded. He raised his thumb in praise. "Exactly, Zio Iu, you're really smart. No wonder I had so much rare food on me. Can you tell us what that organization does?" Wang Boa was caught off guard by the question. He cleared his throat and replied, Please forgive me, but my superiors don't allow me to disclose my reputation. But please trust me, I won't exploit or harm anyone." Mo Royun smiled after spending a few days together and observing, "I feel like you're very trustworthy. If you can't tell, then surely you have your own struggles. I won't ask any more now. I have to send the coordinates. If you 2 go outside to help me keep watch, it's not a problem. But don't stay here too long. After all, this place is also the territory of the Mad Fury Gang. Wang Boa, rest assured, leave the outside to Zio Iu and Officer Myo." After the 2 left, Wang Boa said, "System upgrade received. Now I will upgrade the system for you after a while," the system announced. "System upgrade successful, activating a huge system space. Now you just need to think of what object you want, and it will automatically be placed in the system space." Wang Boa chuckled, "That's amazing." He spread his arms wide and exclaimed, "I want to put all this gold into the system space." As he finished speaking, a square-shaped mass appeared in front of Wang Boa, and the gold bars were sucked into it. All the gold has been transferred, and 5,000 pounds of gold needed for the upgrade has been deducted directly. Wang Boa held the square-shaped mass in the palm of his hand. "That's it, it's done. It's so powerful. With this mobile space, it'll be much more convenient. Can my system still be upgraded?" The system immediately responded, "Yes, the next upgrade requires 30,000 pounds of gold. After the upgrade is complete, the reward system will be activated. You can use gold to proceed with the rewards. It's expensive, but upgrading is always worth it." The system began to initiate the upgrade process, and Wang Bo's current strategy was truly inadequate. Many times, he had to rely on Xiaoyu and Officer Miao. As a man, he couldn't keep letting women protect him forever. Wang Boa resolved in his heart, "I have to become stronger." After the system update was completed, Wang Boa immediately activated the reward system. In front of him appeared a reward machine. Wang Boa muttered to himself, "This machine is the reward system, that's right. Each time you draw a reward, it costs 100 kilograms of gold, but the prizes are abundant." Absolutely not. Deceitful. Wang Boa's eyebrows twitched. Is this a mistake? I spent 30,000 kilograms of gold just to upgrade the system, and now each reward draw requires 100 kilograms of gold. The system began to tempt. Believe me, young man, the cost-effectiveness ratio is extremely high. Don't forget the saying, investing makes you stronger. Let it go, because to become stronger you have to spend a little. Besides, I still have plenty of gold, and from childhood to adulthood, I've always been lucky in games, always drawing something rare until my hands hurt. Even soldiers spent money, there's nothing to fear. Wang Boa shouted and turned the crank, looking at the screen showing the spinning items. His face full of confidence. As long as I can draw a super great martial art, I can kick out the Mad Fury gang, fight the Eagle gang. Even if I return to reality, I won't be afraid of that lie die anymore. The screen slowly scrolled to the super great martial art line, and Wang Boa excitedly spun the crank. I really am the lucky king. But the screen still moved slowly, stopping at an attribute box that added 1 point. Congratulations, player, you've drawn an agility attribute point. Wang Boa held his head and screamed, "Damn it, 100 kilograms, and I only got 1 agility attribute point. I want martial arts, I want martial arts." Can the player continue to draw rewards? Wang Boa angrily shouted, "Draw, but wait, draw continuously 10 times for me." After a while, the screen displayed the words, "Thank you for your support." And Wang Boa cried without tears, "Thank you for your support? Is that all?" After a moment, the system's voice rang out, accompanied by Wang Boa's tears. "Thank you for your support. Congratulations to the player for drawing 2 thunderbolts. Congratulations to the player for drawing a marksmanship skill book." Wang Boa felt like a gambling addict losing all his money, grinding his teeth in frustration. Luckily, I still managed to get a skill book. System opened the attribute panel. The system said, "Congratulations, player, your attributes have been increased. Strength 45, Agility 52 plus 1, Stamina 47, Spirit 42, Marksmanship skill level 1. Wang Boa felt disappointed. What good is just 1 additional point? Tell me more about this skill. Marksmanship skill level 1 increases the hit rate by 10 points, the critical hit rate by 10 points, and the shooting range by 100 meters. To advance to the next level, you need to kill 1,000 zombies. The current progress is less than 1,000. Wang Boa thought to himself, it seems that killing zombies is the only way to level up the skill this time. I have to get busy. Although I've spent quite a bit of gold, I haven't drawn anything good. What if the next draw results in a top grade item or the martial arts skill is enhanced? No, I can't give up like this. System, draw another 10 times. 2 minutes later, Wang Boa collapsed trembling. After 5 times of "Thank you for your support." It's better than just "Thank you for your support." A bit, I drew 2 packs of spicy sticks and a bottle of mineral water. The spicy sticks and mineral water are valued at 20 million, but they're still useful. The first item is a box of rifle ammunition, which can be used to improve my rifle skills. The second item is a martial arts skill called Great Strength Diamond Fist. Introducing the Great Strength Diamond Fist, level 1. It adds 2 points to the strength attribute. When cultivated to the Grandmaster level, it can break a large stone with a single punch. Currently, at level 1, a Grandmaster can reach 30 points, with damage skills adding 50 points to the strength attribute. To advance to the next level, you need to kill 1,000 zombies, and the current progress is less than 1,000. Wang Boa raised his hands, blowing with fire. Finally, I've obtained a martial arts skill that can protect myself. Whether in reality or in the apocalypse, I can defend myself in the system space. There's only 4,150 kilograms of gold left, temporarily not using this gold, keeping it for future system needs. Thinking about how 1 day in reality equals 7 days here. For the safety of Xiaoyu and police officer Miao, before leaving, I must extract some blood from the Mad Fury gang outside the gold warehouse. Miao Ryan enthusiastically opened a bottle of Coca-Cola, her face brightening. "Oh, this is amazing indeed. Every time I drink Coca-Cola, I feel so happy. Xiao Yu giggled beside her, covering her mouth. Your expression. Exactly like mine the first time Wang gave me Coca-Cola. Huh? Miao Ryan blushed. I feel embarrassed. It's been so long since I last drank Coca-Cola, but it tastes better when it's cold. Miao Ryan nodded. I remember before the apocalypse. We could always enjoy cold Coca-Cola, but now it's become a luxury. So Officer Miao, you don't need to worry. Wang Bo, you're amazing. Just follow him and you'll have any kind of drink you want. Xiao Yu, I noticed that every time you mention Wang Bo, your face lights up with happiness. Could it be that you? Xiao Yu blushed and denied. No, that's not true. Okay, I understand. Blushing, Xiao Yu waved her hand. That's not what you think. Wang Bo approached and asked, what are you two talking about? Xiao Yu smiled. Wang, have you finished positioning? Yes, we're all set. Let's quickly leave here, Miao Ryan inquired. Now that the Mad Fury Gang is vulnerable internally, this is a great opportunity. Do we need or do we not need it? I have a better plan. Let's support the Eagle Gang. Both Wang Bo and Xiao Yu were taken aback, thinking they misheard. What do you mean, support the Eagle Gang? Wang, although the Eagle Gang is the weakest in power, their misdeeds are not few. Trust me, you're not mistaken. In summary, trust me. Supporting the Eagle Gang now is the best way to strike at the Mad Fury Gang. At the headquarters of the Mad Fury Gang, gunshots resounded incessantly. Fiji stood atop the building, rallying, quickly, load up, reload quickly. Let's blossom the asses of these Mad Fury brats. Below, many from the Mad Fury Gang had fallen. A leader shouted, come on, everyone. Hong Ji said support is on its way. Nearby, inside a vehicle, Chun Jichong observed the battlefield ahead and asked, Hong Ji, our comrades are struggling over there. Doesn't seem good, does it? You don't understand a thing. Those Mave kids joining the collective are just cannon fodder for us big brothers. All that camaraderie crap is just to brainwash them. Putting them at the forefront is just to attract the main force. Fiji may have developed muscles, but he's simple-minded. I told those ranks to sacrifice themselves first to draw their important guards to the main entrance. Since they're outnumbered, there's definitely no one guarding the other 3 entrances. My people outnumber them by at least 4 times. Just attacking from one of those 3 entrances will wipe out the evil gang. In another area of the Eagle Gang's territory, the guard was lax. A grappling hook was thrown up, astonishing the guard, who exclaimed, "What's that?" Below, the Mad Fury Gang members shouted, "Quick! Quick! Quick! Hurry up! Someone spotted us. Pour all your support," the guard hastily spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Hello, hello. A large number of Mad Fury Gang members have been detected to the east." On the other side, Fiji, a subordinate, rushed over with the walkie-talkie. "Fiji, they're attacking from the east." Fiji gritted his teeth and ordered, "Break them to pieces." Elsewhere, 2 lone guards were bravely holding off the attack, but they were quickly shot down. A ladder was raised, and someone at the top waved their hand, urging, "Hurry, hurry, climb up and attack. Tell Hung Ji we're about to attack from the inside." A subordinate was still joyous as he climbed up when suddenly, a bullet pierced through his head from behind. The group below yelled, "Someone's shooting stealthily. Must be the one who attacked us last time. Where are they?" The person at the top turned to look at the building behind and shouted, "You guys quickly surround that building. They probably haven't gone far. This time, we can't let them off." Upon hearing the report, Hung Ji clenched his teeth in anger. Indeed, someone's hiding in the dark, playing tricks on us. Ken Ji-chung, frightened, said, "Hung, should we retreat?" Hung Ji angrily kicked Ji-chung out of the car, saying, "Stop frowning and go find those dogs quickly." Everyone listened carefully. "Whoever finds those bastards will receive a reward of a bag of flour and a bottle of wine." The soldiers rushed to the building opposite, constantly being shot at. "They must be right here. Charge ahead, everyone." On the balcony of the building, Xiao Yu hid as soon as she realized she was spotted. She remembered Wang Boss instructions. "Xiao Yu, Officer Miao, and you were mainly responsible for disrupting the actions of the Mad Fury Gang." After firing a shot, you must change your position immediately so they won't guess how many of us there are. The current position has been compromised, so follow Wang's advice. One shot and then change position. Meanwhile, Fei Ji directed his men. Hey, you guys, quickly defend the southeast, we can't let them attack. A voice on the walkie-talkie exclaimed happily, Fei Ji, good news. It seems that the Mad Fury gang's attack has been blocked. I wonder if someone is secretly helping us. This is great. Surely it's the reinforcements sent by God. Wang Bo stood still, observing the positions of Miao Ruoyun and Xiao Yu. After causing a disturbance, Miao Ruoyun immediately went to find another position. Wang Bo wondered to himself, the Eagle gang surely can't suspect. I've arranged Officer Miao and Xiao Yu to help them sneak attack the Mad Fury gang. With two skilled gunmen like them here, even if they can't make the Mad Fury gang bleed, it's enough to drive them crazy. As for me, I'll wait here for the best opportunity. Inside the jeep, the sound from the walkie-talkie kept ringing. Hung, we've been ambushed. What should we do now? We can't even locate the targets. It's like they have supernatural abilities. We've lost over 10 men. The Eagle gang members started to retreat. Should we continue the attack? Hello, Hung, are you still there? What do we do now? Hung's hand trembled as he gripped the walkie-talkie tightly and shouted, Of course we continue to kill. Anyone who dares to run will be dealt with. The frenzy of attacks from below ceased and resistance began. Fei Jia looked down and murmured, What's going on? Why are there people slowly gathering here? How much firepower do we have left in the warehouse? One of his men replied, Fei Jia, not much left. Fei Jia frowned, so if they attack, we'll have no retreat. We'll have to fight them to the end. As he pondered, another man shouted from below, Fei Jia, look who's coming. Wang Bo looked down at the approaching jeep. In this situation, if he guessed correctly, that would be the leader of the Mad Fury gang. He's showing himself now. Perhaps Xiao Yu and Officer Miao have already caused chaos for him. Hung Jez stood on top of the car with his arms crossed. Long time no see, Fei Fei. Fei Jia fumed with anger. You're the one causing us significant losses. Hung Jez shouted through the speaker, Fei Fei, I'm here to offer you a way out as long as Eagle gang surrenders under my command. We'll cease our attack, and you just need to obey my orders alone, instead of continuing to play the role of your own boss. Get out of here. Hung jerk. Fei Jia asked me to be his little brother. I'd rather be screwed over than that. If you have the power, just attack. Stop the nonsense. Ha. I'm giving you a chance to show off without even asking for it. Aren't I? Anyone who can bring me Fei Jia's head will be rewarded with 10 bags of flour. The Mad Fury gang cheered gleefully. Thank you, Hung, let's charge. Brothers, get the ladder. A sniper peeked out from the gun sight, and Hung Jez aimed the heavy machine gun upwards, shouting, Is that all? Then taste the flavor of my heavy machine gun. The sniper quickly pulled back and Hung Jez crazily fired away. Ha, this bunch of trash wants to mess with me. Go die. The intense firepower forced Fei Jia to hide behind the wall. The sniper nervously asked, Fei Jia, what do we? Chun Zhuzhong stepped forward and shouted, Brothers, charge forward. We've got Hung's firepower support. At that moment, an explosion erupted from a high-rise building. Hearing the blast, Chun Zhuzhong turned to observe. He saw a mortar shell coming from behind, aimed at Hung Jez's position, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Hung Jez, startled, turned around just in time for the jeep to be blown out by the shell. Fei Jez couldn't help but smirk at the scene. Indeed, reinforcements from above have arrived to help us. Brothers, our opportunity has come. Let's counterattack. With that said, gunfire from above kept ringing out. The Mad Fury gang members quickly turned and fled. Chun Zhuzhong and a few others rushed to where Hung Jez was. Chun Zhuzhong helped him up. Hung, you have to hold on despite the heavy weaponry. Hung Jez's voice trembled. He had no idea who was on the other side. On the rooftop of the opposite building, Wang Bo carried a shoulder-fired rocket launcher. See you later. Everything went according to plan. This way, for a short period, the Mad Fury gang wouldn't be able to threaten Shit's group. This gave him a bit more peace of mind as he prepared to return. On the side of the Eagle gang, as they watched the Mad Fury group depart, the excited crowd cheered. Fei Jez, despite the considerable loss of our brothers, we've managed to deal with them. Bring out my spiritual weapon quickly at this moment. Wang Bo activated the grenade launcher system and chuckled hee hee. Just like Doraemon, this storage space is indeed convenient. Suddenly, a piercing voice reached their ears. My dear, although I don't know which divine entity you are, Fei Jia, on behalf of the Eagle Gang, expresses profound gratitude for saving us. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, as long as the Eagle Gang can help, we will certainly not refuse. Wang Bo shivered at the sound, not daring to linger any longer. After this battle, both factions suffered significant losses, but the Mad Fury Gang bore the brunt with over 100 members reduced to just over 30, with more than half of them injured. Even their leader sustained severe injuries. The Eagle Gang also needed to regroup. It seemed neither faction would act rashly without careful consideration. Thus, Wang Bo could rest assured and return. In the evening, the whole group raised their glasses in celebration. Who would have thought that the three of you could cause such heavy losses to both gangs? Ha, well done. It's just a pity my leg isn't convenient. Otherwise, I could have gone and fired off a few rounds myself. Xiaoman clenched her fists excitedly. I want to as well. If I could kill a few of those guys myself, even better. The girl next to her spoke sternly. Xiaoman, be obedient and stay at home. Your shooting skills are poor and you run so slowly. What do you think? I'm looking down on you. You practice every day. Alright, Xiaobao, Xiaonan, stop arguing. You'll have your chance in the future. Who knows? You might even have to protect us. Xiaoman turned to Xiaobao with a proud expression. Did you hear that? I'll protect everyone in the future. Then I'll puff up with pride. Wanghua interjected. For the time being, the Mad Fury Gang and the Eagle Gang probably won't make any moves. But to be sure, we still need to find a new place to stay. Wang, where do you want to go? Where is safer? Let's head to the outskirts, although there are quite a few zombies there. There are also fewer living people. No need to worry about being attacked by others. In planning to make a trip there, you all stay here for a few days. By the time I bring back food, we can find a safer place. Niao Ruyun was taken aback when he heard Wang Ba's intention to leave. Wanghua, you're leaving, going back to that organization. Alright, I also have to leave in about 7 days. But when I return, I'll bring plenty of supplies for everyone, including fresh meat and vegetables. Upon hearing fresh vegetables and meat, everyone's eyes lit up. The children eagerly chimed in. Wanghua, I want to eat eggs. And I want apples. Can I have tomatoes too? Wanghua chuckled, raising his index finger. No problem, leave it to me. Niao Ruyun blushed and stammered, I want to drink cold beer. Is that too much to ask? Lai Chongping then requested cigarettes. Ha, I'll try and meet everyone's requests. It's funny how everyone just wants a little of this and that, but I still feel obliged. Alright, let's get started. Congratulations on our great victory this time. The next morning, the group set out for the outskirts. Here, zombies can be encountered anywhere. But this was also why Wanghua wanted to move here. Starting now, he had to continuously kill zombies to upgrade his skills. For safety, he equipped Xiaonan and Xiaonan with guns scavenged from the Mad Fury Gang. Although it's a bit unsettling for kids to use guns, in the apocalypse, having guns is the only way they can protect themselves and those around them. Inside a building, Wanghua placed a chest on the ground. This chest contains 10,000 rounds of ammunition, more than enough for everyone to use. Tomorrow morning, I want to deal with the zombies around here and also practice shooting. You two will come with me, of course. It's perfect. I can demonstrate my shooting skills to Wanghua and show him how good I am. Wanghua, you're truly generous to have 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Tomorrow, I also want to join everyone in training. Xiaoya's shooting ability is quite good now, so we can do other tasks. Even though Wanghua will only be away for a short time, we still need to prepare enough food. How about we go to the nearby mountain tomorrow to pick wild vegetables? Wanghua immediately agreed. Exactly, I agree wholeheartedly. I've had enough of instant noodles these days. If we have wild food, I'll consider it a feast. Alright then, tomorrow Meow and I will go pick wild vegetables. Xiaoya's face showed a hint of sadness. She had wanted to spend a little more time with Wanghua before he left again, but it seemed unlikely now. The next morning, Wanghua took Xiaonan and Xiaobao to the rooftop of a building. With a bang, the nearby zombies were attracted by the sound of gunfire. Xiaonan exclaimed excitedly, "Wow! Just a moment and so many zombies have gathered downstairs." Xiaobao whispered, "Wanghua, we're surrounded by zombies everywhere. Don't worry, that's exactly what we want, to lure them here. Pay close attention." Wanghua reassured them. Wanghua raised his gun and aimed at a zombie's head. "Why are you two still standing there? Quickly fire your guns for practice." Xiaonan didn't wait and exclaimed, "Yes, sir, watch me." The action in the outskirts was relatively convenient, so Wanghua and the two kids practiced tirelessly all day long, unaware of the passage of time until evening. In the days before Wangba's return, every day he would shoot zombies here with the kids until the zombies around were nearly wiped out by them. Using up about 3,000 rounds of ammunition, the shooting skills of the two kids became increasingly formidable day by day, which meant more people could protect the group. Moreover, the most important thing was that Wangba's skills also improved significantly. The system prompted focus on aiming and shooting. "Congratulations, player. Your aiming design has been upgraded to level 3, increasing the hit rate to 80 points for vital points and the critical hit rate to 80 points, shooting up to a range of 200 meters. To upgrade further, you need to kill 5,000 zombies and the current progress is over 5,000. Returning home in the evening, a lavish dinner awaited them on the table. Wanghua, after a day of exhausting training, couldn't help but feel excited at the sight of a table full of food. "Whoa! Tonight's dinner not only has wild vegetables, but also grilled chicken and roast pork. Is today a special occasion? Ah! This is all thanks to Officer Mio's busy day in the kitchen, especially prepared for me." Wanghua was surprised. "Prepared for me? Why? That's right, ever since Xiaoyu knew you had to leave, she wanted to make you a delicious meal as a farewell gesture. So she and Xiaoyu went out to catch pigs, chickens, dig sweet potatoes, pick wild vegetables, and even went to ask for spices from every house." At this point, Wei Qingping couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. "I've been her master for so long and she's never treated me like that. It seems like the eldest daughter in the house can't be kept." Mio Ruyun brought a fragrant pot of soup over and glanced at him. "Aren't we all eating together? Or should the master stop eating the food his disciple cooked and just lament about life?" Lai Qingping scratched his head awkwardly. "Ah, ha, I was just joking with her. Ha." Wanghua approached Officer Mio. "Thank you for preparing this lavish dinner for me. You've worked hard." Mio Ruyun, in her professional manner, replied, "But before, when I prepared such a sumptuous meal, it was usually for criminals facing execution." Mio Ruyun added, "Oh, that's right, you should also thank Xiaoyu properly. We had leftover wild boar heads from last time, but all the wild chickens were caught by Xiaoyu." Wanghua casually draped his arm over Xiaoyu. "Indeed, Xiaoyu is quite something. But between us, there's no need for such formality. Xiaoyu, you see, because we've been like brothers, ready to face life and death together for a long time." Xiaoyu's face lit up with happiness. "Wanghua, consider me part of the family." Suddenly, she stiffened, as if turned to stone. "Wait," Wang said, "we're like siblings." Xiaonan's hungry stomach growled. "Sister Xiaoyun, is the rice ready? We're really hungry. Okay, I know I'm greedy, let's just eat rice." Laughter and cheerful voices echoed from inside the house. Before midnight, Xiaoyu's voice rang out. "Wanghua, are you leaving all this for us? What about you? Everyone rest assured I have a gun." "Xiaoyu, Officer Miao, Uncle Lei, I have to leave today. I'll leave it to you all here. Yes, don't worry, well, protect this place carefully." Xiaoyu couldn't bear to leave Wanghua, grasping his arm pleadingly. "Wanghua, let me go with you. I'm not at ease, don't worry. Just stay here and protect everyone. I promise I'll be back in 7 days." With a heavy heart, Xiaoyu lowered her head. "I understand, Wanghua, you must be careful, Xiaoyu will wait for you." As Wanghua entered the room, Miao Ruyun softly inquired, "Xiaoyu, last time Wanghua left like this, did he stay alone in the room?" Xiaoyu nodded while looking at Wangba's room. Inside the room, Wanghua activated the teleportation transmission system and the light flickered. The next morning on the street, Wanghua arranged to meet Lai Ping and Du Hongfei for brunch. After finishing a glass of beer, Wanghua let out a sigh. "That's it, let's eat quickly, I'm starving," Lai Ping chuckled. "Wanghua, your kid at home, just one trip back to the hometown, why are you acting like a starving ghost? You've ordered so much food already, how can we finish it? I was originally planning to take you guys to a restaurant for a decent meal, but it's been so long since Eve had a full meal, so ID brought you guys here for a feast first. In the apocalypse, we always have to be wary of zombies and others. Food is extremely scarce. Returning to the real world, not only can we bask in the warm sunshine, but we can also eat whatever we want. Living in the real world is truly blissful." Lai Ping leaned in and whispered to Du Hongfei, "Hey, do you think this kid is getting rich too quickly, so it's messing with his head?" Du Hongfei replied, "I think maybe he hasn't quite shaken off the shadow of heartbreak yet, but Wang Bo, you've angered that Lai guy, so you need to be careful. He's got people looking for you everywhere, I understand, let's not talk about this anymore. Do you guys have any plans after graduation?" Lai Ping mentioned he'd apply for a job at some company, while Du Hongfei wanted to start his own business. But he hadn't figured out what he wanted to do yet. Wang Bo nodded, starting a business. "Huh? Are you guys interested in the jewelry business?" Lai Ping asked. "Jewelry business, why are you suddenly bringing this up?" Wang Bo set down his beer glass. "Well, I have some treasure items available at a cheap price. If you guys are interested, maybe we could collaborate and open a jewelry store. Since you're willing to lead us, it's good. Well, use the money you provided for investment. Otherwise, I'll put up the initial capital. The money I gave you earlier you can keep for your expenses." Lai Ping said, "Just caring about opening a jewelry store tells me it requires a lot of money. Even if you win the lottery, who's to say it'll be enough?" Wang Bo set down his beer glass. "I plan to invest 20 million and 2,000 kilograms of gold net." Du Hongfei turned to Lai Ping, urging, "Quick, calculate how much it is." Lai Ping swallowed nervously. The current price of gold is 400 yuan per tael. 1,000 taels make a kilogram, so 2,000 kilograms equals 800 million. Du Hongfei was shocked. 800 million? Are you sure you're not mistaken? No, I calculated it with a calculator. Can't be wrong, let's leave it for now. Let's have dinner first, and later I'll take you guys to see. Currently, that gold is all stored at my villa." "What villa? Since when did your kid buy a villa? Are you hiding your wealthy background?" Later, Wang Bo led the two to his villa, looking at the pile of gold bars in front of them. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Eve lived this long. Never seen so much gold like this. I couldn't earn this in my whole life. If this is a dream, I never want wake up. Let me kick you once, and you'll know if it's real or not." Lai Ping exclaimed in pain, "It's not a dream, it's real." After kicking Lai Ping, Du Hongfei approached Wang Bo, shaking him. "Come on, where did this gold come from? Did you do something illegal?" Wang Bo grunted in frustration. "Get lost, how dare I?" Du Hongfei thought about it and agreed. "Even if you have the courage, you still lack the ability." Wang Bo patted his shoulder. "In short, I have a big boss backing me up, so don't worry about it. Right now, you guys go find a good location to build the shop. Then take care of the business registration procedures. I trust you two the most. As for other matters, well, figure them out as we go along with the construction." Feeling eager to start their entrepreneurial journey, both immediately responded. "Got it, we trust you, well, get to work right away." "Whoa, hold on. I haven't talked to you about the shares yet." "Oh, we also have shares," Wang Bo replied. "Of course you do, you're all my teammates. Consider it an investment of your energy and intellect. I'll give each of you 10 of the shares." Lai Ping and Du Hongfei felt a bit hesitant. "While we're good brothers, business is business and all the capital is yours. We're just running errands, 10 is too much." "Exactly, besides, our abilities might not match up with yours to be considered as teammates. 10 is 10, there's no need to doubt yourselves." "I believe in your abilities," Wang Bo asserted. Lai Ping's eyes welled up. "I will definitely do my best." And as for Hongfei, with his introverted personality, He's learning how to manage the internal affairs of the company while also studying jewelry design. Once our company stabilizes, we'll open another investment company. Lai Ping, don't you like playing the stock market? When the time comes, he'll put you in charge of the investment company. The three of us working together will surely build a strong business empire. Du Hongfei and Lai Ping exclaimed emotionally, Wang Bo, you're too cool. We really don't know how to thank you. Well, I'll just have to repay you with my life. And I also want to repay you. Wang Bo, what do you want from me? Wang Bo's eyes twitched nervously. At that moment, Wang Bo's phone rang. Oh, my order has arrived. Outside, a delivery truck backed into the yard and began unloading the goods. Wang Bo, why did you buy so much white flour? And there are vegetables and fruits too. Are you planning to stay indoors all the time? Wang Bo, what if that guy with the last name Lai finds this place? You misunderstand. It's not because of that guy with the last name Lai. These things are very useful to me. They're all important, so we won't bother you anymore. You just stay here to receive the goods. Company matters, well, take care of it immediately. Wait for our good news, Wang Bo replied with a smile. I got it. Let's meet this afternoon at the cafe near the school gate. After some time passed, Wang Bo arrived at the school gate, and Du Hongfei's voice came through the phone. Hey Wang Bo, we're still not done here, you go ahead and have fun first, well, come over later. Okay. Take your time, there's no rush anyway, I like this slow-paced life. Hanging up the phone, Wang Bo pondered inwardly. Lately, I've spent more time in the post-apocalyptic world than here. Returning to the real world feels a bit strange to me. Perhaps living long in the other world has made my mood darker and more sensitive. Maybe going through life and death has made me mature a bit. Seeing these students of the same age, I now feel they're still immature. Or perhaps I matured already, so my perspective is a bit higher. If it weren't for the last days, I guess I'd also be chasing my future in graduation season. Wang Bo imagined himself rushing to a job interview. In the eyes of everyone, he was always an outstanding student. But in reality, it wasn't quite so. Compared to the efforts of the previous generation, his talent was truly insignificant. But fortunately, fate had bestowed upon him an opportunity. Wang Bo wanted to become a great figure, capable of influencing both the current world and the future world. While he was contemplating, a group of people blocked his way. Is that Wang Bo? Look at the terrified expression on this kid's face. Wang Bo frowned. These troublemakers, they must be hired by that Lai guy to attack me. Wang Bo replied, yes. Wang Bo, what do you want from me? The gang leader sneered, oh my. This kid is so brave, not even peeing his pants. How are the Black Tiger gang? Heard of us? Wang Bo looked down on them inwardly. They may seem dangerous, but in the post-apocalyptic era, there were many who were much more vicious than them. Wang Bo spoke frankly, quit the nonsense. You're probably called here by that idiot Lai. Talking like that, you must be ready for a beating. Wang Bo smirked. If so, why not find a secluded spot to settle this? Seeing Wang Bo's lack of fear, the underling whispered, boss, be careful. This kid's up to something. The gang leader snorted, afraid of what? He's nothing on his own. Then the group drove to an empty place. This kid's really gutsy, I'm impressed. No need for further investigation. It's really just me alone. Don't waste any more time. Let's all go, kids got guts. If it weren't for you offending our boss Lai, I'd even want to befriend you. Everyone, let's go. Wang Bo opened his palm using the Diamond Force Fist. The Diamond Force Fist has leveled up to level 2. Perfect timing to test it out on these guys. With a strike, the blonde-haired guy's chest caved in. Wang Bo followed with another strike, sending him flying high into the air. The gang leader was taken aback. What's going on? This kid knows martial arts. He's armed, surrounded, and taken down. The others wielding clubs closed in, swinging wildly. Wang Bo carelessly took a knife to his back. Although, indeed a tough opponent against many. Wounded already, Wang Bo swiftly turned around and unleashed a flurry of punches, sending the assailant to an injured and flying. The gang leader lost patience, pulling out a baton. You got some guts, you miserable brat, let me teach you a lesson, prepare to die. Caught off guard, Wang Bo struggled to keep hold of the knife. The gang leader stared in disbelief. You can still fight back like this? Wang Bo forcefully clenched the knife between his teeth, taunting. You guys are so weak, yet you dare call yourselves the Black Tiger Gang. I see you as Hello Kitty. You kicked straight into the gang leader's groin. The sound of cracking echoed along with the leader's agonizing scream. Not stopping there, Wang Bo continued with a thunderous shout. You think you're so tough, wait to meet your end. With a thud, the gang leader fell back, writhing in pain. You've got guts, keep going. The other gang members began to hesitate and push each other. You go ahead, why don't you go? Just then, 2 more cars arrived, ha 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 ha. Our guides are here, kid, you're done for today. The newcomers didn't understand what was happening, so they immediately sought the leader. Hey, Gong, why did this kid hit you? Are you all planning to show up late again? The leader grabbed his crotch with one hand and pointed at Wang Ba's face, shouting. That Wang guy, I know you've got some skills, but my brothers are many. Let's see what you can do. Originally, I only intended to disable one of your legs, but now I might as well take care of you here. Wang Bo thought to himself, the Diamond Fist's X-prowess isn't that high. Dealing with 5 to 6 thugs is manageable, but this many might be a bit taxing. In this situation, I can only take one gamble. Quietly, Wang Bo activated his spatial system. The leader shouted loudly, do as you please. Beat them to your heart's content. Whether they end up dead or disabled, it's all fine. They'll take responsibility for whatever happens. His underlings immediately obeyed, grabbing weapons and rushing forward aggressively. Wang Bo kept his arm hidden behind his back, then suddenly pulled out a gun and aimed it skyward, firing a shot. At the sound of the gunshot, the thugs all went cold. One trembling guy whispered, Hey, Dong, who is this kid? Why does he have a gun? Why didn't you tell us earlier? How are we supposed to know he had this? Wang Bo raised the gun towards them, saying, if you're not afraid to die, then come at me. Killing 1 person equals balancing the scales. Killing 2 earns you a profit. The big brother, strong in appearance but weak in words, said, Hey, don't worry, brothers. The gun he's holding is just a fake certificate. Why should we be afraid of him when there are so many of us, right? Ha ha ha. To prove his words, Wang Bo aimed at his thigh and fired the gun. The big brother, in pain, clutched his thigh and screamed. Wang Bo lightly blew the smoke from the gun barrel, saying, Who's next? Wanna give it a try? The big brother, supported by his 2 lackeys, trembled as he spoke. You guys, hurry up and help me up. Today, the Black Tiger Gang will. Before he could finish, Wang Bo raised his gun in front of him, immediately changing his tone. Brothers sworn by oath. Let's do this, what do you think? Wang Bo pretended to shoot into his mouth, causing the 2 lackeys to wet their pants in fear, quickly raising their hands. The big brother, with no one to support him, fell again, saying, It hurts like hell. Why did you let go? Stubborn fools, what's the use of being unruly? Learn to behave and become big brothers of the underworld. You're just plain stupid. The gangsters cried and begged for forgiveness. Big brother, I was wrong. They'll start over from scratch. Wang Bo continued to taunt. You cowardly bunch still want to teach me. Go eat crap, Wang's teachings are spot on. Are we clear now, or do you want to stick around? Hearing this, the gangsters didn't dare to hesitate. They dragged the big brother into the car like dragging a dog and quickly fled. Wang Bo breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. I was almost done, for luckily they weren't paying attention. Otherwise, I'd be toast right now. His phone rang. Hello, Lai Ping. Lai Ping's irritated voice came through. We heard from the students at school that you were taken by a group of people. Are you still alive? Don't worry, they've been dealt with. It's either real or staged. That's the underworld for you. Are you really okay? Well, maybe not completely okay. Seems like it's not easy to catch a ride there. Can you come pick me up? After some time passed, Lai Ping punched the table in anger. Is there no end to this? Does that Lai really think he can rule the world single-handedly? Wang Bo seized the opportunity to change the subject. During this time, I might have to go into hiding. Keep me informed of any developments. Don't worry, if there's any trouble, we'll let you know immediately. Oh, by the way, what happened today? Why didn't Hongfei show up? We went to register, but it will take half a month to get the business license. Hongfei found a suitable store quickly, so he didn't come with me. The store matter isn't urgent. We can find an intermediary directly. No need to struggle alone. Once you've sorted everything out, let me know, and we can open the shop when I return. This should have made everyone happy, but that Lai guy really gets on my nerves. Sooner or later, I'll deal with him. You guys focus on the business. There's no need to worry about anything else. I have a few things to take care of. I'll go first. Take care and remember, don't stir up trouble with that Lai guy. Lai Ping waved his hand. All right, bye-bye, you go. Watching Wang Bo leave, Lai Ping muttered to himself, that Lai guy really bullies you. How can I and Hongfei stand it? He then called Du Hongfei. Hello, have you found him? Yes, found him. He's at the bar. Inside the restroom, the guy with the last name Lai swaggered in. Wait till I fill these bottles up. I'll unleash my magic. As he was about to unzip his pants, someone tapped his shoulder. Hey, buddy, can't you see someone's in the middle of something? Don't touch me. The guy with the last name Lai turned around angrily, only to be hit hard with a large sack. Lai Ping and Du Hongfei took turns swinging a wooden stick. Who do you think you are? You know who I am, don't you? Lai Ping and Du Hongfei chuckled. Of course, we know who you are. The one being beaten up is the guy with the last name Lai. Ha, well, beat you to death, you dog. Hey, big brother, spare him. How much do you need? Well, take all you have. Who needs your dirty money? Come over here. Lai Ping dragged the guy with the last name Lai toward the toilet, where a pile of feces emitted a foul odor. Hey, race something for you. It's fresh and hot, just what I've been waiting for. Lai Ping covered his nose, unable to bear the stench. I told you not to eat too much mango recently. It's too rotten. Lai Ping was stunned. Mangoes? Who eats mangoes? Du Hongfei pushed the guy with the last name Lai into the toilet and ran off. Haha, Lai, the gentleman eating crap. Hot news indeed. The guy with the last name Lai, now with his face and the pile of feces, remained speechless. Returning to Wang Bo's house, he found a pile of various supplies around him. The food he prepared this time would be enough for everyone for a month, and he even brought a cooler so people could have carbonated drinks with cold beer. Xiaoyu, they'll surely be delighted. System, help me transfer these things into the space. The system asked. Transfer initiation time. Confirmed transfer? Hey, wait, so much food being transferred. Will there be any deterioration? The system replied. In the space, the system had set up a super preservation function. The food will stay fresh, no matter how long. Wang Bo felt pleased. This system is truly versatile. We won't have to worry about preservation anymore. Then, the system initiated the spatial shift. Inside the post-apocalyptic world, Xiaonan drew 7 lines on wall. 2467. Today is already the 7th day. Big brother Wang is probably coming back soon. Lai Qingping said, if his place is safe enough, he might not come back. We should wish him well. We've received his kindness. We can't find such a good person in this post-apocalyptic world. The master was right. We can take care of ourselves in this world now. He's not obligated to take care of us. Sister Miao, actually last time when Wang left, your thoughts and everyone else's were the same. At that time, you thought he deceived you, but you still held on to hope. Every night, you went to Wang's room to see if Head returned, just when you were losing hope. Wang returned, so let's wait. I believe Wang won't break his promise. Miao Ruyun smiled and nodded. I'm the same. I believe big brother Wang will definitely come back. He wouldn't deceive us. Yes, I also believe in big brother Wang. If he doesn't return, I'll be heartbroken. He agreed to train Xiaobao in shooting. Seeing Xiaobao looking sad, Lai Qingping comforted. Xiaobao, don't worry. Uncle Lai will train you in shooting too. Just then, the door to Wang Bo's room opened, and everyone turned to look. Wang Bo exclaimed loudly, hello everyone, I'm back. Xiaoyu happily ran over and hugged Wang Bo. Big brother Wang, Xiaoyu missed you so much. A warm and gentle feeling swept over them. Wang Bo laughed and said, Xiaoyu, still as enthusiastic as ever. Xiaoman's eyes welled up with tears. Wang, big brother Wang, I thought you wanted to abandon us. Foolish me, my big brother's word is as good as gold. Come here, you brought so many good things for everyone. These are all the freshest fruits. Wow, they look so delicious. Suddenly, I don't feel like biting into them. Miao Ruyun smiled without saying a word. His absence worried everyone, but his return brings joy to everyone immediately. In a short time, Wang Bo has become a backbone of the group. While they were contemplating, Wang Bo walked over to Miao's side. Officer Miao, take a look at what I brought for you. It's the cold Coca-Cola you wanted. Miao Ruyun took the can of Coca-Cola, feeling the coolness. It's really cold, Wang Bo, how big is your fortune? Zhou Yu and Miao Ruyun opened the bottle and took a sip. Miao Ruyun's eyes widened. So refreshing, it feels like soaring to the sky. Seeing the two peaks bouncing beneath the clouds, Wang Bo's mouth watered dangerously. As long as you two like it, he'll continue to bring more for you in the future. Lai Chongping walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Wang, did you bring back any cigarettes as I asked? Wang Bo was suddenly patted on the shoulder. Then he looked at Lai Chongping's face, his hair standing on end. Of course, how could I forget this old man? Lai Chongping happily hugged the pack of cigarettes to his chest. I love you to death, I want to have a child with you. The old man took out a cigarette, put it to his nose, and inhaled deeply. It's been so many years, this scent is intoxicating. I feel like just one sniff and I'd be content to die. Xiaonan hesitated and shouted, Uncle Lai, I want to try too. Lai Chongping waved his hand, go away, go play over there. Smoking is bad for your development, kid. Xiao, Officer Miao, I brought this hot pot seasoning. Bring the big pot out here and let's have hot pot together. Hearing about the hot pot, Xiao's eyes lit up. Quickly, a pot of water was boiled. Wang Bo licked his lips and began adding the seasoning. Miao Ruyun gently remarked, Wang Bo, save some. We'll have a few more meals, there's plenty. Let's make sure everyone eats to their heart's content today. Xiao Bao, Xiao Nan, bring more water to pour into the pot. Xiaoyu said, Big brother Wang, the meat has been sliced and the vegetables are washed. Wang Bo smirked, great, put everything in the pot then. The aroma of the boiling broth filled the air. Xiaonan cried out, I'm dead. What heavenly flavor is this? Following Big Brother Wang means we get to eat everything, everyone, let's dig in. Today's meal is simple, but later on, he'll make sure everyone eats and drinks to their heart's content every day. Without waiting, everyone eagerly grabbed food to eat. Miao Ruyun picked up a piece of meat and tasted it, feeling the flavor, tears welling up in her eyes. Wang Bo was surprised. Xiao Bao, Xiao Nan, why are you two crying? Isn't the food good? Uncle Lai, what's wrong with you? Hey, why is everyone crying like there's a funeral? Is the hot pot too spicy? Or did I cook poorly? No, it's not because of Lai. Yes, the hot pot is delicious. It's just that you all haven't tasted this flavor in a long time, so you're overwhelmed. Remembering the time before the apocalypse, eating hot pot was just an ordinary thing. Back then, food was abundant, not scarce like now. Everyone was under the sun, enjoying life. I remember my parents who were gone. Back then, we could still have a happy meal together at home. I miss my parents, but they could never come back. I also remember my precious niece. When the apocalypse came, I couldn't protect my family. And in the end, I was the only one left alive. My family turned into zombies. If it weren't for Sister Chow Yun saving me and little Ka, I wouldn't be able to have hot pot with everyone today. The familiar taste brings back memories of happier times. Like the last time I listened to music, tears streaming down. Everyone has experienced all sorts of hardships to get to today. It hasn't been easy. Wang Bo sensed the heaviness in everyone's mood and reassured them. The apocalypse has happened and what's done is done. We can't bring it back. We should look forward and continue living the best we can. I believe that with everyone's efforts, We can surely create our own haven in the apocalypse. Brother Wang, do you have a plan? From what I know, to the east lies the vast sea, so we should head in that direction. Even if we don't have houses, we can live temporarily on small islands. As long as we find a suitable area with abundant water sources, I will bring seeds. By then, we can grow some vegetables to sustain ourselves. We can also raise wild boars and some livestock and poultry, so we don't have to worry about food shortages anymore. Although the path seems long and we don't have vehicles, I believe that as long as we are united, we can succeed. Lai Chongping chuckled. I used to disregard such words, but when they come from Wang Bo, they must be trusted. I also find this proposal not bad, but the journey to the east is far and everywhere. There are zombies and armed factions. Xiaobao said, Sister Xiaoyun, don't forget, both I and Shannon know how to use guns. We will protect everyone on the way. That's right, if Big Brother Wang has said so. Let's quickly pack up our belongings and set out tomorrow. Wang Bo nodded thoughtfully. We can't pack up our belongings yet because we're all too full from dinner. We'll have the strength to head east tomorrow. He raised a can of water. Hey everyone, for our great journey ahead, and for those who have left us, our future will surely be better than before. Niao Ruyun and Xiaoyu stared at Wang Bo intently. Wang Bo, you're getting more and more like a teen leader every day. It seems we found the right person. Big Brother Wang is so cool, he makes sure you feel safe. Alright, let's toast to the past. I prepared a new set of clothes for each of you. After eating, let's quickly try them on. In the evening, Niao Ruyun and Xiaoyu were in the room looking at the assorted clothes Wang Bo brought. Wang Bo, where did he get all these random clothes? They're all dresses, how can we fight wearing these? And this one, it's too revealing, where did he find these? Niao Ruyun expressed her embarrassment, and after some deliberation, Xiaoyu exclaimed enthusiastically, Officer Niao, I think this outfit suits you very well. Your figure is so good. It will definitely look beautiful on you. Yes, this one works too, so you should try it on first. Xiaoyu continued rummaging through the clothes. Suddenly she saw something fluffy. Not sure what it was. Why does this look like a cat's ear? Inside the bathroom, Wang Bo undressed, wanting to relax and wash up a bit. He approached the bathtub and found the note stuck on it. Big Brother Wang, you've worked hard, so I boiled hot water for you. You can soak in the hot water and take a bath. Signed, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is so considerate, but water is just hot enough. Ha, so refreshing. Although bathing in the real mansion is simple, bathing during the apocalypse feels strangely different. Come to think of it, Eve had a mansion in reality with endless money to spend for generations, but every time I only enjoyed it for a day, and then I had returned to the apocalypse. Regardless, humans have emotions, and at the very least, I should create a safe survival space for everyone. That way, even if the system malfunctions and I can't return, there's no need to worry. The system suddenly interjected, Players, please rest assured, our system is extremely stable. The issue you're concerned about doesn't exist. Wang Bo's mouth twitched. Oh my, did I spoil you too much? So you're misbehaving? You dare to read my thoughts aloud? I'm just addressing your concerns. If you want to protect your teammates in the apocalypse, you need to find more treasures to level up. Understand? Recharge to make yourself stronger. Outside the door, there came Shuyu's voice calling out, Big Brother Wang, is the water warm enough? If not, I'll add some more hot water. Shouyu, the water's just right. Thank you. Blushing, Shouyu leaned in. If it's just right, I'd like to bathe together. Wang Bo stood up awkwardly. Bathing. Bathing together, that's not really appropriate. You go ahead. Seeing Shouyu wrapped in just a towel heading in, Wang Bo's face flushed. Shouyu, if you need to bathe urgently, I can leave first. Shouyu unwrapped the towel and got into the bathtub. No need, I want to bathe with you. Wang Bo blushed, closing his eyes. Shouyu, you're too innocent. For adults like us, only couples bathe together. Shouyu approached and asked, then let's be a couple. But Shouyu, I like you. I don't know why, but I can't help thinking about you. Hearing this, the little demon on Wang Bo's shoulder urged him, Wang Bo, stop thinking nonsense. Get out of here. Wang Bo kicked the little demon away. Hold on. Shoyu, perhaps she only sees me as her support. I can't take advantage of her vulnerability. Shoyu's arm brushed against something below, and she immediately asked, Wang, there seems to be something in the bathtub. Could it be a snake crawling in? Wang Bo muttered to himself, this is not good. I can't contain it. He scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry Shoyu, I won't touch anymore, it's too awkward. Wang Bo placed his hand on Shoyu's shoulder and spoke seriously. I know perhaps it's because I take care of you that you've developed feelings, but are you sure it's love? What if I don't like you back? I do, but that doesn't mean I'll claim you as mine. But I hope you understand your feelings for me. Are they love or just gratitude? In being too complicated. Shoyu, you might not understand. That's why I said we can't rush into this. You still don't fully understand. Wait until you think clearly. Until you know for sure that you love me, not just like me. Then it's not too late for us to start being together. Shoyu sank into the water murmuring, but I thought it through. I agree. Wang Bo dried himself off and returned to the room. I almost lost control. Their bathing was so relaxing. Actually, Wang Bo doesn't even know what he's hesitating about anymore. Shoyu is so gentle and cute. Her figure is beautiful too. How many men wouldn't want a girl like her? Compared to Xiaoxin, who just sees him as a free handyman, Shoyu is truly good. Perhaps having been betrayed before, Wang Bo finds it hard to accept Shoyu's feelings like this. Perhaps he genuinely likes Shoyu, which is why he values these feelings like this. In a short time, he can't understand it anymore. Moreover, the deeper the feelings, the harder it is to sever the ties in such chaotic times. Lost in thought, Shoyu walked in. This time, she adorned herself in a provocative outfit. Hearing the noise, Wang Bo turned around, only to be taken aback by the sight before him, causing his nose to bleed profusely. What are you doing? He exclaimed, seeing Wang Bo's reaction. Shoyu knew we like this kind of attire. Hey Wang, this time you won't refuse me, she teased. Wang Bo hurriedly stemmed the bleeding from his nose. Where did you get this outfit from? Did you find it among the things I bought for us? He asked, trying to compose himself. How does it look? Wang Bo was astonished. Did I find it among the things I bought? Oh, I remember now. Earlier, when I was selecting outfits for everyone, I spent quite some time in the shop, and then I was recommended a naval-themed outfit. When I saw it, I immediately thought, Shoyu, you would look stunning in this. So somehow, I ended up placing an order for it, along with many others. Shoyu softly called out, Wang, big brother, then leaned into him, saying, Eve thought it through. Since living with you, I haven't worried about hunger anymore. There's good food, and most importantly, you've been so gentle with me. I feel safe being with you. Wang Bo spoke softly, Shoyu, I accept you. As soon as the words trailed off, Shoyu tipped to kiss Wang Bo's lips. Then Wang Bo laid Shoyu on the bed, asking, Shoyu, are you sure about this? You can't take back your word. Blushing, Shoyu nodded lightly. That night, the sound in Wang Bo's room echoed incessantly. After a joyful night, early on the second day, the group set off for the sea. On the way, they found no car that could start, so they had to go on foot. This reminded Wang Bo that he needed to quickly find more gold to upgrade the system, so they could bring the car and energy to the end of the world. During the day, they encountered some zombies, but now, the group had enough guns and ammunition to deal with them easily. However, to avoid attracting more zombies with loud noises, they could only use knives. Moreover, Wang Bo noticed that after upgrading to the Diamond-level Great Club, his agility had greatly improved. Mio Ruyun also noticed this and couldn't help but praise Wang Bo, since you returned. It seems your skills have improved. Have you been secretly training? Wang Bo smirked, haha, of course I can't rely on Officer Mio to protect me all the time. Shoyu intimately wrapped her arm around Wang Bo's. Wang, with such skill and intelligence, I feel truly safe being with you. Mio Ruyun felt oddly curious and tilted her head, looking over. Why do they seem to be getting closer day by day? Unbeknownst to them, darkness had fallen. The group found an abandoned area by the roadside to rest. Moreover, it appeared to be an affluent neighborhood, offering the chance to scavenge valuable items left behind. This could quickly assist Wang Bo in advancing his system. Although there were many mansions, Wang Bo opted for a dormitory area for rest as it provided the highest vantage point for observation. Any incidents could be detected swiftly. Alright, tonight we'll stay here. In the evening, two individuals hid among the bushes, observing the residential area where everyone was resting. Hey, do you smell that? I can smell it. It seems like the scent of grilled meat they're cooking rice. Following them along the road, their backpacks are so large. There must be plenty of provisions. Instead of moping around, let go of that thought and act like humans. Do you like playing the role of a demon? They have guns, relying on our little firepower. How can we fight them back? If you're scared, just say so. They only have 2 men, one of whom is disabled. The rest are children and women. With so many of us, we surely can't defeat them. Think about that stash of provisions. What you're saying makes sense. Let's go back and report to the village chief. The two turned and ran off. At night in Wang Bo's bedroom, Xiaoyu sat up and changed her clothes. She smiled down at Wang Bo, choosing not to wake him, but let him sleep a little longer. Outside on the balcony, Old Lai brought the cigarette to his nose for a puff. Hearing footsteps, he sat up and said, "Xiaoyu, wasn't it supposed to be a change of guard every 3 hours? Uncle Lai, I couldn't sleep so I came out early. Your late wound hasn't fully healed yet, so you should rest more. I've got it covered here. Why are you being so kind? You go rest now." "Yes, sir, please go inside and rest." "All right. If there's anything, remember to inform everyone beforehand." Old Lai went inside feeling appreciative. "You really have abundant energy." Outside, rain began to pour. Not far away, rustling sounds echoed in the bushes. Xiaoyu heard it attentively and looked down. "Village chief, we've gathered enough." The village chief asked, "Is there someone standing guard across? Are all your men armed?" "Don't worry, we've brought everything." "Good, now let's charge in and take them down." Xiaoyu used the scope to look down. Indeed, just as Wang predicted, there have been people passing by recently. Both sides have surrounded us already. After Siue's signal, everyone dressed and went out onto the balcony. "Xiaoyu, how does it look outside?" "I just counted roughly. The other side has about 20 people. It's hard to see clearly in the rain. We still don't know if they're armed." 20 people, either they're just an advanced team or the actual number is even greater. "So, Miao and the police go. Xiaoyu and I will guard the windows. Uncle Lai, you guard the stairs to prevent them from sneaking up here." Old Lai felt somewhat guilty for not detecting earlier. "Don't worry, Eve got the stairs covered. No problem guaranteed." Xiao Nan and Xiao Bao exclaimed eagerly. "Brother Wang, Xiao Bao, and I also want to fight alongside you. Driving the enemy away, it's right, let them taste our fierceness." Old Lai pointed. "Inside these 2 kids will go protect Xiao Yan. Conveniently organize the luggage, it's time to prepare for a breakthrough." Wang Bo used the spyglass to observe the situation below. They're starting to disperse. Looks like they want to encircle us quietly. Forget it, let's kill a few to scare off the rest. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Wang Bo shot one. Blowing off his skull, the others shouted in fear. "Quick, everyone run, we've been discovered, they've seen us run." They quickly fled without a trace. "Great job. Big Wang, your gunshot scared them all away, can't let them off so easily. Watch me deal with a few more." Someone praised. Wang Bo intervened. "Xiaoyu, don't shoot. Earlier I fired only because circumstances forced me. If that gunshot attracts a horde of zombies here, we'll have a hard time escaping." Wang Bo was right. As long as those people don't bother us anymore, there's no need to engage with them. Tomorrow morning we'll leave this place. Xiaoyu's expression turned grim. If they dare to come, they'll surely kill each one of them. I absolutely won't let anyone else have the chance to harm Big Brother Wang. Wang Bo couldn't help but feel a chill like Xiaoyu's expression. Xiaoyu's eyes could devour someone whole. I must not offend her in the future or else I'll end up dead without knowing why. Somewhere not far from the villa area. Inside a house, the village guards gathered. The strange indeed, it's pitch black out there, yet how did they spot us so easily? I reckon they must have some advanced technology weapons in their hands. like those night vision goggles or screens that work in the dark. So why can't we act at night? Sneak attacks won't work. And even in the daytime, we can't possibly defeat them with sheer bravery. Village chief, what's your plan? The village chief smirked menacingly. It's easy. Don't we have over 300 zombies confined to the west of our village? Let's release them to surround them, release them all. What's the worst that could happen? Enough talk, move quickly, tell everyone to split up and act. Lure the zombies towards them, let's see how much ammo they have. Returning to the villa area, the rain had stopped. Xiaoyu, it'll be dawn in a few hours. Those guys probably won't come back. You should go rest, he said, nowhere else. Xiaoyu wants to stay here with big brother Wang. Silly, I'm not gonna run away. Now's a critical time, you should conserve your energy, he said. Below, there was a rustling sound, and Wang Bo quickly looked back. More noise, they're really coming back. Xiaoyu scrutinized the area below big brother Wang. This time, it seems there are only 2 people. Wang Bo was furious, showing mercy and still not accepting it. They just want to deliver themselves to death. Then don't blame us for being ruthless. Xiaoyu took precise shots and the 2 figures fell to the ground without a sound. Wang Bo raised his thumb, as expected of Xiaoyu. Excellent. Xiaoyu was pleased to receive Wang Bo's praise. Xiaoyu, you should go rest first, I can handle things here alone. Xiaoyu, don't get tired, Xiaoyu just wants to be with Wang. Below, there was another noise, and Xiaoyu turned her head, shouting, Hold on, that's the sound of zombies. Below the building, many zombies were slowly advancing, and there were many more on the other side. It's probably because of the gunfire earlier. It attracted the zombies nearby, Xiaoyu suspected. There were gunshots last night, too, but we didn't see any zombies then. Why are there so many now? But she quickly understood. It must be those people playing tricks. It seems they want to trap us here to die. Wang Bo suddenly laughed. Ha, that's great then. Xiaoyu exclaimed, Big brother Wang, what do you mean it's great? Oh, never mind, you're talking about those people being really annoying. But with the intelligence of zombies, they basically can't pose a threat to us. Now that there are so many zombies coming to the door, it's the perfect time for Xiaobo and me to practice shooting. Everyone doesn't need to worry about time. We have more than enough supplies. Since we can't leave now, let's just stay here and rest for a few more days. Not only you recover physically, but also to listen to Big Brother Wang's advice. As long as it's Big Brother Wang's words, Xiaoyu can be at ease. The noise outside grew louder and louder, and everyone inside the house also realized what's happening. What's going on here? Why are there suddenly so many zombies coming like this? If we don't deal with this zombie horde properly, we definitely won't be able to get out. Earlier, before sleeping, Wang Bo instructed us not to kill those zombies, saying he wanted to leave them for shooting practice. With so many zombies like this, when will we be able to handle them? Neo Ruin smiled, saying, Don't worry, after all, this darn thing won't be able to get up. Now on the contrary, there's no need to worry about those people sneaking up on us. We can have a good night's sleep with me here. Everything will be fine, everyone go rest now. We'll deal with other matters when Wang Bo wakes up tomorrow. In the bedroom, after a fierce battle, Wang Bo and Xiaoyu fell asleep exhausted. Across the building, the village guards watched attentively. Xiaoyu just trapped them in the building. Catching them will be as easy as pie. I don't believe their food can sustain them for long. Sooner or later, they'll have to deal with those zombies. Let's wait until they're almost out of ammo. Then we'll attack immediately and see how they'll run. So the night passed peacefully with nothing happening. The next morning, Wang Bo stretched and yawned. Sleeping a full night feels much better. Xiaomen couldn't wait and urged, Wang, let's go practice Shuyu together. There's a large pile of zombies downstairs waiting to die. No rush, you must be hungry, let's eat something first, going down later won't be too late. Those people are definitely spying on us nearby. Just enough for them to watch. Xiaobao, you haven't cooked for us in a while. Can you make stir-fry beef today? Xiaonan and Xiaobao exclaimed excitedly, wow, incredible. Is that really beef? So good, having beef to eat is such a treat. Miao Ruyan remarked, Wang Bo, I know you brought along plenty of food. But considering our current predicament, we only have a little wild vegetables left. It would be better not to waste them. Don't worry, there's plenty of food overall. And making these dishes isn't just about simple eating. Across the street, the villagers were cooking soup. Hey, have a sip of this soup, endure a bit longer. Wilson, have meat to eat, I'm so tired of this wild vegetable soup. Well, definitely get to eat meat. As they brought the soup bowl to their lips, they caught a strange scent. And others exclaimed, smell that, it seems like the scent of beef. And there's also the aroma of ginger and dried chili. Yes, and maybe even the smell of onions. They're cooking something extravagant. Wang Bo, while stir-frying, laughed heartily. Haha, my cooking skills are superb. I learned them while working part-time in college. Let's get this into the pot. Stir-fried beef with onions. Come near and taste it. It's absolutely delicious. Like a 5-star chef's dish. Nyo Ruyun nodded in approval. The plate is full of meat. This is truly stir-fried beef with onions done right. Xiao Nan and Xiao Bao couldn't resist anymore. Looking at the plate full of meat, Nyo Ruyun pointed at Wang Bo. Well done. Wang Bo, I didn't expect you to know how to cook. Lao Lai also praised Xiao Wan, you're amazing. No wonder Chiu is so attached to you. Even I feel like loving you now. Nyo Ruyun furrowed her eyebrows. I'm talking about you. Wang Bo, was it necessary to create such a strong-smelling dish? You did it on purpose to let those people know, didn't you? Wang Bo chuckled. Exactly. Officer Miao, you still understand me. I'm sure they're nearby. I have to make them furious before we can deal with them. Ha, you're so mischievous. That's your style, isn't it? Men misbehave, otherwise women won't love them. Seeing them jesting so happily, Xiaoyu pouted and grabbed Wang Bo's hand. Seeing this, Wang Bo quickly changed the subject. Would you all like some stir-fried broccoli with peeled shrimp? I'll go make it right away. Wow, isn't that great? Across the street, a person unable to contain their anger smashed a bowl. While others are having good food, we're stuck drinking this nauseating wild vegetable soup. Stay calm, what's the rush? Village chief, you told us to remain calm, didn't you? Look, they've even resorted to cannibalism to survive. What do they have that makes them better off than us? Stay calm, everyone has their fate. Remember back when the apocalypse just started, our village had over 300 people. Initially, we worked hard to farm for ourselves. Though not wealthy, we had enough to eat. But then, others came and raided our food supplies, followed by zombie attacks. The infection spread relentlessly. From over 300 people, we've dwindled to just over 30 today. For survival, what haven't we endured? I know you've been hungry for a long time. Now with meat right in front of us, we can't afford to lose our composure. Let them indulge for now, wait for the right moment. We won't just take their supplies, but even their flesh. We won't overlook anything, not even their meat. After breakfast, the group led by Weinbao started firing guns. Village chief, they're shooting, huh? They must be in a hurry to leave. Let's wait until they run out of ammo. Then victory will be ours. On the other side, Shellman and Shellbao were practicing shooting, and with each gunshot a zombie fell. Weinbao praised Shellman, excellent job. You've taken down another head. You only need one more for a total of 10. In contrast, Shellbao has only gotten 5 so far. Keep it up, you'll catch up soon, Shellbao replied. Yes, I won't lose. Master, is it wasteful to let Weinbao train us like this, using up so much ammo? Lalai laughed heartily. Not wasteful at all. It's a long-term investment. Suddenly, a bullet pierced through a zombie's head, and Shelllan cheered, hooray, Eve got tet now. Shellbao sighed, alas, I glossed Shellman, well done. Hey, race your reward, a marinated chicken thigh. Shellman thanked him and then said, Excel Bao, let's split this chicken thigh between us. Shellbao was surprised, but this is your reward. Shellman chuckled, that's okay, we're like family. When we have something good, we naturally share. Shellbao widened his eyes and muttered, family like family. Lalai cheerfully patted Shellman's head. Ha, it's not easy for a kid like you. Weinbao poured out a pile of food, come here. Shellbao, Shellman, seeing you two make such effort in learning. These are all rewards for you. You must strive harder in the future. Everyone will have their share. The children cheered excitedly. Nio Ruiyuan expressed some concern. Winebao, if we eat like this, will there be enough food? Police Officer Nio, you can rest assured, there will definitely be enough. Nio Ruiyuan didn't say anything further. The items in Winebao's bag, after being emptied out today, will be filled again tomorrow. How does he manage to produce so much food? Although I really want to know if this is his secret, then I shouldn't dwell on it too much. Shellman proudly displayed a rifle, boasting that he knew how to use it. Winebao took the rifle, aimed down, and Shellbao craned his neck to look down and asked, Wang, how many zombies are you planning to eliminate? Xiaonan replied, well, it goes without saying. Wang will surely eliminate them all. Alright, everyone, keep calm and watch his performance. Then the three continued to shoot incessantly, even into the night, the sound of gunfire persisting. The villagers couldn't help but salivate. Oh my, gunfire from daytime until now. How much ammo do they have? Such strong firepower, is he planning to wipe out all these zombies? The village heads sighed inwardly. Are there still people with such full equipment? Despite his fear, he tried to reassure everyone, don't worry, let's wait a bit longer. Engaging them like this will only attract more zombies. And sooner or later they'll run out of ammo. Underneath the skeletal building, filled with debris, Wang Buolei exhausted on the chair while three others massaged him. Oh, I'm so tired. Please massage me faster. Xiaoyu suggested, Wang, let Xiaoyu help you with the shooting. If you keep this up, you'll exhaust yourself. No need, let me handle these zombies. They serve a great purpose for me. Xiaobao was curious. Serve a purpose? Wang, what purpose do these zombies serve for you? Of course, I use them to practice shooting. People don't notice, but the headshot ratio is getting higher every day. Xiao Nan's eyes sparkled. Wang, you're truly my idol. I've counted, you've taken down over 300 already. Wang sighed inwardly. If I want to level up the system, I have to rely on shooting down zombies myself, no matter how exhausting it is. The next morning, Wang Bo let everyone live like it was a vacation, eating and resting as they please, while he continued to clear out zombies. Every gunshot attracted another wave of zombies, but it also allowed Wang Bo to gain more experience for leveling up the system. The system reminded him, congratulations, player. Your shooting proficiency has reached level 4, increasing critical hit rate by 150 points, attack burst rate by 150 points, shooting range by 350 meters. To level up again, you need to kill 10,000 ghouls. Your current progress is not over 10,000. Through these days of firearm training, coupled with the increase in shooting proficiency, his shooting skills now surpassed even Police Officer Miao's. With the enhanced shooting proficiency, the guns in Wang Bo's hands transformed into hunting rifles. Despite being besieged here for 7 days without finding anything valuable, it ironically provided Wang Bo with the opportunity to improve his skills, serving as an unintended achievement. The 7th and final day arrived, and Wang Bo placed a heavy box down. Alright, this is all the equipment I brought here this time. Wow, Wang, do you have a magical bag? Where did all these come from? I thought after a few days of eating good food, we'd have to resort to wild greens again. No wonder every time I mentioned saving, you said it was enough. These things are indeed enough for you to come back to, not just for a week, but if properly preserved, they can last more than a month adhering to old customs. In the next 7 days, everyone just needs to eat well and take care of themselves. I guarantee that in 7 days it'll bring back even more. Trust me, we believe in you. Through the recent period of interaction, I reckon everyone has figured it out. I can indeed bring food to everyone, but these foods require gold and expensive jewelry to exchange for. Although now gold and jewelry cannot compare to survival supplies, I have a way to turn them into valuable assets. When the time is right, I will explain it clearly to everyone. Wang, rest assured, Xiaoyu will definitely help you protect this secret. Everyone spoke earnestly. No matter what measures you have, you helped us so much. We will definitely keep this secret for you. Wang Bao, rest assured, Even if there were 100 guns pointed at me, I wouldn't say a word. In the same, Wang Bao waved his hand shyly. Alright, I understand. You don't need to be so serious, I have to go now. There are still a few zombies left downstairs. Let them be the door guards. Everyone, please stay safe. You too, Wang. Take care of yourself. Returning to reality, somewhere in a street corner, Wang Bao sat down amidst the bushes. Hey system, can you land me back in the real world? Perhaps a bit more accurately this time. The system responded, no problem, I'll arrange it better next time. Wang Bao took out his broken phone and checked it. What's been happening lately? I might not be able to keep up with the trends. Sure enough, all the missed calls were from Hanfei in Liping. Wang Bao checked the call history and noticed a missed call from Zhao Shun. He smirked, what does she want from me? Could it be that she's been dumped and wants to chew back old grass? Whatever, let her be. Let's ask about Hanfei's shop first. Hello, Wang Bao, where are you? Why couldn't I reach you on the phone? I'm out working. The signal isn't good over here, so I couldn't hear your calls. By the way, have the police come looking for you guys? No, why would the police look for us? Didn't I already beat up Dong from the Black Tiger gang? I'm afraid they'll report us to the police. Don't worry, if those hoodlums look for police help, they'll be looked down upon by their own kind. Aha, that's right. As for my shop matter, Eve settled it with Lai Ping. That's settled then. I was just about to ask you, it's too late today, let's talk tomorrow. Wang Bao just hung up the phone when another call came in. Glancing back, he saw it was Zhao Shun. Hello, Zhao Shun, are you looking for me? Standing outside the balcony, Zhao Shun asked, Wang Bao, I heard you got injured by Black Tiger Gang's gunshots. Is that true? If it is, what's going on? It seems like it's none of my business to interfere, right? I just wanted to remind you, I know I'm at fault and am not asking for your forgiveness. I just want to tell you, you've gotten yourself into big trouble now, so be careful in the future. Ha, did that young Master Lai say that to you? Exactly, even though he was extremely shocked after finding out you had a gun. Neither he nor the Black Tiger Gang intend to let it slide like that. It seems like he's hiring an assassin to deal with you, so you have to be careful. Seeing Lai approaching, Zhao Shun greeted him quickly before handing up the phone. Wang Bao was suspicious. Why is Zhao Shun suddenly so kind? But then again, even though my shooting skills are at level 4, using guns in the current world is really not acceptable. Hiring an assassin to deal with me. If I don't use guns and rely solely on the great strength Vajrapong, it might not be enough. Wang Bao dialed the system. Hello players, how can I assist you? Wang Bao thought to himself, I need to quickly upgrade my great strength Vajrapong. That's the fastest way. The system responded, no problem, I'll arrange it right away. Currently there are 150 kilograms of gold left in the system space, just enough for one withdrawal. Wang Bao calculated, let's withdraw once first. If it doesn't work out, it'll take 1,000 kilograms from the basement to withdraw 10 times in a row first. Then I'll wait until I find gold in the apocalypse and supplement it later. Players shouldn't get angry. The system only needs 50,000 kilograms of gold to upgrade. After upgrading, the system will activate trading. So by then I can directly use gold to exchange for items. The system replied, that's correct, no need to adjust. So withdraw once first, regardless of what you get. Stop there. Gather enough 50,000 kilograms of gold to upgrade. Wang Bao exclaimed the incantation. Actively spin the wheel. Luck will come. With a beep, the screen of the device kept moving continuously, and after a while, the skill book appeared. Wang Bao excitedly shouted, wow, they're huge. Finally, unlucky ones. The skill, Supreme Vajra level 1, increases agility by 5 points. After practicing to the highest level, the speed will be as fast as flying, capable of crossing rivers. Immediately after activation, it can take a step of 3 meters and jump 2 meters high per second, consuming 10 mana. Currently, there are 420 mana points, and the condition for upgrading using the skill is 100 times. Note that each time it's activated, full mana must be charged, and it counts as one activation when all mana is depleted. Wang Bao pointed at the screen. How is this mana calculated? The system replied, Mana is formed based on how many points of spiritual attribute. Each point of spirit is equivalent to 10 mana. Wang Bao's current attribute table: Strength 50 plus 6, Agility 52 plus 6, Stamina 50, Spirit 42. Oh, currently except for the spirit points, the other attributes have reached the normal level in the apocalypse. Now I need to try out this new skill. Wang Bao walked down the street. It's 5 kilometers from here to the city center. How long would it take to get there? Bending down and sprinting off, Wang Bao exclaimed, using the skill, I immediately feel my body becoming lighter. After a while, Wang Bao found the chair to sit and rest. Running 5 kilometers took only 9 minutes with an average of less than 2 minutes per km. Just relying on this alone, I could win the Olympic marathon. At this moment, a loud shout came. Old man, you don't know this place belongs to the Black Tiger Gang. Hearing it was the Black Tiger Gang, Wang Bao frowned and looked over. The girl yelled, Let my dad go. The old man, grabbed by the collar, trembled. Sorry, I really didn't know. Today's my first day setting up a stall here. Ignorance is no excuse, but now just pay the protection fee to us and you'll be fine. Wang Bao muttered, Black Tiger Gang. Isn't that the gang of people led by Dong Jie last time? So they're also playing the protection fee game. The bald man walked up and patted the moss-headed man. Hey Ajay, don't stir things up and threaten people. Yes sir, Zhang taught me. Zhang, the bald man, looked at the old man and said, Hey old man, it's just a protection fee. I'll cover it for you. The old man's face turned pale. No need. I'll leave immediately. The people around, knowing they were from the Black Tiger Gang, couldn't help but feel afraid and didn't dare to get close. Wang Bao looked over. This Black Tiger Gang is quite notorious. Seems like they've been making trouble here for a while. Zhang patted the old man's shoulder. It's all right. It's too strange. Your daughter looks very much like my younger sister and she's already developed so much in school uniform. Too much. Let me check if her hormone development is too strong. Okay. Hi, the old man panicked. Oh no, don't. She's not of age yet, this beastly thing. The moss-headed man held the old man tightly. You old bastard, mind your words. The girl closed her eyes and shouted, Don't come over here. Wang Bao couldn't resist rolling up his sleeves. You dare to pull off such antics in broad daylight. Where's the law, huh? Don't worry, little sister. I'll handle this gently. As Zhang's hand moved to touch the girl's chest, another hand stopped him. Who the hell? The one who intervened wasn't Wang Bao, but an old man. These young men, so strong yet bullying the elderly, threatening women, a waste of manhood. Balshang shouted, You damn old man, do you know who I am? Let go or I'll break your mouth right now. The old man chuckled. Ha 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 ha, break my mouth. Let's see you try. Zhang, trembling, muttered, encountered a ghost. Why do I feel so powerless? Rovate yelled, Zhang, what are you waiting for? Beat him up, smashed his mouth, dared to mess with the Black Tiger Gang. The surrounding people were puzzled. Why isn't that Balshang moving? Others might not notice, but Wang Bao could see one thing. That Balshang wasn't unwilling to move, but unable to. The old man chuckled and asked, Why the silence now? The bravado you had when you said you'd smashed my mouth earlier, where did it go? Zhang, grinding his teeth, looked at his gang. You idiots still standing there doing nothing. Hurry up and help me beat this old man to death. Do I have to do everything myself? Rovate released the old man and rushed forward. You damn old man. Tired of living? Huh? Dare to challenge us? The old man stood still as the guy punched him in the face. Oh, not bad with martial arts, but lacking a bit of skill. Rovate's face turned pale. Does this old man know some dark magic? Hitting him in the face felt like cotton, completely ineffective. Witchcraft, what nonsense in the 21st century, the youth nowadays, forgetting all the heritage left by our ancestors. Let me tell you, this is martial arts. Finishing his words, the old man unleashed 2 strikes, sending the other 2 flying, and silence fell around them. Wang Bao's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, this old man is really formidable. The thugs, enraged, drew their knives. Well, show this old man the consequences of crossing the Black Tiger Gang. Deal with him, all of you tear him apart, the old man is foolish. Isn't it better for him to live a few more years? He's just seeking death, the old man gracefully evaded. Haha, I'm truly tired of living, but no one can kill me. A strike landed off target, grazing the jaw of the blonde man, while another attacker lunged forward, taunting, you old bastard, I don't believe you can't be killed. A cowardly mouse with a tiger's mouth, feeble and powerless. Wielding a knife like that, you should be careful not to injure yourself. Consider this a lesson for you, ha 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 ha. Buffalo with buffalo, horse with horse, lying together is harmony. John Trock grabbed the chair from nowhere, swinging it wildly. You old bastard, eat one of my chairs, the old man chuckled, a feeble mind and 4 undeveloped limbs, can you even stand up? But before the old man could retaliate, Winebow rushed in, great strength but draw palm. He struck hard at John Trock's side, causing him to cry out in pain, while the old man looked on in astonishment. Could this be the supreme great strength but draw palm of Shaolin? Impressive to have such power at a young age. John Trock fell heavily to the ground and onlookers cheered. You're awesome, really impressive. Those punks deserved a lesson. Winebow turned back and asked, Old sir, are you okay? Ha ha ha, no worries, the kid's got some skills. The old man, supported by his daughter, said, Thank you both for saving us, we're truly grateful. How can we repay you? No need, it's just an injustice we encountered. Winebow said, Sir, by offending them this time, I'm afraid they won't let it slide easily. Don't set up shop here anymore. Okay, well, leave immediately. Realizing they had picked the tough straw, the Black Tiverdang members beat a hasty retreat. John Trock, attempting to flee, was called back by Winebow. Hey, Bulby, causing trouble and then wanting to run. I haven't finished with you yet. John Trock, terrified, held his head. Spare me, big bro, don't hit me. Haha, look at how scared you are. Winebow thought, by offending them this time, they'll surely come looking for us. Let's give them a scare. Then he said, I know this is Black Tiger Gang territory, but it's not right to bully people like that. Yes, big bro taught me well, I won't dare anymore. May I ask? Big bro and the old gentleman, which martial arts school do you belong to? Why did you eavesdrop on our conversation to seek revenge? No, I'm not associated with any gang, but remember my name, Winebow. Oh, I don't know your esteemed name, but those guys don't deserve to hear it. They'll tell you later, so they'll leave. Baldy, did you hear that? The old man said to Scram. John Trock broke out in a cold sweat and replied, I understand. I'll leave immediately. Only now did John Trock startle himself. He said his name is Wangwa, not the person Dongjia wanted to deal with before. I heard he not only has good martial arts skills, but also shot Dongjia, causing our boss to still be hospitalized. I didn't expect that after surviving that disaster, I would directly encounter him this time. Running away seems like the best option. Wangbo called out again, Hey Baldy. John Trock quickly stammered, Do you have any other instructions, or are you deaf or pretending not to hear? Yes sir, I'll leave immediately. Seeing this scene, everyone burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! Who would have thought Black Tiger Gang would have such a day? The two heroes are so cool. The kind-hearted old man reminded, Young people, you've offended the Black Tiger Gang. They won't let it go easily. You two should leave quickly. Yes, it's better to protect yourselves. Thank you all for the reminder, I'll leave first. The other old man spoke up. Wangwa, would you like to have a cup of tea with me? Wangwa smiled, of course I'd be honored. A moment later, the two raised their teacups together. From what I see, your great strength, Vidrapam, seems to have reached the 2nd level. Right, I wonder how old you are this year. Wangbo was deeply impressed. Indeed, this senior is truly skilled, even discussing techniques at such a high level. Yes, I am 21 years old this year, still a student. To have mastered such profound skills at 21, truly admirable. Senior, you flatter me too much. Being able to execute the Tai Chi fist and the pure Vidrapam so skillfully, I am truly impressed. Senior's praise is excessive, it's me who admires you. Since you praised me so much, may I ask for a favor? I wonder if you would agree. Wangbo responded eagerly. Senior, Please speak if I can assist you. It would be an honor. I'd like to exchange techniques with my Tai Chi fist against your great strength Vajrapalm. Wangbo was taken aback. That wouldn't be appropriate. My great strength Vajrapalm is pure power, quite easy to cause harm. But rest assured, my Tai Chi fist is not just a name. You won't hurt me, that's settled. I hope for your guidance, senior. Just now, Wangbo also sensed the aura on this senior, realizing he also wanted to spar for a while, albeit not at full strength. The elder waved his hand. You go first, my numb friend. If you strike first, I won't have a chance anymore. Still, you go ahead first. Don't worry, you won't harm me, so there's no need for courtesy. You go ahead and make your move. Wangbo thought to himself, use only 30 of strength to probe first. His hand, utilizing the great strength Vajrapalm, moved forward, but the old man pushed it aside. Then, his hand circled Wangbo's wrist, neutralizing the attack. Wangbo was astonished. Too fast, I couldn't even see his movements clearly. The elder then struck out with a palm straight to Wangbo's abdomen, causing him to stagger backward. A gentle strike could push him meters away. He looked amazed. The senior is truly skilled. It seems he's holding back a bit. Otherwise, I'd be lying on the ground by now. The elder said, take it easy. This is the wonder of Tai Chi fist. You didn't use your full strength. It's as if you underestimate me. Wangbo clasped his hands. I apologize, senior, for my arrogance. From now on, I'll show proper respect. I'll use my full strength. Haha, indeed, there's no need for courtesy. Let's spar. Please continue to guide me, senior. With a light shout, Wangbo rushed forward. After a while, the elder poured a cup of tea for Wangbo. Well done, my friend. Today's sparring was refreshing. Wangbo, with bruises on his face, smiled. Thank you for your teachings, senior. To cultivate internal strength to this level at such a young age shows great talent. But your techniques lack flexibility. You were injured by me because of your lack of real combat experience. To fully unleash the power of the great strength Vajrapalm, you need more practical combat experience. Wangbo chuckled and scratched his head. Senior, your teachings are invaluable. After our recent sparring session, I have a request, though I'm not sure if I should ask. Haha, please go ahead, my friend. I want to learn the Tai Chi fist from you. I wonder if you would accept me as your disciple. Oh, you haven't even completed mastering the great strength Vajrapalm, and now you want to learn Tai Chi fist. Aren't you worried it might affect your practice of the great strength Vajrapalm? Wangbo immediately stood up, clasping his hands. Please rest assured about this matter, senior. I absolutely won't abandon my practice of the great strength Vajrapalm. I've noticed that while the great strength Vajrapalm is indeed powerful, it relies solely on physical strength. Against a stronger opponent, it may fail. Tai Chi fist, however, is different. It can advance for offense and retreat for defense, and it can even borrow force to attack. I believe Tai Chi fist can complement the weaknesses of the great strength Vajrapalm and enhance its control without fear of injuring others. You have a unique perspective. The great strength Vajrapalm is a martial art that emphasizes masculine energy, but it's also a martial art of Buddhist practitioners embodying the compassionate spirit of Buddhism. Yet you don't let your mastery make you arrogant, and you're even concerned about harming others. It shows that your character is not bad. Therefore, I will accept you as my disciple. Wangbo exclaimed excitedly. Really? That's wonderful, thank you. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. The old master chuckled and helped Wangbo up. Ha, there's no need for excessive formality. I have something to tell you. Unexpectedly, after going out for a stroll, the old master picked up a precious disciple. My real name is Lai Xianghua, and the martial arts I practice are family heritage, usually not passed down to outsiders. Wangbo thought to himself, not passed down to outsiders? If it's passed down to me, it means he considers me as family. Rest assured, master, from now on, I will dedicate myself to learning the martial arts, never betraying your trust. How much progress I make will be my own determination. But if after I am accepted, I may think shameful or unethical, then I shall accept the consequences. Wangbo broke into a cold sweat. The pressure is intense. The way master handles things is truly that of a grand master. I haven't mistaken in choosing him as my master. He pledged, "Yes, master. I will never do anything to disgrace my martial family, nor will I act against my conscience." All right, there's no need to be so cautious in front of me. Pour me a cup of tea and complete the bowing ceremony, please. Yes, master, here it is, take your time. Look at how happy you are, as if you found gold. Being accepted as your disciple is even more joyful than finding gold. Afterwards, Wanghua took his two friends to the car dealership. Lai Ping asked Wanghua, "Do you really want to buy luxury cars for both of us? Isn't it a bit extravagant? Buying cars for both of us is to enhance work productivity. Besides, as shareholders of the company, purchasing luxury cars is more fitting for our status. So Wanghua, what kind of car do you want?" I already thought about it. I want to buy a big, really big touring car, a big Jinbei." Han Fei was astonished. "Jinbei, you're buying us luxury cars, yet you're only getting yourself a Jinbei. Have you gone crazy because of sudden wealth?" I have my own way of thinking. See, all of you, there are many people like them. If we want to ride together in one car, then Jinbei is the most suitable. They'll definitely be very happy this store isn't bad, they have cars from every brand. Let's go take a look. Wow. This off-road vehicle looks so cool, it must be very expensive. If it weren't for Wanghua, we wouldn't even have the courage to come here. At that moment, Wanghua was drawn to a scolding voice. "How many times do I have to tell you? If there are customers coming in, you must call me to greet them." The male employee stammered as he explained. "But you said that while you were resting and having tea, you didn't want to be disturbed for anything." The female employee poked her finger into the chest of the male employee. "What are you saying, I'm lazy? Are you trying to hog all the credit for yourself? You're just a probationary employee. Adjust your attitude towards me. If you let me know you're selfishly entertaining walking customers. See how I deal with you, sorry, manager. I'll remember. It won't happen again." Wanghua felt his ears itching with disgust. If there are customers, you should yield to the experienced staff. It's absolutely appalling. The working environment is indeed ruthless. Approaching, Wanghua spoke up. "Sorry to bother you both, but could you introduce some cars with different features? My friend and I are interested in buying different types." Meanwhile, Hongfei was asking Lipain to take some virtual reality photos when the female manager yelled out, "Hey, you two over there. What are you leaning on the car for? Do you have any idea how expensive that car is? Keep your hands off it. A scratch would be irreparable." Embarrassed, Hongfei stammered. Sorry, I didn't mean to." The female manager assessed them. "The one in the red shirt looks like he's from the countryside. Can't even tell which brand it is. The pants are quite ordinary, probably bought off the street. The shoes are okay, but nothing special." She scoffed, "Seems like just regular students. You need to understand, we don't sell bicycles here. We sell million-dollar cars." Wanghua, feeling annoyed, asked, "What's your point? Should I know what's sold here? Do you think I can't afford it? Fine, whether I can afford it or not is for me to know. Don't touch if you can't afford it. You won't be able to pay for any damage. Xiaolai, I'll leave these customers to you. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't meet the monthly target, you'll be packing your bags." Xiaolai politely stepped forward. "Please calm down. She's always like that, don't take it to heart, let me take you to see the cars." Speaking of which, when she said not meeting the target means you have to leave, how much are you short of meeting the target? Xiaolai sighed honestly. "I can't hide it. I'm quite far from meeting the target this month. Don't worry, as long as you introduce us well, I'll ensure that you meet your target." Not bad. Hey race, the 4-seater CLS priced at 630,000. Wang Bo chuckled, "This one isn't bad at all. Really cool, let me take a picture." Han Fei interjected. "Wang Bo, I feel like we don't need to buy such expensive cars. As long as we do our duties right, keep our integrity, we can do well. No need for luxury cars." "Yeah, what you said makes sense. Let's look for other cars." Wang Bo turned to Xiaolai. "Is there a more expensive car than this one?" The other two couldn't help but exclaim. "Wang Bo, are you crazy? Hey, listen to me, both of you, don't hold back. You've been good to me like real brothers. I won't forget how good you've been to me. Now it's my turn to repay this kindness. And you can't refuse. This is just a little money. In the future, it'll make sure both of you earn even more, become billionaires. Han Fei and Lai Ping were deeply moved. Wow, you guys are true brothers. Wang Bo, am so touched. We're brothers for life. Wang Bo, I must repay you for your kindness. Xiao Lai, witnessing the camaraderie of the three, couldn't help but be moved too. This brotherhood is truly admirable. But can they really afford a more expensive car? Wang, this is a four-seater Mercedes, priced at 970,000. Do you think it's suitable? Wang Bo pondered, I like this brand, but 970,000 is still too cheap. Is there any car over 1 million? This is the most expensive one in our dealership. What do you think? Seeing the sparkling eyes of Han Fei, Wang Bo said, if you like it, give it a try. Xiao Lai walked over to open the car door. Exactly, don't be shy. Everyone hop in and give it a try. Han Fei eagerly jumped into the car. There's nothing like a luxury car. Come on, everyone, try it out. Lai Ping scratched his head and walked over. I want to try too, except for my dad's car. I've never ridden in such a luxurious car before. Wang Bo nodded in satisfaction. After Xiao Lai quoted the price of 23 million, Lai Ping exclaimed, 23 million? Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have hesitated. At this moment, the manager came out shouting, hey, what are you all doing? Are you planning to buy a car here? And someone is inside, coming out here, sitting on the car like this. Isn't it just for a brief moment? Is there a need to be so aggressive? Wang Bo tapped on the car door and said, it's alright, keep looking. Sit in whichever one you like. Let me handle this woman. The stubborn manager stood in front of Xiao Lai. What's wrong with you? You can tell just by looking that these people can't afford to buy a car. Just take them to see some cheaper cars. Do I need to teach you this? How dare you take them to see million-dollar cars? Can they afford it? Are you out of your mind? Xiao Lai hesitated, but they are customers. We should. Lai Ping couldn't help but interject. Hey, you're going too far, you're offending people. Wang Bo whispered to Hong Fei, help me deal with her in a bit. The manager narrowed her eyes. I'm telling you students, if you don't have money, don't come here to test drive. Leave now or I'll call security to kick you out. Lai Ping angrily pointed. What kind of attitude is this? Don't you know the customer is God? How can you do business like this? I will file a complaint against you. Wang Bo pulled Lai Ping's hand. Don't get angry because of people like her. Let her make the call. She's barking up the wrong tree. Stay calm and let her make the call. Let's see how I deal with her. The security guards, noticing the commotion inside, approached and inquired. Manager, what's going on? You arrived just in time. These guys are here to cause trouble affecting our store. Get them out quickly. Xiao Lai's voice trembled. Manager, they are customers. You shouldn't step aside, it's your turn to talk. The two security guards marched toward Wang Bo and shouted, we don't welcome you here, leave now. If you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite. Lai Ping fumed, we're not going anywhere. If you're tough, try to touch us. Wang Bo smirked, seems like a familiar scene. If I don't leave, this punk will keep harassing us, right? Fine, if I don't leave, I'll drag you out. The security guard was about to grab Wang Bo's collar, when suddenly Wang Bo pushed forward, delivering 2 straight punches to their chests. The 2 guards tumbled backward with dumbfounded expressions. Lai Ping, his face pale, tremblingly exclaimed, Wang Bo, when did you become so formidable? That was impressive, I'm all in now. The manager, filled with fear, exclaimed, you dare to hit our staff, you despicable coward. Today you will bear the consequences. I demand you compensate for damages immediately, or I'll call the police. With a grunt, Wang Bo tossed a gold ingot. Is this gold enough for compensation? You're the ones who wanted to act first. We came here to buy a car, only to encounter troublemakers like you security guards. Even if you really call the police, we aren't afraid. My brothers have all returned. This poor, foolish student must have watched too many movies, thinking I'd be easily fooled like that brat. The security guard tremblingly took the gold ingot. Manager, this gold seems to be real. Upon hearing this, the manager broke into a cold sweat. Could they really be the owners pretending? Pretense and its consequences. Lai Pinghan Fei, remember this. No matter who comes to our store, we must not neglect them. Rest assured, we are not the kind to judge by appearances. Little sister, today Wang Bo has taught you a lesson. Every visitor is a guest. Your greed has tarnished the honor of our store. The manager, enraged, gritted his teeth. You're flaunting your authority. Our store doesn't welcome guests like you. Shell Lai couldn't hold back any longer. Manager, you're going too far. What kind of attitude is that, taking their side? Do you believe I won't get you fired from the head office? No need to fire me, I resign on my own. Fine, don't expect to work in another store in the future. I thought that by treating customers with sincerity and offering appropriate advice, I can excel in this job. But if achieving success means becoming like you, I'd rather change professions. You understand nothing. Wang Bo stepped forward and grabbed Shell Lai's shoulder. Hold on, my brothers still want to buy cars. Please continue to advise us. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. I'm no longer an employee here. I can't serve you guys. Every profession has its pitfalls. Don't become one of them. I want to buy 3 cars from this brand. All of them must be the highest-end models, and each car must have a different color. Shell Lai was stunned. Three cars, the manager still retorted. I'm just saying you want to show off. Each of these cars cost 2 million and you want 3? Wang Bo handed his phone to Shell Lai. Enter the company's account number. They'll make the payment right away. Hong Fei held out his phone. Little sister, wait a moment. Well, report the rudeness of your other customer to the headquarters. The one who should be fired is you. If you're not customers of our store, I would have called the police already, saying you're causing trouble. The security guard came to the counter to check the transaction nervously. Manager, there was indeed 7 million transferred to the store's account just now. The manager hastily pushed the security guard aside to verify. Is it real or fake? Step back and let me see. Upon seeing that the sender was Wang Bo, the manager finally believed it. Her eyes widened in surprise. Oh my, transferred all at once again. Just the commission from this deal is enough for me to buy a house up front. Wang Bo calmly said, Shell Lai, help me with the paperwork for the car. Wait here for a moment, Mr. Wang. At this moment, the manager's voice boomed out. Esteemed customer, congratulations on becoming a VIP customer of our store. We sincerely apologize for the earlier mistake. Please forgive us. From now on, you will experience the best service from our store. Wang Bo glanced. Now you realize your mistake, but is it too late? Turning around as soon as you see the money, without any sincerity. Now you want us to forgive you. This kind of person should be reported to higher authorities. The manager pleaded, please don't. If the higher-ups know I've been complained about by a VIP, I won't be able to keep my position as the manager. Please forgive me, please let it go. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Wang Bo smirked. Are you being honest? Fine then, anything goes. As the manager spoke, she nervously adjusted her collar. Wang Bo replied coldly, then hand over all the commission from this transaction to Shao Lai. Shao Lai touched. Tears welled up. Everything for me, I'll stick with this till the end. Don't try to play tricks with me, or make things difficult for this friend of mine, or else you'll pay the price. The manager's voice trembled. Yes, I understand. Somewhere hundreds of thousands in commission went down the drain. You brought this upon yourself. Wang Bo let out a sigh and left, leaving the manager powerless, collapsing to the ground. On the highway, 3 cars raced one after another. Inside these cars were Wang Boss Group, all communicating through signals. Seeing Hong Fei signaling him, Wang Bo glanced down and asked, What's up, Hong Fei? You look pretty cool just now. Hong Fei replied, Wang Bo, I noticed that after parting ways with Xiao Xian, You really have changed into a different person. Wang Bo responded calmly. If I were to scheme against them too much, wouldn't I be no different from them? In truth, Wang Bo just didn't want them to see his great strength Vajrapam skill, which is why he said, being human means being humble. The three cars continued to speed along the road. Hongfei looked ahead and exclaimed, "Wow! There are two supercars ahead." Leping urged, "Stop looking. I've arranged to meet the jeweler, let's hurry." The two agreed with a grunt and accelerated. The three cars switched to the right lane, passing the two supercars. Inside the red car, someone spoke on the phone. "Wang, the three cars behind want to overtake us. Looks like they want to have some fun. Let me deal with them." The other two step on the gas, leaving Wang Boss Group in their dust. Hongfei laughed. "Looks like the two up front want to race us. Let's race then, let's see who's afraid of whom. Wang Bo, let's speed up and overtake them." Wang Bo exclaimed, "Hold on, you two, don't get too excited. When was the last time you guys drove? During breaks, I've driven my dad's car a few times. I'm about the same level, so don't go looking for trouble like that. Currently, we're still no match for those rich kids." "Mom, Wang Bo is right, suddenly having money makes us a bit reckless." The three cars began to slow down. On the two cars ahead, the young man with green hair said, "Wang, check this out. Why aren't those three cars chasing us anymore?" Wang glanced at the rearview mirror. "I see it. Those three cars don't even have license plates yet. They must be transferring to another facility." Lu Xingwei replied, "Probably not. Cars like these, before they're sold, the dealership wouldn't let them run like that. So it's likely they're newly purchased. Perhaps because they're not used to the cars, they don't dare to drive fast. So what should we do next? We could buy 3 AMG GTS at once. We're not ordinary people either, I also want to see." The two cars slowed down and waited for the 3 AMG GTS to catch up. "Wang Bo, they're slowing down, seems like they want to get closer to us." "I know, let's see what they're up to." Lu Xingwei rolled down the car window and laughed. "Brothers, there's a gas station up ahead. Why don't we stop and get acquainted?" Wang Bo smirked, pointing ahead, nodding. A while later, at the gas station, seeing the 5 luxury cars parked in a row, the onlookers gathered around. "Wow, come here and check this out, a lineup of supercars. So cool, quick, let's snap a story." People open their car doors and step out. "Hello, what brings you to here?" Lu Xingwei smiled. "Nothing much. We just want to get to know everyone." In Lu Xingwei. "This is my friend, Li Wenkong Heirace Wang Bo. And these are my classmates, Duong Fei and Lai Ping. Nice to meet you. I'm curious, you all bought the same brand. Planning to form a team or something? Moreover, rich heirs usually prefer Ferrari and Porsche, but you guys like Mercedes. Why is that?" "Haha, it's not because we like Mercedes. Buying these 3 cars is just a way to vent our anger." "Vent anger? Well, this rage must be worth it. Haha." Li Wenkong chimed in, "To be honest, I haven't tried the AMG GT model yet. I wonder how this car drives." Wang Bo tossed the car key. "Wang, right here, take it." Wenkong, surprised, caught the car key. "Wang Bo, is it okay to drive your car? Shouldn't you know whether the car drives well by driving it yourself? Are you agreeing to let me drive your car? It's not that great, is it? What's the harm? Driving a supercar with you guys isn't as easy as pie, right?" Lu Xinghua chuckled. "They say cars and wives are 2 things you shouldn't lend. But you're quite liberal, Wang Bo. My car is expensive. You can try driving it as if we're swapping cars." "Haha, can I do that?" Lu Xinghua nudged jokingly. "Aquam, you're too quick with your words." Despite his words, Lu Xinghua still handed over the car key. "Wang Bo, Heirace my car key, go ahead and try it, I won't regret it." Du Hongfei suggested, "Indeed, this is a grand wife-swapping act. It's not easy to make new acquaintances these days. Let's find a place to eat." After chatting for a while, they found out that Lu Xinghua and Zhang Wenqing weren't ordinary rich kids. Both of them hailed from aristocratic families with wealth and influence that couldn't be underestimated. However, they didn't display arrogance, nor did they create drama wherever they went, nor did they act superior. They were approachable and down-to-earth. At the dining table, Everyone had a lively conversation. They were impressed that Wang Bo and his group were still students, but were already setting up a gemstone store. Wang Bo, I really respect you guys, and I'm very interested in your business ventures. Let's exchange contact information. If you need any help in the future, you can reach out to me. I hope we can collaborate. Sure. Count on you a lot in the future. Wang Bo left his contact information and then returned to his villa, this time around in the apocalypse. Wang Bo not only prepared a large amount of food, but also arranged a car big enough for everyone to sit in. During the 7 days Wang Bo was away, he was curious about how they were doing now and also about those zombies. Wang Bo made thorough preparations and said, "Initiate the teleportation space system." The system immediately responded, "Yes," initiating the teleportation space system immediately. Returning to the apocalypse, Wang Bo fell into the bathtub. Did the system do this on purpose, setting the destination as the bathtub? Wang Bo complained. The system hurriedly explained, the destination is based on the player's subconscious, set to where the player wants to go the most. So this is not my doing. Wang Bo shouted, "Get lost. Do you take me for a fool? It's all because of this damn system soaking me wet." As Wang Bo stepped out of the bathroom, he saw a fascinating scene. Mio Ryun was putting on clothes and looked up asking, "Wang Bo, are you back?" Wang Bo's face turned red. "Mio, police officer Mio, why are you appearing in my room?" Mio Ryun gritted her teeth. "What do you mean your room? This is my room." A crisp sound echoed through the living room. Zia looked back. "Ha, that's the sound from police officer Mio's room." "Officer Mio, are you okay? We came to help you." The door to Mio Ryun's room opened and Wang Bo smiled with a handprint on his face. "Everyone, don't rush, it's me." Zia excitedly jumped up. "Wang, Eve been wondering when you'd be back. I missed you so much, haha. You must have missed me too." Wang Bo's nostrils suddenly widened as he sniffed around. "Ha, what's going on here? Why does it smell like dead mice everywhere?" "Wang, come with me outside, I guarantee you'll be scared." Underneath the building, the dry ground had turned into a pile of rotting trash, making Wang Bo's eyes bulge. "Whoa, these piles are turning into small mountains." Xiao Bao chuckled. "Of course, with so many beer bottle guns here. Mine and Xiaoman's shooting skills have improved a lot. Those guys are too scared to confront us directly, so they keep leading these groups to us, probably trying to deplete our ammunition before attacking. But attracting so many like this is also a skill." Mio Ryun, fully dressed, walked out. "Are you praising them? The stench from so many dead zombies here would have driven us away long ago if we weren't waiting for you." Wang Bo cautiously asked Officer Mio earlier. Blushing, Mio Ryun turned her head to the side. "Don't ask anymore, although I don't know why it happened. I don't think you did it on purpose. Wang, can we prepare to leave here? Right, tonight everyone should pack up, and tomorrow we'll set off." On the opposite building, the village chief and his exhausted group waited anxiously. It's been 7 days and they're still holding out. "Chief, the recent zombies have all been drawn over here by us, and we've lost several more comrades. What should we do now? They're like an endless supply of ammunition. We keep shooting, but they never seem to run out." The village chief grumbled inwardly. "Their resources far exceed our expectations. Even now, launching an attack against them is uncertain. With no more zombies around, I know everyone is starting to worry, but we mustn't lose control of ourselves. Continuing to engage with them, even if they still have ammunition, will eventually suffocate us with the stench of corpses." Hearing this, the group immediately cheered. "The chief is absolutely right, we have to suffocate them. Chief, you're truly our spiritual leader, you're amazing." At night, Xiaoyu, wearing a provocative nightgown, walked over to the bed. Wang Bo looked down from above, admired. "Xiaoyu, you look stunning in that dress." Climbing onto the bed, Xiaoyu said, "Wang Bo, as long as you like it." Wrapping her arms around Wang Bo's neck, Xiaoyu began to be affectionate. Her voice trembled. "Wang Bo, it hurts. Don't worry, it'll be gentler." "Xiaoyu, keep it down, I'm afraid Officer Mio next door will hear." In the neighboring room, Mio Ruyan covered herself with a blanket, but still couldn't ignore the sounds coming from the next room. She was now also dressed in a seductive nightgown. That rascal Wang Bo, I can hear him. Early the next morning, a guard standing watch on the building opposite noticed some activity and quickly called out to the village chief. The village chief grabbed his gun and headed over. What's so surprising? Damn, they got cars. They're about to drive off. The others became anxious. Where did they get such fancy cars? Should we chase after them? Let's go after those scoundrels. They have cars, but can we mess with those kind of people? Chasing them might lead to our group's destruction. I really can't bear it, but we can search the places they've been. Maybe we'll find some overlooked supplies. Wow, the village chief's mind is indeed sharp. Down the road, a young zombie was wandering aimlessly when it suddenly saw a very beautiful female zombie ahead. Their eyes met and they slowly approached each other. Suddenly, a car whizzed past, narrowly missing the male zombie's head. Mio Ryuyun gripped the steering wheel nervously. Wang Bo, it's been a while since I drove, shall I drive instead? Don't worry, just let me drive. If I mess up, we'll get a new one. Xiaoyu, sitting in the back seat, patted Uncle Lei's shoulder. Uncle Lai, are you okay? Uncle Lai trembled as he grabbed the bowl in front of him, his voice shaking. No, I'm fine, it's just been a while since I sat in a car, so I couldn't adapt instantly. Wang Bo, actually I have a question that has been bothering me. Those people not only want to ambush us, but also attract zombies to our location to deplete our ammunition. Why did you leave rice for them? I wish I could shoot each of them dead with a bullet. Hey kid, think calmly for a moment. If they didn't lure zombies, how could my marksmanship be so good? Moreover, that bit of rice means nothing to us. Xiaobao raised his head, saying that Wang, you're doing it as a reward for them. Uncle Lai said, I guess Wang Bo probably feels sorry for them. He's still very kind-hearted. Miao Ruyan smiled. Alright, let's not argue anymore. The rice belongs to Wang. He can do as he pleases. Back at the usual spot, a shout rang out. Village chief, come over here quickly. There are 2 bags of rice. How could there be so many? Did they forget? Impossible, rice is so valuable, haven't you forgotten? Village chief, he said they might have poisoned the rice intentionally for us. Probably not, with so many guns in their hands. If they wanted to kill us, why go through all this trouble? Exactly, moreover, even if there's poison in the rice, I'll eat it. It's been years since Eve had a proper meal. I'd gladly eat poisoned rice. So what are we waiting for? Let's quickly gather firewood to cook rice. Xiaonan still harbored some irritation, exhaling heavily. Just thinking about how smug they looked already annoys me. Xiaonan, don't be annoyed anymore. Let me tell you a funny story. I put some stuff in those bags of rice. Xiaonan, with a puzzled expression, asked, Wang Bo, what is it? Wang Bo chuckled lowly, teasingly. It's just a laxative, ha 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 ha. Well done, one who says they're bad. I want the zombies to bite them. And so, Wang Boss Group set off to the rendezvous point. The highway was littered with abandoned cars, so they could only take small roads, making the journey extremely slow. Thanks to Uncle Lee's knowledge of the roads, they had to pass through a small city to reach the meeting point. Not knowing what to expect in this city, the group felt somewhat anxious. By evening, they rested in their makeshift tents, while Mio and Xiaoyu took turns keeping watch to prevent any unexpected situations. During the day, Xiaoyu and Mio sat at the back to rest, while Wang Boss Group eagerly anticipated reaching the rendezvous point. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the meeting point. Wang Bo, look over here. Uncle Lee said as they stepped out of the car. Uncle Lu, your geographical prediction seems spot on. Passing through the roadside to a small city, it looks like a border area. In the evening, everyone gathered around the campfire. Xiaoyu turned her head and asked the little girl, Are Xiao Qi and Xiaobao asleep? Yeah, fast asleep. The girl replied, Where's Mr. Wang Miao? He went alone to check the situation outside, probably pondering whether we should enter the city or not. On Wang Ba's side, he leaned against the roadside barrier, muttering to himself, Should we go in? The current situation inside is unclear and we don't know if it's dangerous. Xiaonan, puzzled, replied, going into the city? If we want to go, let's just go. Why think so much? This kid doesn't even consider that with so many of us. Going into the city like this might be risky. Wang Bo, you're being overly cautious. So why don't we just skip the city and take the long route? Xiaoyu speculated. Wang probably wants to go into the city to find gold. Miao Ruiyun nodded. Our provisions didn't fall from the sky. They were all obtained by Wang Bo trading gold. Actually, I really want to help Wang Bo enter the city, but this concerns everyone's safety. So Xiaoyun, you go talk to Wang Bo. Well, follow him into the city to find gold. Everything we have is given by Wang Bo, so if he takes a little risk, it's okay. Besides, we're not defenseless, we have guns. Uncle Lai chuckled contentedly. Didn't expect this kid to have more guts than before. Kid, go talk to Wang Bo. As long as we protect ourselves, there's no problem. Let him not worry too much. Now that Xiaobao doesn't need me to take care of him anymore, I can protect myself just fine. Regardless of Wang's decision, I'll follow him, always by his side. If Officer Miao wants to advise him, go ahead. No need to think too much. Alright, if everyone agrees, I'll go talk to Wang Bo. On Wang Bo's side, his mind was as tangled as a skein of yarn. Although he was eager to quickly upgrade the system, he didn't know if the city actually had any gold. Running into troublemakers like the Mad Fury Gang would be troublesome indeed. While upgrading the system was crucial, the safety of Xiaoyu's group was even more important. Perhaps it would be better to leave, wait until the rendezvous point, and try using a little food to exchange for some gold. Hearing footsteps, Wang Bo turned around. You come at the right time. I have something to tell everyone. I've made a decision. Well, take the longer route, safety comes first. Miao Ruiyun asked, Wang Bo, is this the result of your overnight deliberation? Xiaoyi giggled. Wang Bo, you're adorable. Wang Bo frowned. Why do I feel everyone's acting strange? We just discussed it, and everyone supported going into the city. We all want to help you gather gold. Wang Bo was surprised. But going into the city means accepting unforeseen dangers. I don't want everyone, you all know this, but Officer Miao has planned it out carefully and arranged everything. Let's find a safe place first. Arrange things for Uncle Lai and Xiaobao. Human Officer Miao will enter the city with me to assess the situation. Are you all reassured now? But Uncle Lai has a foot injury, and Xiaobao is still young. I'm not comfortable leaving them behind. After the last training session, Xiaobao and Xionan's skills have improved a lot. As long as they don't encounter a large number of zombies, they'll be fine. Wang Bo was about to say something when Miao Ruiyun patted his shoulder. No need for more words, Wang Bo. Ever since you helped me dissolve the 4 major factions, we've mentally advanced and retreated with you. We're no longer just ordinary comrades. We're a family, so your matters are our matters too. Feeling warm inside, Wang Bo murmured, a family, huh? Officer Miao, you're absolutely right. No matter what, we'll all advance and retreat together with you, never leaving you behind. Thank you, everyone, for accompanying me on this journey. Back at the campsite, Xiaonan shouted, Wang Bo's here. Ha! Wang Bo! What's got you in such high spirits? Wang Bo approached with a smile. Everyone's here. Huh? Today I'm not feeling too bad. It's hard to come by a moment of rest. So how about we seize this opportunity and sing a song? Wang Bo took out his guitar and held it close. Xiaonan was surprised. Wang Bo, you can play the guitar. You initially learned it to follow Xiaoshan, but who would have thought you'd excel at it now? Miao Ruiyun stood to the side, smiling at Wang Bo. I never knew, Wang Bo. You have so many talents. As the guitar strummed, Wang Bo began to sing, and everyone listened quietly. Wang Bo's voice was as melodious as could be. I never expected Wang Bo to sing so well. Early the next morning, everyone packed up their belongings. Getting ready to depart, Xiaonan spoke confidently. Wang Bo, rest assured, I'll protect everyone well. Xiaoqi smiled. Uncle Wang, Sister Miao, everyone hurry back. Xiaoqi will miss you all a lot, don't worry, we'll be back soon, we'll meet again in no time. Wang Bo rummaged in his backpack and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Uncle Lai, there are still cigarettes here. Take them slowly and enjoy. Uncle Lai scratched his head bashfully. Oh my, the cigarettes you gave me before. I've been smoking them slowly, and I still have more than half left. Uncle Lai, you take them, no need to save them, I'm good. Uncle Lai accepted the cigarettes without hesitation. Alright then, thank you. Wang Bo bid everyone farewell and led Miao Ruiyun and Xiao Yu into the city. After some thought, Miao Ruiyun called out, Wang Bo turned around. Officer Miao, what's the matter? Wang Bo, I know you gave Master Lai the cigarettes with good intentions, but you should give out less, his health isn't great. Officer Miao, I understand morals. If it were peacetime, I would definitely advise Uncle Lai to smoke less. But now it's the apocalypse, living in fear every day, one day at a time. For Uncle Lai, smoking may be a form of solace. Just thinking about this, I feel there's no reason to advise otherwise. Miao Ruiyun nodded, you're right, then let him be. Xiao Yu seemed to sense something and raised her hand to signal. Wang Bo, I hear the sound of a car engine, we should quickly hide. After a while, a slow-moving jeep passed by. Wang Bo and the other three took cover behind a car on the roadside. These people not only have a car but also rifles. It seems like they're bandits, similar to the area of the Mad Fury gang. It appears that the small city we want to go to is where people gather. Xiao Yu made a throat-slitting gesture. So shall we take care of these guys first? Miao Ruiyun suggested, let's keep one of them and ask about the news in the city. Wang Bo, seeing the two girls being aggressive, couldn't help but break into a sweat. No, actually, we can use food to negotiate with them. But what if they kill people and loot? Even in the apocalypse, just a small packet of food can drive people crazy. Don't worry, we can leave them with a trick, but it requires both of you to cooperate with me. A while later, the jeep stopped and the driver said, seems like something's up ahead. He suddenly spotted two people wandering ahead and shouted, hey, you two up ahead, stop and don't move. Wang Bo and Miao Ruiyun put on a nonchalant expression and turned their heads to look. The two men got out of the jeep and yelled, put your hands up, move, and we'll blow your heads off. Wang Bo's plan was like this. He and Officer Miao, without guns, would go talk to them while Ziyue hid in a high place, taking on the role of a sniper. If anything went wrong, they would immediately eliminate these guys. Wang Bo and Officer Miao would then disguise themselves as civilians, pretending to be from another city seeking refuge here. In the pocket, there were some food items left for courtesy. Big Brother, we're from another city seeking refuge with you guys. Usually, people like you come to our place to avoid danger. It's all because our territory is well defended. But you guys never bother to see how much effort we've put in. So if you want to come in, you have to hand over the food. Do you guys have what we need? Wang Bo hurriedly said, yes, I'll get it out right away. Next to him, another guy with a gun shoved it into his mouth and then approached Miao Ruiyun. Oh wow, this girl looks good too, I like it. As he got closer to Miao Ruiyun, he suddenly smelled something strange and quickly covered his mouth. What's that smell on you? Is it rotten? Did you fall into a cesspit? Geez, I can smell it too. One guy forcefully grabbed Wang Bo's backpack. Give me the backpack, I'll search it myself. The other guy grinned maliciously. There must be some good stuff in the bag. Wang Bo pleaded nervously, clasping his hands. Sirs, please don't take everything, leave us some. The remaining guy, covering his nose, yelled, leave some for you, get out of here. You two, woman, quickly hand over your backpack. The contents of the two backpacks were emptied out completely. Oh my, there are so many packaged buns like this, enough for us to eat for a while. Alright, well, take your stuff, you guys, hurry up and leave. With permission granted, Wang Bo glanced discreetly at Miao Ruiyun, who responded with a smile. Looks like Wang Bo's approach works. Although it's a bit uncomfortable, it helps to reduce some trouble, despite the difficult preparation process. Miao Ruiyun recalled, Siyu's probably ready by now. Let's go out, don't rush, Officer Miao. We're missing something. She said that, in the apocalypse, do those men have any feelings when they see a beauty like you? Miao Royun blushed. What are you talking about? It's such an important moment. Officer Miao is so beautiful. I'm afraid those people will notice you. But if we have this, maybe even ghosts won't dare to come near us. Miao Royun blinked. Oh, what's this? This is fermented tofu. Smells bad, but tastes good. Wang Bo opened the lid and brought it to Miao Royun. Come on, Officer Miao. Give it a sniff. Miao Royun sniffed it, then immediately turned pale and started gagging. After recovering, she looked ahead and said, This must be the place, the safe haven. It's much bigger than I imagined. The loudspeaker placed in front of the gate echoed, Hey, what are you two doing here? Wang Bo shouted back, We're from elsewhere and we're seeking refuge here. The small door opened, and two armed individuals stepped out, pointing their guns straight at them and ordering them to raise their hands. Yeah, our bosses haven't had food for a while, so if you have any, hand it over. A woman with a proud demeanor strutted out and scolded, Shut up. They're not here to offer you food. They're here to protect me. Do you have IDs on you? No, then this isn't edible either. I tossed it away a long time ago. Blabbering about food won't get you anywhere. You look like a pig. Write down your names on this paper along with your genders, ages, and the city you used to live in. Oh, did you fall into a sewage pit? No wonder you stink. Well, it's been a few days since I had a shower. That's why I might smell. Even though this place accepts wanderers like you from outside, once you're here, you have to abide by the rules. If you want to stay, you'll have to work for the Jin clan. So, I want to know specifically what kind of work you can do. Wang Bo thought to himself, perhaps the Jin clan is the ruling entity of this city. The woman continued, There's all sorts of work here, and each job comes with a reward. See, this is called Jin clan currency, the currency used here. After working, you'll receive Jin clan coins, and this place will provide accommodation and other necessities for people like you. But everything can only be exchanged with Jin clan food or currency. Wang Bo marveled. It seems the Jin family also has some presence here, with a bit of management cunning that makes me even more curious to explore. Thank you, sister, we understand, and we will definitely work for the Jin family wholeheartedly. You called me sister, but I'm only 19. Wang Bo scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, sorry. Little sister, please forgive us. In the city, actions like theft and robbery are strictly prohibited, no matter who commits them. If anyone engages in illegal activities, they will face consequences. Of course, we are not such people. We won't break the law. After some difficulty, Wang Bo and Gao Ryun finally managed to enter inside smoothly. It seems peaceful here, surrounded by walls on all sides, quite similar to our gathering place in Yidil. Gao Ryun nodded yes. Compared to outside, at least we can sleep peacefully here. Let's quickly bring Xiaoyu and Uncle Lei's group here. Wait, something doesn't seem right. Wang Bo, take a closer look at them. The people here seem basically lifeless, almost skeletal. Look closely on the other side. Wang Bo exclaimed, It's a vegetable cellar. It seems they can sustain themselves here. Gao Ryun remarked, Even though there is food here, it must be under the strict management and distribution of that Jin family. At this moment, a person in floral clothing nearby asked, Are you two newcomers? Here I specialize in helping people find jobs. Officer Miao, let's go over there and take a look. Hello, yes, we are newcomers. Can we find suitable jobs here? Don't worry, in this city, there are over 300 people. Their jobs mostly revolve around distribution from my place. Here are the job options and you can choose. The wages are already written here, paid daily. One person working in the vegetable garden earns 10 Jin coins. 2 people taking care of pig farming earn 6 Jin coins. Wang Bo exclaimed after reading through them, Indeed, there are plenty of job options. The person in floral clothing chuckled, Every day we update the job listings. If you find none suitable, you can choose not to work. But for food and lodging here, you must pay Jin family coins. If you don't work, you don't get them, so it's up to you. I also want to ask, how much is the cheapest room year per month? Rent here is calculated daily. The cheapest is a rundown house 2 streets away, costing 5 Jin coins for a 12-hour stay. Wang Bo and Miao Ruyun couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. 5 coins some jobs on this board only pay 6 coins a day, that's too dark.